that are in front of you. Welcome back to the second half of Founders Forum BW Disrupt 2022. This is brought to you by BW Businessworld, and we are absolutely ecstatic for you to join in the rest of the conversations that we have throughout the day. We've got some fantastic conversations, some enlightening experiences that needs to be shared, and of course the questions that need to be answered in terms of where the future is going to be. So we've got the people who've preconceived the future and have taken the steps towards it and have made it possible for a lot of other people to follow in the footsteps as well. So all these founders that we have coming on this platform today have been phenomenal in what they have been achieving in their professional career as well as the personal one. So it's truly an honor to have all the distinguished gentlemen and the ladies coming in today. Before we actually dive into the session, I would like to thank our partners who made this day possible for us, our associate partners, Slack and Media Tech, and of course our gifting partner, Beanly. We have a small audio visual that we'd like to show you, and we'll continue after that. Can we have the AV, please?
Is that? We ask ourselves that and when we know, we have an answer. That's what we have for business. It's your confidence moment for F1 and 7. You're still page 0. Made up of high spaces for any your so you can move forward ways. Share ideas, set your goals, and space. Or create some focus on me. And it's a place in that your head. Use some hands outside your company so you can bring together the right people, right concepts. And everyone stays the same. People do their best work when they have a place to work together. That place is smart. It's made and transformed who you are.
After the video, we get even. Power from molecules, electricity, or steam, because in fact, even we've kind of mentally followed that back 200 years without thinking. When people talk about the nature of work, well, the nature of work cannot change. The nature of how we do work, where we do work, I believe is fundamentally going to change.
When the pandemic hit and the world was looking at shutdowns, much of what was happening within IBM remained steady. And I do believe a lot of that has to do with Salesforce Customer 360.
We, in a 3-day time period, pivoted 350,000 items from our offices around the world to work from home and back.
And boom, we have the VPN capacity, we have the cybersecurity, we have the collaboration tools. Any company who thinks they can do it all by themselves is plain wrong. Salesforce is a really important pillar of IBM's own transformation.
We are moving our entire structure toward what's happening in the client conversation, because this is about understanding our customer. Combining Salesforce Customer 360 and Slack gives my entire workforce, from Arvin all the way through someone stepping into a sales role for the first day, an ability to work together, collaborate, and do it real time.
Allowing teams to serve our clients and all be on the same page every day would not have happened. Did not have Slack.
Slack is such an integral part of how all of people communicate.
And the merger of these two platforms gives us that 360 approach across our entire constituency. And Salesforce is the perfect partner for us to be able to put that structure together.
IBM and Salesforce have a special relationship based on trust. This is not even about product, this is about delight.
Well, there you have it. Thank you so much once again to our partners, Slack, MediaTek, and Beanly for being so kind and helping us in making this event possible today. If you want to join in the conversations, the hashtag that you want to use on the social networks is #FoundersForum. And of course, if you're watching us live right now from our social medias, welcome. If you're watching us from bwdisrupt.com, very warm welcome to all of you. With this, without taking any more time, I'll straight away dive into the panel discussion that we have for you, and we'll be talking about future of workplace. The session is chaired by Mr. Rahul Sharma, country head Slack India at SARC. Mr. Akshay Mehrotra, co-founder and CEO earlysalary.com is also joining in. Is Mr. Jitendra Choksi, founder and CEO Fitter. Srivatsa Prabhakar, founder and CEO Servify is joining us as well. And of course, joining in is Srinath Ramakrishnan, co-founder and CEO Zetwork, and we have Soumya Singh Rathore, co-founder Winzo Games joining in. So this is a panel that you don't want to miss out. I'll hand over the screen to the moderator of the session now. Rahul, over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to BW Disrupt. I'm coming live to you from my home office in Bangalore, and I have a really exciting panel of eminent industry leaders talking to us about future of workplace. For the last 2 years of this lockdown and remote working, we've seen a very huge impact and a long-term impact on the way people are working. This has created opportunities for every organization to find a better way of working rather than being tethered to a location or an office as a setup. So what we're going to be discussing today is a lot of those best practices around the future of workplace, some best practices which these leading organizations have been taking, and sharing those ideas here with all of you. So I'd like to welcome gentlemen Jitendra Choksi from Fitter, Srivatsa from Servify, and Srinath from Zetwork. Gentlemen, welcome to the panel discussion. And I'd like to take a quick minute and just give you an opportunity to introduce yourself, your organization, and what you are looking at when it comes to the future of work. Your initial thoughts about that, please. Should we start with you, Jitendra?
Sure. First of all, thank you so much, Rahul, for that warm introduction. Look, when the pandemic struck, none of us were prepared to kind of, move to an online scenario, because we have been working from our office, and that has been the acceptable norm everywhere. And when the pandemic struck, because a lot of people had to kind of choose between either going full remote or probably do some sort of a temporary arrangement and then expect the situation to get better, we took a tough decision and we said, look, there have been companies historically which have completely been remote and they have performed extremely well, like GitHub and of course Slack itself. And so we decided that, look, this is the time for us to make that hard decision, and I have to tell you that it was a wonderful decision. And now we have been completely remote for the last 2 years. We are a fitness company, our coaches are remote, our services are online. So yeah, I mean, the decision worked really well for us.
Excellent. Thanks for sharing that, Jitendra, and welcome. Srinath, can I request you to give your introduction about yourself, your company, and what you're looking forward to discussing today with us?
Thanks, Rahul. I think this is a very important topic. There are no playbooks written anywhere on guiding companies and best practices to follow in this huge change management that we're all going through at workplace. My name is Srinath Ramakrishnan. I run a company called Zetwork. Zetwork is a digital manufacturing marketplace. We serve OEMs and EPCs globally. And deliver contract manufacturing solutions through a network of small and medium-sized manufacturing shops across the world. So the pandemic has hit the whole world, and we are definitely not insulated from it. Last 2 years, I think we've driven a host of changes on new ways to collaborate digitally, right? And look forward to having this conversation with all of you.
Welcome, Srinath. And lastly, Srivatsa.
Hi. Good afternoon, everybody. Great to be here. I'm Srivatsa. I'm the founder of a company called Servify, based out of Mumbai. Luckily for us, so we work with all the top brands in the electronics category, like the Apple, Samsungs, OnePlus of the world, where we run device lifecycle management business for them, which includes extended coverage, warranty, exchange, and soon getting into buy now, pay later aggregation. So for us, it's been slightly different when I started this company. So this is my third venture, but when I started, we had about 6 youngsters joining and said, hey, we have to have Slack as our communication medium and collaboration platform. And we were almost working from home from the day we started, because people were not used to coming to office, and youngsters with 22, 23 age group. And that's how I started my company. But as we scaled, the pandemic hit, and going back again to remote was a little difficult, but not too much. But I think what we've learned in the last 2 years is certainly businesses can be run in a hybrid model. I don't know whether it can be fully 100% remote, but I think all of us are learning, and it probably varies from business to business. But looking forward to learning from all the esteemed panelists here, what's the best way forward. Like Srinath mentioned, there's no playbook, right? And I think it gets rewritten every single variant of COVID these days. And I don't know what's going to be the future, but looking forward to learning and probably going back with some more knowledge. Thanks for calling me in.
Excellent. Thank you for sharing those introductions, and great to see all of you coming from diverse backgrounds, and sharing with us the challenges that you've been seeing in the past couple of years. And and the shout out for Slack, Srivatsa, thanks for doing that as well. We led a consortium of research that we wanted to do around, what does the future workplace looks like, and we sort of surveyed over about 10,000 odd knowledge workers across industries, across segments in the market. And we came out with some startling realizations there. I mean, 57% of people that we surveyed were actually looking out for a new job during this pandemic. And this has been the era of great resignations. There's a big war for talent out there, and I'm sure every business is getting impacted by that, right? But when we slice the onion a little bit more, what we realize is that 71% or higher are actually looking out for a change because of the inflexibility that their workplace provides them, right? The necessity to be, coming into a workplace far too often than required. The necessity or the inconvenience of using, technology which is dated. The pressure around being socially available to your colleagues. I had a colleague of mine who shared that I had 8 Zoom meetings today. And then there is another Zoom meeting which is followed up for a happy hour social get together again on Zoom, and says the 9th one was the most taxing of them, right? But I guess this bears a question for all of the leaders. How do leaders start thinking about providing balance and flexibilities to employees? Identifying what are their needs, and then providing them an environment where they ensure that the productivity is kicked off. There's no lack in or the drop in the work productivity output, which is associated with any kind of a role. And in your experiences in the past 2 years, how have you been dealing with it? What have you seen which has come out as big surprises that you had to think through, pivot on, and bring about a change inside your organizations? And this is an open question. Any one of you can just feel free to share your thoughts on that.
I think my biggest learning has been, Rahul, I think it's a mindset issue that, certain roles have to get performed only in a physical workplace. And we have battled that internally. This last 2 years was an opportunity to deeply introspect and appreciate what the role truly requires, right? So there are roles which are completely physical. We cannot deny we are in the manufacturing universe. If a certain quality inspection has to happen, if some packaging supervision has to happen, yeah, those are roles which need to be performed in a physical workspace, right? But then there are obviously roles on product and tech and a host of support services, right? Which we have definitely migrated into a more hybrid kind of a situation, right? So a lot of traditional people managers tend to think that collaboration may not happen. And particularly, we are still a startup. We are still growing triple digit year on year, and a lot of systems and processes are still dynamically evolving. So sometimes, yeah, it's fair for certain people managers to get a sense of comfort around having people around. But the last 2 years, what we have realized is this whole hybrid format that we are in today is a very nice mishmash of unleashing incredible productivity. At the same time, I mean, for us, employee engagement in the last 2 years have been fantastic, right? So we've done host of virtual get-togethers, and it was not happening even in the pre-pandemic time. So I think we're all going through that that phase of what is going to best work for our own work environments, and a lot of mindset issues are definitely strongly getting battled with as we speak.
Yeah, well, agree with you 100% there. I think there is needs for some roles to be done from a certain location, and that's a necessity. But there is also the case of people working remotely in some cases, right? Jitendra Srivatsa, do you want to share your thoughts on this, please?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting question, and so what we observed when we first asked everybody, I mean, we took an opinion from people whether we should completely switch to remote, and the answer was a resounding yes. So we definitely did that. What we observed, that people who were good performers, their performance got better since they started working from remote, and people who were kind of average performers, even in the physical setup, their performance went down. And so I think in our case, we observed that we need people who can own up the accountability and who are responsible and do not need constant vigilance from their superiors, peers, managers. And I think it's a mindset problem. There are some people who like the idea of working from remote. They can take that responsibility, while some people are still struggling with the entire culture of remote. So I think it's just a matter of finding those people who can work in an online and remote collaborative environment, and letting go of people who cannot. And you correctly pointed out that a lot of people now who apply for any jobs, they want to have that flexibility. I think that's also one of the reasons why we've been able to attract some really good talent in the last 2 years, because we have started giving out that flexibility, and people have come to us and they've told us that, because of this flexibility, I've decided to join you guys, and I have to let go of another company which did not have that flexibility. So there are cons and pros. I think it's just a matter of balancing out and creating a framework, mitigating some of the risk associated with low performers, and see how it works. No playbook.
Very interesting insights. Do you mind sharing some examples with us, Jitendra, on the flexibility that Twitter is giving to its employees, which is attracting talent?
Right. So we have people working from all over the world. My co-founder herself was in Canada for 4 months. Our product guy joined us in October. He was in Germany for a period of 2 months. So we have people situated all over the world, and we don't even have any kind of mandate as to you have to be in one particular location, because it's all online. Doesn't matter if you're in India or anywhere else. But yes, time zone does kind of create a problem. So we want everybody to be in India for most of the time period. Apart from that, I mean, everything else is pretty much the same. But the fact that you don't have to be physically in the office, you can work from home. I think that offers a lot of flexibility. I personally been working out from home for the last 2 years, and it's been a wonderful experience. I believe my productivity has gone up. My family is a lot more happier. My wife is a lot more happier. So I think that happens with everybody, every working professional out there. They definitely get those complaints that you're not giving us enough time. And hopefully everybody here is married. Even if you're not, you'll hear this often, because we have to give a lot of time to our families. And now, so that complaint is at least addressed, and I feel that this happens with almost everybody out there. And so, yeah, I think that's the flexibility people are looking for, work-life balance.
I can totally relate to that. The amount of meals that I've been able to have with my family in the last 2 years has been more than what I've had in my entire career when I was working, going to the office and working. Thanks for sharing that. Srivatsa, what can you tell us about your experiences?
I think most of it is already, I think both Srinath and both of them, Jitendra, have already spelled out. But I think 3 data points for me. Maybe Jitendra, to your point, my wife has already started getting now irritated with the amount of work she has to do, right? Probably therefore it's now time. Like Rahul, you mentioned, almost for 15 years, I used to travel 15 days a month outside of the town, right? Or international. And you got a lot of time to be with the family. But I think, again, that may not be the only way. Maybe family also feels that they need a little bit of space. I think that's going to happen if you're always, almost every time, being a founder, work for 24 hours at home, then asking for water to food to everything on the work table. But I think to come back, for us, it really worked well, both remote as well as on a given schedule coming to office. I'll tell you why. And I think going back to others' point, it was more of our Indian mindset, right? Samna banda agar samne rehta hai, tabhi kaam hota hai, right? That's the attitude we all come from, where we need to see our people working. I think that's the big challenge that we had to really come over with. At least, growing startup, we were lucky. Such people were very, very minority. And therefore, it was all about them changing. But mostly being a tech company, people are okay working remote as long as work gets done. I think it was okay. Second, we are a Bombay headquarters company, right? So when the first wave hit, we actually let everybody go home, and we didn't do a single salary correction, or we didn't sack a single person. And we said we are with you, and we in fact even distributed bonus while we were running out of cash in our bank. But we said we will not do anything that will harm people, because there is already some pandemic that's kind of not showing the way. So what helped is actually we started setting up smaller offices in places like Jodhpur, Indore. We were only Mumbai and Bangalore when we pre-pandemic. Today we have in India around 13 offices. So people coming back to Mumbai, living in an expensive rental flat, and then spending probably 1 hour each way to work, versus they're close to their home. They don't want to be at home, but close to home. Like a guy who's living in Jodhpur takes a house in Jaipur so he can go back on the weekends. But he has a lifestyle which probably cannot, he can literally live with parents, right? So I think we went through all those practical changes, and we said, hey, we'll set up an office in Jaipur. It's not a fixed seat, but you have 10 seats. Whoever wants to come in. We created a system where people could even, people could come with the pre-notice, right, with their supervisors or with their colleagues. So I think doing that helped. Second, Mumbai. Not Mumbai alone is what I think really helped, and numbers really showed up, right? We actually have a lot of engagement where we had multiple town halls every 3 or 4 weeks to just keep people updated on the progress of the company, so they know beyond what they are doing. I think that engagement helped, and I can proudly say that our attrition is probably one of the lowest in the industry, 6% annualized in tech. You can imagine so difficult to retain talent, right? And out of the 500 odd people, 1/3 of them actually invested in this upcoming Series D round. That just showed how people trust. And so we gave them an opportunity to say that, hey, you can be part of this journey. And every single person, including our security guard today, is an owner in the company. So I think some of these initiatives, if you ask me, pre-COVID, we wouldn't have thought about it. And that's, I think, a big change that we are seeing across organizations. Maybe we are not the only one. There are thousands of them doing this. But the whole collaborative approach to business has really become kind of the rule of the game compared to bosses dictate this is how the work is done. So I think that's a big positive change to whatever has happened in the last 2 years. Coming back to one of the last points, I think all of us today come to office if we have an event where we don't want the internet to break, like today, right? So I'm in office today because I want to be in a good environment where there is like 1 Gbps network, rather than getting stuck with a probably not so desirable internet connection at home. But otherwise, it's very, very flexible for us also.
That's excellent. Thank you for sharing those insights. There are so many nuggets of gold in that, in terms of being able to find talent anywhere in India. I mean, time zones is really a problem, like Jitendra said. Some businesses, so long as you're in the same time zones, you can still function, being anywhere in the world, which meant also, I mean, for us at Slack as well, I mean, we don't have to be dependent on finding the right kind of talent in a particular city. We can expand our horizon. So to have somebody from a remote town in India working on a specific technology, that the skills are available to only that person, right? So those are unique upsides which this caused, right? I think on the downside front, if I look at it, work from home also translated into work for home. So you're receiving Amazon parcels, you're tending to the kids every once in a while, and what have you, right? And it's sort of caused some mental stress on people, and the mental health has been a cause of concern for a lot of organizations, right? And while the remote work flexibility has a lot of upsides, this is one trend which is being seen as a big challenge to handle, right? How are you as leaders thinking about wellness and well-being for your employees? Some ideas that you can share with our audience today in terms of what they can learn out of your experiences. That would be really helpful to get from all of you.
Right. So I'll go first. So when the pandemic happened, right, and sometimes you tend to anticipate things. Sometimes you try to wrap your head around what the future is going to look like. One thing we observed, and I personally observed, is that people are going to have a lot of time at their hands. And suddenly, when you get a lot of time, it's like having a lot of money. And unless until you spend that money or invest that money into something fruitful, you'll have this constant amount of stress. So unless until people figure out what to do with this extra amount of time, it's going to affect them in a very negative manner. And like you pointed out, a lot of people were going to face mental problem because of the pandemic, because they were going to spend way too much time with their families. Again, it's good to have some time with your family, but when it's too much time with your family, that's also counterproductive. And if you still work for 8 hours on your job, that's good. Your mind is good. You have innovative ideas and everything is good. But when you start working for 12 to 14 hours in the name of work, then it also takes a toll on your productivity and your mental health, right? So I started telling people that, look, there are a couple of things that you absolutely need to take care of. You are going to be around food, which means that there's going to be a lot of unnecessary eating, which would result in weight gain. So first thing you should do is you should exercise. Another thing is pick up a hobby so that you do not have that extra time. So spend more time in learning. And personally, I've learned a lot of things. I believe that because of the pandemic, I've been able to learn so many things which I wouldn't have otherwise, because I was spending way too much time traveling, way too much time interacting with people. Like when you'd agree that you have a lot more time now compared to before the pandemic. And so because of these hobbies, you are able to kind of prioritize your time as well as invest your time in good things rather than just sitting and letting all the negativity kind of hurting you. So that's my suggestion. You have to prioritize your time. Don't overarch just because you have the time available. Don't overwork yourself. Find new hobbies. So you invest your time properly.
So
maintaining a work-life balance is an absolute important skill to have especially during this time when you don't have to really go anywhere, right? Everything is around you. And one thing which you pointed out was on your access to food. It's right next to you. You can tend to splurge on it if you wanted to, right? It's a good insightful thoughts there. Srinath.
Sure. So for us also, I think two things. Again, being a Bombay company, we had a lot of people where they had a challenge being at home because, working couple, staying with parents. So, it's a small house and they needed their privacies. They didn't have rooms where during a call, you could hear your spouse speaking, right? So I think we had to deal with such a situation also where we created temporary workplaces. In fact, we had workations in Goa where few people as a team went and enjoyed, but at the same time, they were in a constrained environment, but at least in Goa, not in a smaller house, right? So I think we did all of that. But I think one of the things that really worked as a theme at an organization. We said we have to look at fitness, and that fitness is not just physical fitness. So largely organizations always focused on financial fitness of the organization, right? So you need to make money, you need to make profits. But we said this is the time where we have to look at three kinds of fitness. One is financial fitness, which is what organization will always look for. But as an organization, we want it to be also mentally fit and physically fit. So we actually did a lot. I can tell you about my own self. Last 2 years, I played badminton the amount that I have never imagined in my life. Today, I go for tournaments. I left badminton when I was a 16-year-old kid, right? Today, I'm going for tournaments, and I can tell you, I'm qualified only under the veterans category because I'm no more young, but I won 2 tournaments. And this is exactly what we celebrate as a company, right? Everywhere we say, every week we have one or the other activity. So financial fitness, mental fitness, that's where we do a lot of collaboration, talking, town halls, and then physical fitness where we challenge each other. So in fact, we have a team now called Certified Strikers. We have a football team, we have a badminton team, we have a cricket team. So I think whatever you like, we tell people to stay fit, because this is like, Jitendra mentioned, right? We keep eating because everything is accessible at home. But how do you stay fit in this kind of environment? I think that's what we've been doing, which really has worked well for us.
Very similar thoughts at my end as well to Srivatsa and Jitendra. So we invested in on-demand mental health counselors, particularly in the second wave. There was trauma in the air, right? Everybody was going through some kind of a crisis in their family. Somebody was so that was a time we invested in on demand. We partnered with an organization where there was a helpline, and people could pick up a phone and speak to professionals, mental health professionals. We are going through so we gamified fitness in our company, and it's amazing. So the kind of so we last week we had a push-up challenge, and people are competing with each other in terms of how many push-ups they are able to do in 30 seconds or in 60 seconds. So this wave is and yes, and all of this is happening because people have more disposable time in their hand. And how can the organization guide its employees towards better use of their time? So fitness is a great example. Being mentally sound is another important focus area. One other topic I want to dwell upon is on time management, right? So in the pre-pandemic era, one great thing about coming to office and working is the number of hours of collaboration is kind of fixed. You don't take other people's time for granted. But today, what happens is there are Zoom calls throughout the day, So how can we also better define and have some policies around collaboration hours, right? And also, and people come from all walks of life, right? So there are some people who are going to be busy in the night because they've got kids. There are some people who have ailing parents. They need to be taken somewhere. So we need to be respectful of people's time, and the organization need to definitely play a very proactive role in guiding collaboration in the digital format. And that's going to be very important, because in the offline, in the previous era, after 6 or 7 people pack their bags and leave, right? So you can't conduct meetings. You can't call for it's constrained. But now that constraint is not there. So it's important in the new context for us to be respectful of each other's times.
I agree with you. I think that's those are such important insights to share. At Slack, we went through this as well in terms of identifying areas in which we could be helping our employees in their mental well-being. So all across the globe, our first Friday of a month is a wellness day off, mandatory for all 4,000 employees of Slack. There's supposed to be no meetings during that day. And we encourage people to share what they're doing that day. So somebody's, baking a cake or learning how to bake a cake, or somebody's just spending time with their family. Somebody's taking a trip to Goa, which certainly seems like a very good idea during these times, right? And stuff like that. So these are all great things. And I want to change tracks and get into something else that I wanted to get your insights on. Is now that we've realized that, the earlier ways of working in which we were mentally anchored to idea of having an office as an headquarter. Today, that headquarter could be anywhere. You could have a workation with your employees, so your headquarters becomes Goa. Or you could have a, like me in your home office, so your headquarters is here. But the idea is that that physical concept of a headquarter is morphing into a digital headquarter, which is where what we are using today, what we are doing today is having an event. 2 years back, this would have been physical in person, right? And that's how businesses are transforming themselves as well, right? What do you think is going to be the good way of thinking about how do you transform from a physical headquarter for an organization into a digital headquarter for an organization? So you can have collaborative, asynchronous working, knowledge sharing, and everything happening inside the organization without having the need to be in a physical location to do it all the time, I would say.
Yeah, maybe I can start. Rahul. So I think, our thinking on physical headquarters comes from largely a manufacturing thinking, right? We were, as you see the evolution of our business world, it started with manufacturing, then came technology. So I think for me, definitely, it really doesn't matter as a company. In fact, even before pandemic, our global group CEO operates from Dubai. Our group innovation officer sits out of Ireland. We are in Mumbai. Our CFO sits out of Gurgaon. So it really didn't matter as long as you have a platform, which is where a Slack or a WhatsApp group or Zoom meetings really help you come together. But yes, sometimes you need to also smell people. And that's where I think you need to have events where you all get together. But the concept of physical HQ, I think, is so outdated, if you ask me frankly, because infrastructure is no more a problem today. Of course, we operate in about 51 countries today. So if I have to have real headquarters for each countries, I don't think we can ever operate out of business, right? Because it'll become so expensive. So in my opinion, physical headquarters was definitely an old thinking. Digital headquarters and remote headquarters, you can operate, any place can be a headquarter in my opinion, because infrastructure is no more a challenge. That's how I think at least we see it. So we've been, there's no complaint, at least I can tell you very honestly. Maybe we don't get to see each other so often next to each other on a party or a weekend, but otherwise work definitely has not suffered.
What are some of the best practices that you can share with our audience that they could keep in mind when we're thinking about, morphing into a digital headquarter concept?
So I think organizations have to do a lot, in my opinion. It has to start from top, right? So we made sure that there is enough, we've made policies like Srinath was mentioning about a helpline that exists even today for us. Anything, not just COVID, but now we have moved it beyond wellness and to aspects like wellness, but even internet or data connection, well, laptops, everything is available at a click of a button or as people come on board. So I think some of these aspects that you would expect in a headquarters or in a physical environment is what we've made available for our people across the world. So I think from an infrastructure, there is no challenge. Second, there is a lot of emphasis that we give on discipline and time management, because like everybody are saying, right, 8 Zoom calls, 9 Zoom calls. In our case, we have probably 5 Zoom calls, 2 team meetings, 3 Slack calls, and then probably some meetings, right? So we made sure that at any point, one shouldn't have more than 5 meetings, and you have to say no. And third, biggest learning for me, and I think I'm also a little old school. I used to always think, in physical meetings, especially when it comes to customers, you need to travel. And that's the reason I used to travel like mad, going to US for 2 days, UK for 1 day, and like that, right? So, which is completely changed. Work gets done without physical meetings. Maybe even the other guy thinks that, "Mat aao bhai, tum COVID leke aaoge," right? I can tell you the last April 2021, I traveled to US just for one meeting for the meeting of a CEO of a large company. I'll not name, obviously. He said, "Let's have dinner," and that has to be face to face. And I ended up meeting with COVID, and he got COVID infected too. So after that, this has become a kind of norm. People are saying, "Don't come," right? So I think it's no more physical headquarters or even a branch office, at least for businesses like ours. Maybe if you are in a manufacturing setup or in a physical requirement, like a bank, maybe you need to have some kind of infrastructure or people. But otherwise, I think you can largely still do a lot of stuff not having a physical headquarters. I mean, headquarters can be digital as well. That's my view of how the market is, how at least the industry is moving.
Yeah, excellent. Thanks for sharing that, Srivatsa. Jitendra, Srinath, anything that you'd like to add on to that?
Jitendra, you're on mute, I guess.
Jitendra, you're on mute.
Sorry. So yeah, I think adding to what Srivatsa said, I think one thing is that people need to acknowledge that a critical event has happened. The pandemic is probably one of the defining moments in this century, like internet was in the last century. And once we went through that internet era, there was no looking back. Now, it took time for people to acknowledge that we are in the internet era and there's no going back. Now, after 20 years, 30 years of internet, nobody even talks about going back to pre-internet era. In a similar manner, now, you must have seen that when the pandemic started, some people said, hey, we're going to go back to offices, physical offices will open up once again, once again, everything will normalize. But now it's been 2 years and people's behavior has been altered to a large extent, if not permanently, wherein people have kind of adjusted to the benefits of working from home, the flexibility, and it would be very difficult for companies to kind of make them believe that physical offices would be needed for them to work. It will be very difficult for any company to kind of recondition that behavior going back to the pre-pandemic era, and that automatically makes offices or physical setups kind of redundant. I do believe that there is going to be manufacturing companies which would require some sort of physical intervention, but largely if you're a tech company, you should first embrace that you have to have a remote culture in the future. That's going to be the future of work is going to be remote for most of us. So first thing is you accept. Second, you find out what are some of the tools that you can embrace that will allow people to be remote, but at the same point of time, allow each other to interact with each other, like as you would. Like, for example, we are interacting digitally using Zoom, and it's not as good as we would in person, but I think it's good enough. And so you find out some of the tools which suit the needs of your organization. We recently moved all of us to Slack, and it works perfectly fine. And it integrates with all the other productivity tools, your Jira, your GitHub, right? So setting that framework is really important. Setting that pipeline for work is really important. The other thing is monitoring. So first is acceptance, second is moving to the digital tools, and third is monitoring. So how are you going to monitor the productivity? You define OKRs, you define KPIs, and then you have to develop a culture which is performance-led, which is accountability-based, which is transparency-led. And once these things are kind of in sync and are embraced by each and everybody in the organization, I think that makes it easy to make a switch.
I agree.
On this topic, I think slightly differently. I think we're going to go through that phase of, I think offices are not completely going to go away. Earlier, everything used to be around offices, right? If we need to collaborate, it is the office. If we need to have a get together, it is the office. If we need to have a town hall, it is the office, right? So any fun activity is the office. So earlier, everything around collaboration, everything around engagement was around office. But today, office is going to play a supporting role, right? It is also going to play one of the enablers of collaboration, and one of the enablers of there are definitely people whom I know who crave to, they've pinged us multiple times. When are you opening office? We would definitely, there are, I mean, we're all human beings. Sometimes we definitely feel the need to, there are people who derive energy from the outside and not completely from the inside, right? So we need to be respectful of those people. We are going to go through a transformation, but it is, I don't think offices are going to completely go away. But the role they played in our lives is going to definitely
change. I agree with you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I see some new people joining into this, so that should be our cue to wind up our panel discussion. Thank you for joining and sharing your insights. Very engaging. And I hope the audience got as much to learn out of it as I did. So thank you once again.
Thank you very much.
Back to BW Disrupt.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you, everyone.
Hope to meet all of you sometime in person.
Yes, likewise.
See you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Check. All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so much for giving us your valuable time, and truly in gratitude for you being here virtually with us. And continuing with the amazing conversations that we have for you, the next panel discussion is going to talk about building big, impactful startups. We have the chair, Harsha Benur, Head of Marketing Slack India, for this session. Welcome, sir. Thank you so much for joining in. I would like to introduce you to the rest of the panel as well. Mr. Manish Taneja, co-founder and CEO, Purple.com. Utsav Malhotra, COO, Noise. Roshan Farhan, founder and CEO, Go Billion. Sujata Biswas, co-founder, Suta. Swagat Sarangi, co-founder, Smitten. Archit Garg, co-founder, Glam Your Health, and Bhavin Patel, co-founder and CEO, Linden Club. So that's your next panel, and I'll hand over the screen to Harsha to take this conversation forward. And of course, we have two of the panelists joining us virtually. So this is truly the digital conference that we have been speaking about, that's taking the entrepreneurial space with a storm, just like the chair coming up on the screen as well. All right, so that's the panel just getting settled. In the meantime, let me quickly give you a heads up and the reminder, you can continue these conversations on your social sphere using the hashtag Founders Forum. Of course, if you're watching us online, thank you so much once again for being a part of this. bwdisrupt.com is the place that you can go and continue watching. And of course, if you're on the social networks, thank you for joining in. This is BW Disrupt 2022. And we are ecstatic to have all of you join in the forum of India's top founders happening right here. So there you have the panel. Harsha, over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. And August panelists, thanks for joining. It's a short notice. So building impactful startups. So India is the hotbed of startups now. We all agree on that. No debate on that, right? I think 2021, there was a total of $42 billion of funding which came into India, 3x over the previous year. So no question about that. And I think India has the third highest number of unicorns coming out right after the US and China. So the ecosystem is bubbling, boiling, if you can call it that. But what does it take to build a impactful startup? So before we get into that, let's quickly do a round of introductions. My name is Harsha Benur. I lead the marketing for Slack India. Start off, gentlemen.
Yeah, hi, I'm Swagat. I'm the co-founder of Smitten.
My name is Archit. I'm co-founder of
Swagat. Sorry. Do you want to just give a quick introduction about yourself and your startup?
Okay, great. So Smitten is a unique platform where we facilitate a lot of consumer product discovery and trial, especially targeted towards the emerging new D2C brands. I've been in this journey for the last 6 years. So before this, I was with Google India, worked with McKinsey, Unilever earlier than this, before I took the plunge.
Right. Yeah. Hi, my name is Archit. I'm co-founder of Glam Your Health. Glam Your Health is an asset-light chain of hospitals. We essentially work with hospitals which have low capacity utilization and work with them to improve utilization in these hospitals. And currently we are in 15 cities. We work with 300 hospitals and we have a panel of almost 150 surgeons in these 15 cities. We are a Series A funded startup. Before starting this, I spent almost 12 years on the private equity VC investing side before I jumped ship to start this venture.
Hi, everyone. I'm Roshan Farhan. I'm the founder CEO of Go Billion. So we are a social commerce startup. Our mission is to make e-commerce social and accessible for the next 500 million customers in small towns in India, making it a very social experience for tier 2, tier 3 towns in India, which is the next big opportunity and which remains largely underserved right now. And how we do it is we enable people to group buy their daily essentials and groceries together We are also backed by Y Combinator, globally headquartered in California and India head office in Delhi. And of course, we are seed funded and growing pretty fast as well. And really glad to be part of this, very esteemed panel as well. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I am Bhavin Patel, co-founder and CEO of Lending Club. Lending Club, as name suggests, we are into exchange of money. So we allow people to invest money and that money is given to somebody else who is needy. So इंडिया में ट्रेडिशनली जैसे बैंकिंग सिस्टम चलता है कि आप बैंक के पास जाके पैसा रखो और बैंक आगे पैसा देगा, सेम स्ट्रक्चर बट मोर टेक्नोलॉजिकली एडवांस, wherein you invest 1 lakh rupees that is divided into thousands of people and you can track which thousands of people are given money and how you are earning that back at much better returns than what you get in bank. In short, after spending 7-8 years in NBFC sector, Dipesh and I used to play football together, and a day we thought that there is a serious problem available in the market to be resolved, and that is the availability of credit to different class of people who are needy, but they are not getting money from bank or NBFC. So from 2015, both of us started this journey from the football ground. And today we are at the level where we have disbursed more than 2,500 crore worth of loans. We are working with a lot of big technology companies wherein we are reaching out to users who are available on their platform and somewhere trying to redefine the way credit system is working in India. And with all these supports and this kind of recognition, probably we'll be able to reach more and more users in coming times. Thank you.
Hi, I am Utsav Malhotra. I'm the CEO of Noise. If you're using a smartwatch, chances are 1 out of 4 times you'd be using our watch. That's the kind of footprint that we've managed to generate in the last 4 years of existence. Noise is India's leading connected lifestyle brand. We're the #1 smartwatch brand for 7 times running and the #2 truly wireless brand. And this has been an exciting journey because for a homegrown brand to get to that scale and challenge the Goliaths in the space has been very, very rewarding, albeit challenging, but it's been a great journey so far. Thank you.
Last but not the least, we have 2 eminent panelists who have joined virtually. So Sujata, do you want to use yourself?
Yes. Hi, everyone.
You might be on mute.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So, so this feels different. I can see people present, and I'm talking from my
You
laptop.
want to start again? We can hear you now.
You can hear me? Fine. Okay. So I'm Sujata Biswas. I am the co-founder of Suta. It's a 6-year-old brand, and it's a bootstrapped company. I've heard everyone saying that we're invested, but yeah, we want to stay bootstrapped for some more years. So it's a brand that primarily is known for its saris and blouses. We work with over 16,000 plus weavers and craftsmen across India, and we have 150 employees, and we are very proud of the family we have created. We call our customer Suta Queen. Yeah, I'm very glad to be a part of this panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Manish?
Yeah, hi everyone. I hope I'm audible.
You are.
Yeah. Hi everyone. I am Manish. I'm co-founder of Purple.com. We're India's 2nd largest online beauty platform. We serve about 5 to 6 million consumers every year. And we do a revenue of about north of 1,000 crores a year. We started the company in December of 2011. So it's been a little over 10 years. I would say I can speak a lot about perseverance and, being in the game for long term. Very happy to be on the panel and look forward to a very engaging discussion.
Thank you. We can, I think, honestly accept that sometimes the startup ecosystem, the founders of startups go behind valuation more than value creation. And there is no playbook for how to build an impactful startup. So if there was to be a playbook, how would we go about doing this, right? Disruption is one of the key factors for startups. So What is the template? What is the playbook? Let's start with the people online. Sometimes we get forgotten. So Sujata, do you want to go first?
Yeah. I think generally in business, there's no rule book, right? So everybody has their own different ways of working. Something works for somebody, something doesn't work for somebody. Anyway, there's no rule book, but of course there are some hygiene factors. I think for creating an impactful business, is that you have your your goals right, and the vision of the company, which is told to the employees, and also it's a lot about communication, I feel, and of course perseverance, which I am sure everybody in any kind of business, you have to do that. And I feel most important for the kind of business that we all are in, most important is having a vision right, and also communicating it to the team members and everybody else.
Cool. Thank you. Manish?
Yeah. In my view, I think there are two very, very key things towards building an impactful company. I think the first one is thinking about, what is your differentiation in the market. You can't be a Me Too player trying to do the same thing. In that case, capital wins, and that may not be on your side all the time. So I think about differentiation very, very early on in your life, and stay that course for as long as you can. That is, I would say, a very good starting point towards building an impactful company. And I think second very, very important factor, I would say, is perseverance. If India is to grow at 7-8% year on year, I think as long as you stay in the game, as long as you don't give up, and as long as you don't run out of cash, over a long period of time, let's say 10 to 15 years, you will build a fairly impactful startup. To give you a perspective, today we employ about 2,400 people directly or indirectly on our payrolls. But I can assure you that out of these 2,400 people, about 2,200 people have been added in the last 3 years. So the first 7.5 years, I would say we were at best 100 people company. And I think there comes an inflection point in every journey where you start to take off. And at that point in time, your differentiation is very solidly established, and you care, and you focus only on growth. And so, I can say it from our own journey. I think two very important factors have been, one is focus on differentiation. And second has been, stay in the game for as long as you can, don't run out of cash, be very focused on your differentiation, and persevere, and, things happen. There comes an inflection point, and then things take off from there.
Thanks, Manish. Utsav, continuing along the same line, how do startups make a social impact? How do they disrupt?
Okay, I think I'm just going to take a cue out of what Manish was saying in terms of the right playbook. And I think being a bootstrap business, we've had our own struggles. And one of them, of course, is that you've got to be prudent with the money that you've got. You've got to stay the course and be perseverant about the fact that success is just around the corner. But I think in a way, we wrote our playbook over these 4 years. And like Kotler gave those 4 Ps that we still swear by, we wrote our 6. And it all started by saying that you have to have a purpose. And if you have the right purpose for why you're building the business, chances are it'll not go wrong. And I think that in a way answers what you're saying, that you have to build a business that goes well and truly beyond the financial impact, because if you're not making a societal impact, chances are the business doesn't have legs. For us, we were very sure we wanted to build this as a community. We wanted to build a connected lifestyle community for millennials in India. And that's how we started. We didn't start by saying, Acha, let's be a gadget brand, let's be a consumer electronics brand, because there is a vacuum.
Fantastic.
So I think that set the tone. Of course, there are the other 5 Ps, and if you allow me a minute, I'll just run over those. But and you'll understand how they align. The fact is that all of us have great purpose, but unless you've got the passion and the perseverance to back it, you don't get anywhere. And to me, that's the foundation of how entrepreneurs go about building sustainable businesses today. Yeah, make sense?
Fantastic. The next quarter in the making.
So Harsha, just want
Yeah,
to add
Bhavin.
on to him and also ask one question to make it more interesting. So I think my observation is also quite similar, that a lot of time we as a founders do a lot of hard work, but sometimes we forget that what we started with. So let's say we started in 2015 to work upon a problem statement कि credit market में capital available नहीं है, उसको कैसे लाया जाए. Now, if I change the path in between after 1 year, 2 years, then probably I am not running on the path, not able to crack something, and then I'm diverting myself. And at Lending Club, we have been practicing that very, very thoroughly. It doesn't mean that we don't leave certain things. Ultimately, when we find कि अच्छा नहीं होगा, या तो probably इसका solution नहीं है, या तो हमें नहीं पता है. But I think that's something which he was also trying to say, and I have also personally observed. Pivot is a good word, but when it is used in a right way, when you pivot your model every 1 month, every 2 months, every 3 months, because I have seen, sorry, correct, you don't have a model and you are not convinced about what you started with.
Yeah, holding on to what you believe and what is your purpose, like you said, I think. Roshan?
Absolutely. So typically just with a quick personal background, right? So I come from a small town in India, born and brought up in Guwahati, fortunately worked in larger cities like Delhi later. But, when we started Go Billion, me and my co-founder, who's also a very close friend, we are very clear what we're solving for. So our first principles of why we exist, what is the problem you're solving for, and what is the mission are very clear. So we are very clear because, and we have seen this problem very closely, in small towns in India, e-commerce or in general, the entire commerce experience is very different from a tier 1 city like a Delhi or a Mumbai, right? And we have faced this problem very closely. So our starting point was very simple and very clear that we have faced this problem. Let us now solve this problem at a larger scale. So, I typically look at this thing in 2-3 ways, right? So the way we see impact at Go Billion is we are very clear on a mission of, in our case, making e-commerce social and accessible. Number one. Number two, we move very fast. We're very execution heavy. I think passion is the starting point. The clarity is the starting point, which of course a lot of our panelists have mentioned. But execution in the long term is super important. So over time, as we have started growing over the last 1.5 years, we started end of 2020. Initially, I've seen this in my personal evolution as well. We were more talking about the larger ideas and we'll do this and we'll do that. And this is the customer. But over the last 8 months, we've become very execution focused. We are very clear in our communication. We say that, hey, we'll execute this. And then we think that this is how we'll persevere the long term. So that clarity is super important, right? Of why you started, who's your customer, who's your market, what is the biggest problem you're solving for, then execute fast. And of course, over the long term.
So purpose followed by strong execution.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Archit?
So I'll answer basically 2 things. Basically, how to create an impactful startup and how to create a large startup, right? A large and impactful, right? So I think for me, the ingredients were, first of all, find an industry which is large enough. So we went into the India hospitalization market. So that's a $80 billion market. Then identify a problem where patient experience or customer experience is broken. So in our case, what we realized that patient goes into the hospital, he pays anywhere from 50,000 to 1 lakh for a surgery. But the experience that he gets, the problem is with the experience. The experience is so broken when you go into a hospital. You just feel like you spent 50,000, but did you get the right value for it? And the problem which we realized when we started, before I started the business, there is no transparency. You could be promised that the final bill will be X. It could be 1.5X. Nobody explains you why it was a 50,000 surgery became 75,000 surgery. If you are an insurance patient, you have to stand. After paying 75,000, you have to stand in a queue. Sometimes, really work very hard with the billing desk, the TPA desk, why the surgery is taking time, why the discharge is taking time, why my admission took time, so on and so forth, right? So we realized that there was a problem of lack of transparency, lack of convenience, and lack of affordability in the hospitalization market. So we said that, so that is about finding the large industry and the understanding the patient problem, then staying close to the patient. So we realized that patients want certainty. If you're working with the customer, in our case, the patients, they want, can you get a fixed price surgery package? Can you tell before you go into the hospital that your surgery will cost you only 50,000 rupees? You will not have to pay anything extra. As a platform, now we promise that if any extra thing comes, we will bear the cost. So whatever you've been promised, you will pay the same. Then we provide full concierge service. So every patient that goes into the hospital, we arrange a pickup from the home. We make sure that when they reach hospital, they don't have to stand in a line to take an admission. Their OT starts on time. Their discharge happens on time. So they don't again have to fight with the TPA desk or the billing desk to get the discharge on time. So we added layers of convenience. So adding layers of transparency, adding layers of convenience to the patient experience, I think that is how you stay close to the customer. Then I think once you have these ingredients, large market, staying close to the customer, then you can create a large and impactful startup. In our case, just to summarize, in the last 2 years, what kind of impact we have been able to do following this kind of a framework and recipe. I mean, we don't own any hospital, but we work with 250 hospitals. We don't employ any surgeons full time, but we work with almost 150 surgeons in 15 cities. Every month, we get 25,000 plus inquiries from patients who want surgeries in these 15 cities. So far, we have counseled almost 1 lakh patients, right? And 25 to 30,000 of them go for a counseling session with our medical counseling team every month to solve this problem of transparency, convenience, and affordability, right? And this month, I think we'll be doing close to 1,000 surgeries a month without owning any single asset. So I think those are the ingredients from my side, right? How do you create a large and impactful startup, take a very large market, work very close with the customer, and solve for the customer.
So customer in the center of the whole plan. Swagat?
Yeah. I'll take a little bit of a step back, and I think a lot has been said. The way we see, honestly, the impact is first understanding what impact you're creating. The impact, like any corporate, any organization, any startup, I would say the impact you can divide in 3 segments, right? So one is the economic impact, second is the societal impact, and third is the environmental impact. And not every startup or every organization is ready or geared up to create impact across these 3. So you have to understand what you're building for. You have to understand what impact is your core area, is close to your heart as a founder or as an organization, and pick that up. Like, for example, when we were building Smitten, we kind of divided into these 3 segments. We said, okay, we will not be able to attack all of it at the same time. But let's say first start with the economic impact, right? So what are we delivering to the consumers? We are essentially helping them to try things before you actually spend your hard-earned money, right? So if you don't like something, then you're not getting into a buy-a-cigarette and you are saving money. So that's I mean, in India, we always say that money saved is money earned, right? That's not the right attitude always, but that's how we see money. Then we said, okay, we will move into the societal impact where we will change the consumption behavior by making it more aware, informed, and conscious consumption. Because there is a lot of wastage, which is ultimately affecting everyone in the society, right? And then the next part you go to is environmental impact, where we said that, hey, I mean, we are actually kind of delivering a lot of single usage product to the consumers at the doorsteps. Can we make the packaging sustainable? Can we make it like a completely environmental friendly packaging because it's a single use purpose, right? So we started now working with our brand partners, essentially moving them into that direction, creating the ecosystem. I'm not saying we started attacking everything from day one. We have been in the journey for the last 5 years, but we are getting there.
Fantastic. Moving on. One thing I think we can agree on what's happening, at least in the Indian startup ecosystem, if not internationally, right, is the Me Too syndrome. We saw this in the food aggregating business when a couple of companies did well. There were like a dozen others, or maybe a few dozens of them following them. Dark kitchens following up, delivery models following up. So how do we avoid the Me Too syndrome? How do we stay differentiated? We'll start with the lady. Sujata, do you want to go first?
I think Me Too is something like people saying that I've taken inspiration and people carry on, start their business model. But what we need to really think about is if the gap is really big, if there's a market gap that exists and there is one player already doing well, and you think the gap is not fulfilled and you want to do it, fine, go ahead. But to be honest, you want to be a market leader, you'll have to innovate, you'll have to do something, you'll have to give something to the customer that the customer is not getting, right? So are you doing something better than the other player? Are you doing something that is going to add a value to the society at large? Then go ahead. Otherwise, I think finding that differentiating factor is what is going to make you a big business or a business that's going to last and sustain. But to be honest, I somehow feel that sustaining a business is more important than thinking whether I'm doing a Me Too or not doing a Me Too. You can follow another business and do well and add value, or you can you can create your own path. So yeah, I think Me Too. So for example, in the industry I'm in the fashion industry, in e-commerce, everybody is taking funding, right? So a lot of time I'm asked that why are you not thinking about funding? So a simple thing is that as long as I do not see a value that is getting added, and if I don't need money to do something, I should not take it. Just because everybody is following that path, I did not take that. Another simple example is whether the founder should be a face of the brand, right? There's another question which is everybody is talking about, whether you should do personal branding, you should not do personal branding. So I feel you don't have to do something that everybody is doing to stand out. Yeah, I think there are a lot of ways you can look at a business. And again, I think coming back to the first answer, I said that there is no right formula to succeed. There is no right way to do a business. Even following somebody, you can become big. Yeah.
Thank you. Manish, how do you stay differentiated? How do you don't get into the Me Too?
I think Harsha, one of the biggest advantages one can have in their strategy is to think very long term. One of the things that we today do, and I would say having now spent 10.5 years in the business, I think one of the big changes in me is I've started thinking very, very long term. We think of opportunities from a 10-15 year point of view and not from a 2-3 year point of view. So whenever there is something somebody does which is a copy of what we have done so far, we tell ourselves that we are playing a 10-15 year game. As long as the person who is producing a Me Too product is also playing a 10 to 15 year game, we need to worry about. If they are playing a very short term game, then we don't need to worry much about. There are only a few things that an organization can focus on. And I think one of the ways to continuously innovate is to come from purpose. And be passionate about that purpose. If these are the few things that the organization will work on for the next 2-3 years, and these are the many things that the organization will not work on for the next 2-3 years, then I think your priority becomes clear. So even if somebody copies what you have done, let's say a year ago or so and so forth, it doesn't really matter. So I think my answer is, one is it comes from purpose and passion and thinking about doing things for your firm which are correct for your firm, and also not doing a lot of things that are distraction. And I think second is thinking long term is a big strategic advantage that I can assure you most people miss out on. I think we don't dream big enough. We don't dream long enough. We are used to thinking about our businesses in 1 year, few quarters time frame, and I think thinking long term is a big advantage. And I think last point I wanted to make is again from thinking long term. You look at, there are so many examples globally where and in India where great companies were built when there were many Me Too's over a long term period. And I keep saying this, perseverance is the key to everything. Look at HDFC Group. They're market leaders in most segments that they are in. It's not built in 5 years, it's built in 25 years. If you look at investing as a business, Two of our investors actually started investing in 1995. Today, they run north of 12-15 billion dollars of AUM when they started with $250 million of AUM. So I think of life as, if you think long term, if you think 10-15 years, Me Too doesn't matter in life, because most of your competition, which is Me Too, is very short term, and it's not going to survive, for the time period that you're going to survive. And that's what you should be very, very careful of.
Valid points. Swagat?
No, I absolutely echo with Manish, right? So one has to think long term. And the second thing, I think, and sorry for saying this, I think a lot of this thing also goes with media in terms of how stories are portrayed. It's always sold to one as a winner takes it all market in India, right? It's a very Western concept. I mean, in India, if you see, we have been a very equitable society for hundreds of years. So even if you're copying something, in India, the demographic diversity, economic diversity is so high, you can always find your consumer set. But the problem is everyone is saying, okay, I will copy paste a model, I will raise VC money, I will scale, and I will become this billion-dollar company. That's not going to work in India. And that's where copycats will never work, because as Manish said, it's like a capital game at the end of the day. You'd be surprised. So I come from Odisha. So my hometown is Bhubaneswar. But I was like visiting my brother who stays about 100-150 kilometers away from Bhubaneswar, a place called Angul. It'll be like a 10-20,000 population and this thing. So that is a Swiggy in Angul. There's a guy who has created an app and has actually gotten 100 restaurants in Angul and kind of is delivering. And he's charging 30 rupees for every delivery. He takes 20 rupees from this thing. The cost of labor is very cheap there, and he's making good money. I actually spoke to that guy. He makes about 50-60,000 every month profit. So copying is not bad. Copying the same model, attacking the same consumer, going by burning money with the same approach is bad. So I think in India, we will have a lot of models coexisting, and I think that's how we have to grow.
Agree. And India has a big enough market, I think, for the large fish and the small fish to survive. And hyper-local service providing could also be the answer.
Absolutely. I mean, so we haven't even penetrated. I mean, we talk about all these online ecosystem. India is almost $1 trillion retail economy. We are talking about a $50 billion online penetration today. There is still 950 million out there where there is massive inefficiencies which needs to be unlocked. And we all are kind of very focused on that 50 billion now and saying, okay, hey, there's $40 billion of VC money that has come in, and this 50 billion will become 100 billion. But no one is focusing that India is going to be a $5 trillion economy. I mean, that $1 trillion of retail market will go to $3 trillion of retail market. So that is also massive opportunity there.
Agree. Archit, how's Glamio staying differentiated?
Yeah, so when I was starting this company, me and my co-founder, Dr. Preet, right, we said that, what can we do differently for the patient, right? In India, 30 million patients undergo secondary surgeries, or the surgeries that we do, which are non-critical in nature. So 30 million people or 3 crore people every year go for these surgeries, right? And largely you are competing with the hospitals, right? In a way, hospitals, where somewhere, you realize the patient experience tends to get a little broken. I think when we looked at it, and obviously Manish spoke about 10 to 15 years, can you do something differentiated for the patient? And Swagat here spoke about, winner take all. So I think it's a very fragmented industry. There are 44,000 hospitals. The largest chain, Apollo, owns only 71 hospitals. So as soon as you move out of the top 5 cities, people don't have access to quality care, right? Think about, I mean, Me Too is a very, you don't want to think about Me Too. You want as many players who can come into this industry and solve for the patient. So for us, we thought simple thing, right? If we make a difference to 5 patients, today we make a difference to almost 1,000 patients surgical experience. So whether it is 5 patients or 1,000 patients, right? I mean, you are solving a challenge where patients need real support. They are undergoing a very, very high stress kind of or anxiety kind of episode for themselves. and they are spending a lot of money. So, so one thing we were always clear that, I think there is a lot of scope for us to grow. We are very, we are open if there is more and more competition in the industry, because what you are doing is you are aggregating the 90% of the unorganized market. In India, only the organized hospitals are only 10% of the market. So you are actually creating a segment where you are consolidating the remaining 90% of the market, right? And as long as you can continue to make uh, a difference to the patient's experience, you remain relevant in the industry. So I think that's how, we look at it. More players are welcome. I think as long as more players come, there'll be more standardization in the industry. The patient experiences are going to go better. There'll be more transparency in the industry. That's how we look at it.
One point which is coming out across multiple panelists here is the market is big enough for a Me Too syndrome to exist, maybe.
Correct.
Yeah. Roshan?
Absolutely. I think largely I agree with the views being shared, but the way I see personally speaking is I always go back to the first principles. Who are we solving for? And what does the customer want? So the way we see the market is who is the customer and what is the big problem they're facing and how do we solve that? And once you're very clear on the customer, then we see the market. Who are the other players? How big is the TAM? How big is the market itself, right? But there can be two situations from a competitive landscape perspective. And I used to do that like day in, day out. I was in consulting, so I was advising all these big e-commerce players on the go-to-market strategy in India. But typically, you'll see whether you're a category creator, is there there's no other competition and you're effectively creating a category from zero. Then of course, it's about execution, getting the word out and having very strong distribution and product. Otherwise, you'll see there might be one or two competitors who might be ahead of you or behind you. Then again, the focus is always on execution, right? You will differentiate yourself on execution, even though there are similar players on the market going for the same pie of the customer or the value share of the customer. So at least even in our case, because we are into group buying of groceries in small towns, we are one of the first pioneers in the space, in enabling group buying in groceries. So we knew we were creating a category from scratch. We have known that this has worked internationally in other emerging markets like Brazil, China, Indonesia. But so irrespective, it's a large market, as I absolutely agree. You have to figure out whether it's a very crowded market. Do you have the resources in terms of distribution, product, or really understanding customers to move very fast? Execution is always very, very important. Or otherwise, if it's a very open market and you're creating a category from scratch, again, having a very seamless customer experience, having a great product, and of course, having a great distribution matters a lot. So net, I think it's a net sum game. I think the overall industry increases. The more competition there is, it's better. I think we try and make better each other. And of course, the overall ecosystem and the economy improves as well.
So same message again. The ponder, the lake is big enough for many.
Absolutely. But I think, Harsha, the only differentiation I want to kind of focus again and again is execution. I've seen a lot of startups focus on the big picture, but forget about executing on the small scale, which is super important and which kind of long-term gives you that strategic advantage.
I think India, these startups, especially the tech startups, are primarily playing the game of organizing the unorganized space. And as soon as you're working in this way, the more competition is better for you, right? You create the market large enough for the organized guys to, I think, stay relevant and grow, basically.
Well, Bhavin?
See, I have a little different view, but it matches with the overall panel's view. I give you two examples.
Sorry, we need some different view now.
Absolutely. So that's the reason I am giving the view and the journey which Lending Club has seen. See, when we started in 2015, our product was very similar to what other NBFCs and banks were offering. That at ticket size of 50,000 to 5 lakh rupees, majority of the NBFC that point in time had 1.5 lakh as an average ticket size, which was matching with us. And bank had an average ticket size of 3 lakh. Why we started, there was a reason behind that. So let's say tomorrow somebody wants to do something which is available in the market, but they still know that what else they are going to add on top of this, they must look at it and do it. Because the idea which we had in our mind is today we are not in the market. Today we are not giving that product to any customer. How do we know that what exactly is the problem? And which is a market which is not existing in terms of product, but desirable by the customer. So unless and until you jump in the water, you never know how to swim. So we decided to jump into it. We spent around 2 years time period and came up with a product named InstaMoney. That was the first product in India, which was a small ticket size loan, still breaking even at unit level, and we were having a positive CAC from the very first loan sourcing itself. So we started with something which was existing in the market, but knowingly we were continuously working on it, and in 2 years we came up with completely innovative product. So if somebody says that Me Too is completely wrong, I would say it is not, unless and until you don't have clarity that what you want to achieve over the period of next 2, 3, 5 years time period. Second, if we look at the other perspective, that as a company, are we worried about other Me Too players, right? So after we launched our product InstaMoney, we got at least 15, 20 different players jumping into with exactly same ticket size, with exactly similar tenures, exactly similar interest rates, etc. Today, 2, 3 big players which are larger than us still survives with the same product, but rest all change their action plan. Somebody left the business model itself. And
What do you think was the reason?
Sorry?
What do you think was the reason the smaller guys dropped off?
Because it is difficult to focus on a product and take it to the break-even level. See, you have to spend time. As I said, we spent 2 years to understand why to launch this product, how we will have a positive CAC at the first loan level itself, how we will achieve the positive unit economics, right? Somebody would not think upon it. Surviving with 10,000, 15,000 average ticket size without positive CAC is not possible. And then there is a collection cost. So we were sure that even if somebody will copy, it is difficult to manage that model, right? Some of the big players could survive. Why? Because they ultimately get into bigger ticket size loan ticket, and they could break even at the LTV level, right? So they found something which we were not having in our mind. So when other players are also coming up with similar product, probably you are getting a huge benefit of competition. So customers are definitely being benefited, but at the same time, as a company, you are also having a little bit chingari under you. कि भाई competition तो चालू ही रहेगा, भले फिर कितना छोटा player हो. But you always be very conscious that we have to come up with something different features, some differentiated product every 3 months, 6 months, or 12 months. Otherwise, consumers will go to somewhere else.
Asha, I wanted to add one small point. So I was part of Y Combinator last year, summer batch 21. And we're talking about how to take on larger competitors, right? If you're the startup first guy on the block and there are a lot of competition there. And the way, one of those guys, from YC told us is that the reason smaller startups can take on larger competitors is because number one, they're very, very laser focused on one key problem, because larger companies will be doing multiple projects. So your one key problem is probably one small project for them, right? So you're absolutely focused on one problem and you follow up with ruthless execution. That is why that's the only way you can take on larger, much bigger funded companies. And that's something that I took very personally to my heart as well.
There's a focus, yeah.
And actually, one thing that's very interesting, this thing. So you talk about educating the customer. I think so. Obviously, all startups and in every industry that you go into, new startups or Me Too players will keep on coming. I think one way a startup could approach is find out a niche and make sure you're among the top 3 in that niche. Because as long as you top 1, 2, 3, from a long-term sustainability perspective and capital perspective, VC money will continue to flow into you. But obviously, I think the role these smaller startups or Me Too players do is that they educate the customer, right? So they start creating the market, create the market large enough for you to survive. But it's important to you to find that niche and remain in the top 3 or 4 players, in the long run to stay relevant for the market. I think that's how, at least that's what I picked up during my VC days, basically.
I agree. And competition, especially in an undefined category, will help build customer education. So, Utsav, you definitely have competition. Big brands internationally, homegrown brands trying to take some small chunk of the pie. How are you staying differentiated?
And I completely agree. And I think for us, the bigger bit is that innovation is the holy grail, right? That's the only way you stay relevant. But I think when we talk about competition and a Me Too phenomena, I think it's a very external view of the world, where it's an outside in view. People presume there is competition because they start confusing businesses as one. The biggest differentiation, and I think that's where you need to have a slightly more inbound view of things, is that whilst Roshan keeps talking about execution, the fundamental is that your differentiation rests in your resources and competencies. The people that you have in the business are different. The business models that you can create out of those competencies are different. And hence execution is bound to be different. More importantly, you have to realize that the customer that you are speaking to starts finding affinity for that very differentiation. It may come out of execution, agreed, but it could also come out of the brand. It could also come out of the values that you espouse. It could come out of affinity for the product. So those levers exist, but the differentiation truly rests in the competencies that the business houses as native. And I think that is where one needs to build defense. The inside view of the situation is that businesses need to focus on building defensibility for an external player to not come and disrupt your game. And so long as you're able to do that, I think it's fine.
Some kind of a moat, basically.
Of course. And so the fact is that moat is a moving target, right? There is no permanent moat other than the fact that you continue to innovate and continue to execute things just right. So there is no, and pun on the word, room for slack, right? So the fact is that you have to continue to better yourself as opposed to worrying about a new entrant coming and challenging you, because you can only do what you can do and not worry about what the external environment is going to respond about it. So that's wherein I think lies the answer.
So I think less you worried about Me Too, more you will be able to focus on your product and improve your competition.
I agree. And you know what? I'm just very tempted to say this. So at Noise, our strapline or brand philosophy is that there will be external noise. All you have to do is listen to the Dil Ka Shor. So
nice.
That's wherein lies the answer.
Fantastic. Thanks. I think very interesting conversation. We are running short of time. I'll come down to the last question and let's try to keep it short. Building a successful, impactful startup is not just about a disruptive idea. It's not about a new brilliant idea. It is about the marathon, like Manish mentioned. It is about perseverance. How do you move from a disruptive idea to the marathon that you want to build? You want to go first?
So, you know what Muhammad Ali said, that everybody's got a brilliant idea till you get punched in the face. So all those ideas start with being ideas the moment you get them to the execution table. And the fact is that disruption is not supposed to happen for the sake of. Disruption is a part of an evolution of an organization. And I think so long as you keep executing that right, the answer is at the end of the rainbow, so to say, that the gold pot does exist. What is important is that you need to understand that from an innovation perspective, and we've made too much of innovation, because there is only as much that you can do to innovate, because fundamentally the purpose of existence of the business is trying to solve for a problem at hand. And you have to just keep doing it. And monotonous as it may sound, it is about perseverance. And to some effect, what Manish said, that it is about having an eye on the future. It's not about having an eye on tomorrow, but also day after and the day after and the year after. And that just keeps the business robust.
This ties to what Bezos said once, that he is not looking at the next quarter or the quarter after that. Yeah, fantastic. Let's jump online. Sujata, what's your take on not running the 100-meter sprint, but after disruption, moving on to the marathon and the perseverance behind it?
I think nobody here wants to run a company just because it should run. You know, we are all here because we would want that even after we are not there, the company is running, right? It's just, it has to run. That's what a company does. So the systems need to be in place. The processes should be right. And, so everything should function in a way that it just keeps running. It's like a machine. It works like a machine till the end. Pick your goals. And I started with that, right? Your vision has to be right. So the vision is set there. And everything that you make, the systems around it, everything reaches, like everything just aligns to the vision and keeps going on. And that's what it is, right? Going on. And that's all we're trying to do. Everybody here, that the company keeps running and stays sustainable, creates wealth, creates value, and that's going to feed in, right? That's going to feed in and keeps going forward.
Thank you. Manish, your closing words on how to be in the race long term?
I think it starts with you, the founder. I think as a founder, once the company gets to a slightly larger scale, you have to start trusting other people. You have to start building a professional team in the company. They need to believe in the vision as much as you believe. At the same time, the team needs to be incentivized well enough to do the job just like you would do or much better than what you would do. And last but not the least, I think you need to operate the company with frameworks. One of the frameworks that we use quite dedicatedly is the OKR framework. I think the OKR framework keeps us very, very disciplined from what we want to achieve in the next 4 quarters. What are the things we will focus on? What are the things that we will not focus on? Every single thing is written down. And I think once you reduce the number of things you plan to focus on, I think then the management team can run this company for a long period of time, and the founders don't need to be sort of, as deeply engaged in execution as, you were in the early years. So I think, this has been a personal big learning. I think delegating has been a massive, massive enabler. Building a very successful professional team has been a massive blessing. Another last point I would say is, founders also need to expand their operating leverage. And one of the ways in which we've done this is added more founder bandwidth in the form of chief of staff. So we have very, very high quality people. Many of them actually much senior to us as founders in the company. And they operate just like founders would operate. So they go after problems that founders would go after. So yeah, look, I think closing remarks, I think build a phenomenal team, incentivize the team so that they behave like founders, build a framework, which is, in our case, is an OKR-led framework. And last, I think expand the founder operational capacity by using the chief of staff way of doing things.
Thanks. Talking about chief of staff, we have the chief of staff here who's reminding us that we are past time. So Swagat, last closing notes.
Yeah, and I'll keep it very short. I think to summarize the 3 things: stay close to your customer or consumer, they'll keep changing. Stay true to the problem. Stay true to the problem you are solving. That will also keep changing. Stay focused on execution, but be flexible because that will also keep changing. I think that summarizes the playbook of a startup.
Archit?
I think in 10 years, I learned one thing. It looks from the outside, the business is all about money. The business may look like it's all about the money, it's all about emotions. So people said, stay close to the customer. As long as the customer trusts you, they'll keep coming back to you. So make sure you win the customer's trust. As long as you empower your employees and respect them, trust them, and delegate important things to them, they will make sure they remain with you. So trust your employees, delegate to employees, give them as much responsibilities as possible, or make them co-owners, give them ESOPs. Then about investors, again, people say that investors come only for money. Investors want a piece of the pie. But again, they want to believe that you are true, you have a true purpose. They can trust you, right? So I think those are the key ingredients to make a long-term sustainable business. I think that those are the very important ingredients.
The triangle of customers, employees, and investors.
Yeah. And winning trust of each of them.
Yeah. Roshan?
Absolutely. I'll make it very quick and crisp. I think 3 large points, right, quickly. Number 1 is being very clear of your long-term goal, your long-term mission, so that everyone as a team knows what you're building for, because it's ultimately a game of perseverance. Number 2, executing very hard on the short term, keeping the long term in mind, so at least your team on your, very rallied behind you of what you're doing. And thirdly, sometimes we don't talk about it much, and I admire an organization around it, Netflix, which does this very well. Having a very strong culture. Culture also becomes a moat for you. A culture for us at Go Billion, it's a culture of ownership, trust, and transparency as well. So when we hire anyone at the core team of Go Billion, we tell them very categorically, we are hiring a founding team member, almost the co-founder itself, because you're not going to work for Go Billion, nor are you working with Go Billion. You are Go Billion. That's the kind of ownership and confidence we give to our core team members. I think that's my 2 cents on this.
Fantastic point. Culture as a mode. Never heard that before. Brilliant. Ravin, last thoughts on how do you build the long-term startup?
See, as we all talk about marathon, but generally we look at marathons are run by individual. But in startup, it is not individual, right? So we all believe that it's a teamwork. Till the time it is 10, 15, 20 people company, probably one guy might be able to stretch it up. But beyond that, it doesn't depend. So when we talk about Lane Club is a marathon, and we talk about a vision to be achieved in 2030. So we set this up long back in 2015. Until date, that remains there, what we want to be. So to align team, or let's say, just look at the scenario, what you require to be successful by 2030 or to achieve that. I just require 3 people to be aligned, 3 type of stakeholders. 1, founders. Second is the team, and third is the shareholders. So they continuously requires a reminder that it's not a short-term game, it's not a sprint, it's a long-term game. And just to achieve that, we keep talking to team in terms of why it is a long-term game, what they will benefit if they will remain in a long-term, how their ESOP values will grow, how our share value grew over last 6 years, round by round, and why we believe that it will go to that level and what benefit they will achieve. So I believe everybody is working for different purpose, but coming together for a shared vision. To achieve that shared vision, we have to ensure that whatever is their purpose of achievement, we have to show them that, okay, you will be able to achieve that. And that's the practice which we follow.
So staying true to the purpose and ensuring that the stakeholders are aligned to the purpose in their own way. Fantastic. This has been a learning, humbling, and exciting session for me. I hope it was for the audience as well. Thank you for the people who joined online. Thanks for the guys who made it here. Fantastic. Appreciate your time and have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can we request you all to kindly get a picture together? And of course, we'd like to extend our gratitude to the lady and the gentleman who's joined us virtually. Terribly sorry you are not in this picture together with us, but we'll try and do our best to Photoshop you into it. All right, I would like to take this opportunity in the meantime to thank Mr. Banur, Mr. Taneja, Mr. Malhotra, Mr. Farhan, Ms. Biswas, Mr. Sarangi, Mr. Garg, and Mr. Patel for being so kind and joining us today. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Well, somebody had their eyes closed. All right. Okay, so with that, let's quickly take a move to the next panel discussion that we have for you. We'll be doing that, but before that, let's have a quick look at the Beanly audiovisual. There are partners for this event, and we'd like to get your attention towards the screen. Thank you. So if you're just joining in virtually, welcome to BW Disrupt Founders Forum 2022, Forum of India's top founders. And it's time we move on to our next panel discussion, Strategic Investment Flows, Planning for Future. I would like to introduce you to the chair, Jyotsna Sharma, Senior Associate Editor, BW Businessworld. The panel includes Mr. Ashok Kumar, CEO, Stock Daddy, Divij Bajaj, founder and CEO, Power Gummies, Prerna Kalra, co-founder, Dalchini, Anubhav Jain, co-founder and CEO, Rupify, Ms. Naina Ruhail, founder and director, Vanity Wagon, Mr. Chirag Taneja, co-founder and CEO, Go Quick, Dr. Preet Pal Thakur, co-founder, Glam Your Health. So that's our panel for you all. And I would request the panelists to kindly come and take the stage. We also have Ms. Ruhail joining in virtually with the help of the technology. Welcome, ma'am. And for the rest of the panelists, the stage is all yours. I'll request you to kindly take a seat. Can we get some seats up here, please? All right, quick reminder to everyone listening in virtually to us, the hashtag is Founders Forum. Let us know which panel discussion, which session did you enjoy the most. We'll be very happy for you all to use the hashtag and let the world know the conversations that are happening here. And with that, I'll hand over the screen and of course the stage to Ms. Sharma. Over to you.
Yeah, can you hear me? Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. So 2021 has been a great year. We had some 44 unicorns. We already have some 7 or 10 this year. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about strategic investment planning. We're going to talk about future planning. But before that, all of you on this stage are going to introduce ourselves to you. I'll start. I'm Jyotsna Sharma. I'm a senior associate editor at BW Businessworld. Outside of work, I like to travel when I can. I like to read, and I power down with some Tom and Jerry.
Hi, I'm Alok Kumar, and I like off-road driving. And I'm founder and CEO of Stock Daddy. But what is Stock Daddy? For this, I need to start my elevator pitch here. Basically, अगर मैं दिल्ली एयरपोर्ट पे हूँ and मुझे अपने ऑफिस जाना है, so within 1 second एक आइडिया क्लिक करता है कि let's book Ola और Uber, right? But अगर हम बात करें कि स्टॉक मार्केट में इन्वेस्टमेंट और ट्रेडिंग सीखना है, so हम कहाँ से सीखें? So कोई एक ब्रांड सामने नहीं आता. So ये जो वैकेंट प्लेस है इंडियन सोसाइटी के माइंड में, the same we are acquiring a stock daddy in Indian market. But what kind of problem we are solving? So basically negativity in stock market, and there is no complete learning solution for stock market investment and trading, and there is no well-known brand for this complete learning platform. So this we are solving.
Hi everyone, I'm Prerna Kalra and I'm founder of a company called Dalchini. We are into smart retail. So like we all now are habitual of e-commerce and getting the things quickly delivered at home, right? But when we are out of home, in our office, in a plant where work from home is not possible, college, etc., Dalchini is a place which serves almost everything. Dalchini essentials, like kind of a quick commerce for when people are out of home.
Hi everyone, my name is Preet. I am one of the co-founders of Glam Your Health. So we'll come to Glam Your Health a little later during the course of the presentation. But aside of being the co-founder and sort of blitzscaling this health tech startup, I like to travel just like Jyotsna. So my bucket list is to complete whole Europe. So I'm roughly 40% done.
Hi, I'm Chirag. I'm co-founder and CEO of Go Quick. Go Quick is a e-commerce enablement company. It's a pandemic-born company, so only 14, 15 months into the journey. And as it is popularly said that in the gold rush, you should be in the business of building shovels. We are one of those who help you mine gold, or who help make you run e-commerce business, and in various different ways. I'll come to that specifically, but that's what we do. And now the company's become 100 odd people. And just to add, it's a fully remote company and will continue to be remote. Thank you.
Hi everyone, this is Anubhav. I'm the co-founder and CEO at Rupify. As the name suggests, we are in the financial services space. We are primarily a B2B payments and B2B credit company. And we work for the long tail of small businesses in India, the very small micro SMEs in the country, helping them with payments and credit solutions. When I'm not working on Rupify, which is hardly any time, but that's the time I spend in cooking. So I love following MasterChef and trying those things. Thank you.
Wonderful. And we have Naina joining us virtually.
Hi, everyone. Hope you're all doing well. Am I audible?
Yes. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm Naina Ruhail. I'm the co-founder and co-CEO of Vanity Wagon. So Vanity Wagon is essentially a clean beauty marketplace. We started in September 2018 with just 10 brands, and today we are at a now great number of 200, and we are growing every day. So I'm really excited to be part of this panel discussion. Thank you so much for having me.
Well, thank you for being here, all of you. So let's start. You know, we spoke about this earlier as well outside. You know, 2021 was a big year. So what was it about 2021 that stood out for each one of you? So would you like to start right now?
Yeah. So I'll say 2021, when it came in, and like we were kind of in a TARDIS. You know what is TARDIS? TARDIS is a time machine, right? Which looks very small from outside, but it's fairly large from inside, right? So we started this project called TARDIS inside the company because we were almost bootstrapped. Like we had just raised a funding and then COVID happened, and we were also reinventing, pivoting, etc. Right? So for us, right, it was to make or break, right, kind of a thing, right? So we inside the company did a lot of brainstorming, and like one of the person in the last session mentioned, right? Bring that core team into when you're doing such kind of brainstorming and bring that power to them, right? That's what we started doing. And we actually, when we closed the year, right, we did almost 5x, right? And that's what has happened if you look at in India also, right? We have seen brilliant private market investments, and we have seen some brilliant IPOs, and we have seen the other way out also. I'm glad that I've been part of two such big companies who went IPO just last year, Paytm and Fino, right? And I've spent about 10 years in these companies. So yeah, glad to be part of that and got that learning early on, right, in my past career, right? So answering your question, right, what do we see, right? What changed in 2021? So I guess, right, as a part of our project artists, right, we were aiming to be, right, okay, this has happened, it has happened to the world, right? Let's just make the best out of it.
Alok, aapke liye, what was it that?
Basically, during COVID-19, लोगों ने realize किया कि secondary source of income life में बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है. And इसके बीच में अगर हम देखें NSDL के data, so nearly more than 1 crore new demat account has been opened in India, right? So, but trading investment अगर हम सीखने की बात करें तो कहाँ से सीख सकते हैं? So there is like no complete learning platform for these things. But now we have Stock Daddy, and yes, so COVID-19 में हमने ये Stock Daddy का version 1 market में roll out किया, and within 60 technical days we got 80,000 customers on our app, right? And yeah, we are expanding and we are adding value to this Indian society कि हम secondary source of income as a or maybe as a primary source of income stock market से और investment and trading करके हम कैसे add करें अपने life में.
Great. What was it that stood out for you?
Right. So 2021 was a very interesting year healthcare wise, right? I don't need to remind everyone, right? For us at Glamio Health, right, it was a pivotal year. So till March, we were sort of chugging along, just like a startup normally does, right? I mean, so come April, right, I started, and my co-founder also started getting 15 to 20 requests of people asking for beds in various hospitals, right? Every day this would happen, right? And I personally would try, let's say, for everyone, but in the end, I couldn't help even one of them, right? Maybe in those 10 panic days, I would have helped maybe cumulatively 2 people, right? Get some bed or something like that, right? Now, enter April end and May, I think it is this time when me and my co-founders sort of thought that this is no pace to grow, right? We need to expand much faster because the patient is suffering, right? So that from the month of April, when we were like 3-4 cities, right? We've expanded extremely fastly, and we've now sort of reached 16 plus cities. In next 6 months, we'll be 30 plus cities, right? We were emboldened by what we saw during the pandemic peak, right? I think that has helped us to sort of scale beyond what we would have done otherwise.
I'll probably frame it in, or I'll divide it into 3 parts. That, from an ecosystem perspective, I think what we saw in 2021, clearly, I think as a startup ecosystem, we clearly saw that we are over the inflection point. And I can say it from various number of different points, right? One is, of course, unicorns. Second is the amount of funding happening in the early stage. But also, running an e-commerce enablement company, I can also tell that the depth of the market has, increased, which has led to the inflection point in a very different way. So that's on the ecosystem side. On the company side, you can imagine that we launched in January 2021. And initially, any company launching and starting to witness an early stage PMF, the mandate is that can you quickly scale, right? So for us, the 2021 was about how can you quickly scale? How can you quickly go about just scaling and capturing product market fit, right? So of course, we've had our share of mistakes in that, but that's for some other time. And third, I think an important one from people perspective, I think we've been very, very conscious on the kind of company we want to build. And especially, I think 2021 was a little different in very different ways, wherein we have almost 2 waves, right? One in April, and then second towards the end of the year. I think what was very different was that one, you are expected, or the mandate is to scale. There is an opportunity which is clearly visible. Alongside it, you have to be empathetic to the people that how do you ensure that you don't cross the line? You're there when they need you, especially in these tough times, right? We've all seen April was a deadly wave. So for me, I think staying that balance and ensuring that, like soldiers, someone steps in while, someone else is injured, we take over for the other person. That's what we follow.
Yeah, I think I was also thinking on the same line. So 3 things we could also see their impact externally, internally, and to the business directly. Obviously, as Chirag mentioned, we realized that the way you run a company completely changed. Right? Before 2021, there were things that mattered to you more. But during this year, we felt that if somebody had a personal emergency, if somebody needed off time, you have to ensure that you build for that over a period of time. People could be away from work for a couple of weeks or even longer. There is no fixed timeline that if somebody is tested positive, when will they return back? You have to be sensitive and not ask that question, rather see how they recover, how they get all the support from the company if possible. So I think that's something that was built with us because we were also, like a COVID baby. We were born in 2020 and immediately COVID struck. So we've been there throughout these last 2 years. So a lot of what we've built is in the pandemic. The second thing that happened to us was because we work for small businesses, which is the most significantly impacted entity out there in India. So these are very small businesses. Lockdowns impact them. Their shops close down. Government comes out with restrictions. Their business gets impacted. So we have to think backwards in terms of how do we not look at creating value in the short run, but in the long run. I think a lot of our strategies, even though we had the pressure to grow fast and we grew, if you look at how the company grew from December 20 to December 21, we grew 100x. But the first 6 months of 21 was very, very patiently built. We saw a second wave coming. We are into a part of lending business. Small businesses, they were struggling to pay us back. Now, there could be 2 ways in which we could have handled this. We could have written off that portfolio, or we could have just waited and supported them. A lot of a lot of investors, lenders, when you ask them what kind of metrics you report, you'll see that our books will start turning red. But we told them this money is going to come back. You have to be patient. You have to support these guys. And I think that's exactly what happened. We built that trust. I think that customer trust was built in the first 6 months. And then we were able to scale it rapidly in the next 6 months. So it was across, whether with external stakeholders or internal people, it was a period of building trust. I think, and that trust came only through support and more than anything else.
Let's hear from you, Naina.
Right. So, we saw a lot of startups disrupting the market in 2021 and getting their due validation. Also, Vanity Wagon, being the founder of Vanity Wagon, we raised a pre-series A rounds, which was a really, and 2021 turned out to be a great year for us because we scaled exponentially and we made our community grow stronger. It was a post-pandemic era. So we did some really good work in 2021 and we saw a lot of investments happening, a lot of women-led businesses coming into the picture, which was a great sign. So hoping for a great year this year as well. And yeah, I just like to keep it short and end that.
So I'll come to you, Chirag. There's this concept that I want to talk about. Tell me, adding value and creating wealth. So tell me about that. Tell me, how can one do both of those things together?
And do you mean for, us as founders, as a company, as customers? So, as a company, at least what I believe is that this is a decade-long journey, and I've done this twice before, so I know that no entrepreneurship is, a 2-year stint. And, at least I have a thesis on this, that in today's world, building a large company is easier than building a small company, right? And why I say so is that one, especially if you look at technology businesses, they typically end up becoming winner take all. Or if you look at it from a market share point of view, you'll typically have a leader, which is, let's say, X percentage market share, followed by the second one will have X by 2, third will have X by 4, right? So, and if you have to build out a large company, it means that you will have to create wealth creation opportunities for a lot of people in the company. It cannot be that, people who started the company will only amass or will only, get majority of what the wealth is going to be created. So we have been very conscious, that what kind of company we want to build. And hence, day one, I can, boast about this. Our company, GoQuick, had the biggest ESOP pool day one without any investors. So, and till date, probably close to 75% of our folks in the company have ESOPs. And we don't use it as a retention tool. Some people use it as a retention tool. You look at it as a great wealth creation opportunity, right? So I think we typically divide rewards into 3 things. One is immediate rewards, and there is recognition, and there is this long-term wealth, right? All 3 are important, and for different stages of different people. So while value will get created by these people only, but then we need to give proportionate reward across the fund, right? Not immediate, but also long-term. That's how at least I think.
Preet, would you like to add to that?
Yeah, I think Chirag very well explained the philosophy. At Glamio Health also, I think much like him, right? Before we had any investor, we had a very, very, very generous pool allocated to the ESOPs. We didn't need to do that, right? But in my previous sort of an avatar, I used to be a healthcare investor prior to co-founding this company, right? So again, sharing and sort of motivating the people to build something and sort of creating that sort of a rally or that rally cry in the organization, right? You need people to believe in the vision, right? If they believe in the vision, if they are performing, if they want to solve problems which are outside of their normal work, I think they need to be part of the wealth, if at all, is created. Right?
Yeah, just to add, I think as Chirag had mentioned, it's a journey. Value creation and wealth creation both happen over a period of time, right? So what we've done is we've realized that as a company and as people, you start creating value from day one, and then you keep adding to that. And what we've done is ESOPs are not a one-time activity, right? So there have been people who have joined us on day one. And at that time, we were also early in the journey. We were also getting things cleared. We were learning the path, the direction was all being framed. So as we got more clarity and as more and more value creation happened, we ensured that we kept on adding more to that wealth creation pool. So somebody who may have joined us with X ESOPs on day one, but when we saw that this person is creating more value to the company, right, we added more to that person. So it's a journey. It won't happen on day one. I think neither value nor wealth is created in short term, right? I think it's both a long-term activity, but it's progressive. You have to invest both as an employee as well as the founders or investors to do this.
Just to add, for both value creation and wealth creation, the 8 wonder of the world works, compounding. So, very, very rightly said by Anu.
So I like to add here, right, that we look at wealth creation and value creation in one way, which is like for our own stakeholders, right? I would say that value creation in a country like India, which is such highly populated, you create a product which has which is solving even a 5% more problem, right? It is than the previous product which exists. It would get traction, right? But wealth creation will happen if that 5% value is added on a strong unit economics. And that's what, when we were building Dalchini, right, that was the foundation, right? Value creation for the customer is important, but when you're doing wealth creation, it has to be long-term, and long-term will come only if you have the right unit economics. Yeah.
So Alok, मुझे आपसे पूछना है, what does it mean to you to be a disruptor?
Because we are making retail investors ready for our Indian economy in the stock market. Because India में लोग सोचते हैं stock market casino है, या तो पैसा जीरो होगा या तो डबल होगा, but क्यों? Because India में लोग tips and advisory पे trade बहुत ज़्यादा करते हैं. But my question is like पैसा अगर आपका है, so risk किसी और का क्यों है, right? But for this we need learning and knowledge, and the same we are providing as a edtech platform, Stock Daddy, and yes. कि नियरली हमने 80,000 लोगों के लाइफ में एक वैल्यू भी ऐड किया, एंड वो अभी सक्सेसफुली ट्रेडिंग या इन्वेस्टमेंट करके अपने लाइफ में कुछ सेकेंडरी सोर्स ऑफ इनकम जनरेट कर पा रहे हैं, राइट?
So Naina, what does it mean to you, the term being a disruptor?
Yeah, so disruptor to me is, a company or a technology that disrupts the way an industry operates, right? So, you bring something innovative to the market, like something that we did with Vanity Wagon. When we started in 2018, we disrupted the traditional beauty industry with bringing clean beauty, a niche marketplace into the, a market. And so that was the start of the disruption. And today, clean beauty is a segment in itself, and there are so many brands and marketplaces that have come up. So I feel that is what disruption means, when you do something different and disrupt the market. Yeah.
So for you and for Prerna, I have another question. What is it like to be women in business? So why don't you take that, Naina?
Firstly, I would just want to say kudos to all the women out there who are leading businesses right now, because with women like Falguni Nair and Leena Nair, setting benchmarks, and they have inspired so many women like me to, come and take charge of leadership positions. And I feel we'll see a lot of women-led businesses in the near future. And historically, we have seen that women, there was a gender, persistent gender gap when it came to women taking charge, but not anymore. And that seems to just continue over the coming years.
So Prerna, is it easier now?
So I would say that why that's a question. Like if you look at the panelists, right, like 40%, more than 40% are women now, right? So why that a question still? Right? Because what I feel, like personally, what I feel, it's us, right, who doubt in first place, right? It's not the world. Like if you stop doubting yourself, right, the world is for you, right? That is where the difference has to happen. Not the infrastructure has to change, not the VC mindset has to change, not your customers, your stakeholders. Nothing has to change. You have to change. Like you have to have that gut, have that confidence in yourself, right? That this is the time.
So Chirag, do you think today it's easier for a startup to begin, to grow, to flourish as compared to say maybe, I don't know, 3 years ago?
Definitely, yes. As I said, that this is third time for me. I was doing this in 2016. A lot of things have changed, right? I'll tell you, not only funding aspect, I think that's quite prevalent and known. I'll tell you which is a difficult aspect, 2016, if you go and pitch to someone, why don't you join me? It was very difficult. To today, I see a lot of people approaching us that, our industry is getting disrupted, or they know that something exciting is happening here. It's become quite plausible. That belief itself in the ecosystem has changed massively, massively. Led by many factors. And as I said earlier, that, I think the underlying thing is that the market depth is increasing. I keep hearing that, what you saw in China in 2012, wherein, wherever you drill, you would find oil. Similar thing has started to happen in India. We might just again miss it, but at least the early shoots, green shoots are visible, which, at least I very strongly believe that this is a decade of startups. And of course, relating to the earlier topic of women, which is very, very core to me, that why I do entrepreneurship.
So Anubhav, what do you think has made it easier now?
I think the ecosystem has evolved. People who found it difficult in the initial days have themselves come back and given to the ecosystem. So you see founders becoming investors, right? A lot of those founders who've seen it was so tough to raise capital have actually come into the ecosystem. They have created their own wealth with so much hard work over a period of 10, 15 years. But now they are coming back and saying, we will support 100 founders. We will support X number of people to start their own companies. I think so the ecosystem, and we've seen these ecosystems evolve in different parts of the world as well. It's always, you have to bring together capital, you have to bring together resources, you have to bring together players in the industry, like for example, in financial services. I think India is a great example of incumbents working together with fintechs rather than competing with fintechs. Yeah. I haven't personally seen banks fearing fintechs because they understand that they are decades behind in terms of what is going on right now. So there are only two options available to them: either work with us or work with fast-paced, agile fintechs and startups, or be left behind. Yeah. There's no way you can expect them to compete, and it's understandable because they have legacy systems, they have compliances, they have processes, they have large setups which are difficult to change. Yeah. Right? The whole purpose of having a startup is because it's agile. Yeah. You have the flexibility. You can do things the way you want. Tomorrow, I can change how the company moves for the next 3 months without anybody asking me questions. Right? Of course, I'm answerable to the board, I'm answerable to investors, but again, these are people who themselves either have been operators or they understand where we are coming from. So the ecosystem development has happened, and it can only happen if everybody goes back and gives back. It's like what you expect large corporations to have CSR initiatives. That's their way of giving back. I think in the startup world, the only CSR is you yourself go back and start from zero again, right? And that's the only way I think India is moving ahead.
Well, very good points there. So, Preet, do you think there are any challenges? What are the challenges right now that need addressing so that, there can be more support given, like everybody's spoken about that. So let's hear from you on that.
Right. So just adding on to the point that Anubhav made, I think nothing succeeds like success. So in last 3, 4, 5 years, we've seen a lot of wealth created, right? One sort of a important point which the ecosystem is currently offering is that it's an open race, right? So we've seen a 19-year-old sort of bunch of guys, Stanford dropouts, right, running quick commerce, right, giving a run for the money to the incumbents who were there for, let's say, 3, 4, 5 years, the largest food delivery companies in the country, right? Now these guys, so the fearless attitude, because of the success that people have seen, is creating a level playing field, right? It doesn't matter anymore if you're 20 years old, right? You don't have money, right? If you have an idea, investors will back you, right? There is enough money, right? I think that belief was not there at least 3 years, even 3 years ago, right? Now, coming to the second part of the question that you asked, essentially saying that what can go wrong, right? Unfortunately, I mean, I can give you a very straight-jacketed answer, but the reality of the situation is that I don't have an answer what can go wrong. I think some mistakes have been made in the Bay Area when people were blitzscaling, right? There are examples, right? Obviously, we can learn from them, right? We will make our own set of mistakes. We'll learn them, right? I think it is going to be an iterative process. For me to give you an answer that this should not be done, that should not be done. I mean, obviously I can give, but my own sense is that right now, I mean, and taking cue from my fellow panelists, this is the decade for trying, right? This is the decade for swinging for the fences, right? Not being sort of cagey in our approach.
So why don't you add to it? Would you like to add something?
Yeah. So on your question, right, that what may go wrong, right? Like the ecosystem is improving. We are seeing infrastructure, 54 billion investment happened in India from April to November, right? And there are key sectors which have got like fairly large. The government is going to go about manufacturing, etc., right? What can go wrong? So I guess strong fundamentals, if they are not there in a industry or in a company, right? Those are the things which will probably make or break for anybody. But overall in the ecosystem, the government, the infrastructure, the investors, the investment flows, etc., they are all there. They are all supporting what is getting built in India. And India is a very different country. Like it's democratic, right? Unlike China, where it is not, right? While population wise, you might say that it is comparable, but then it creates a favorable environment on that side. So having said that, right, this is the time, right, for startups, whether it is women entrepreneurs or whether it is run by any right male entrepreneurs. So it is the time for everybody to start.
So Alok, mentorship के बारे में आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे? How important is mentorship when you're building a startup, when you're running your business?
So basically, इससे पहले अगर हम बात करें कि आज एंड 3 साल पहले जब हम स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम को देखते थे तो कितना टफ था, बट अभी अगर हम बात करें तो थोड़ा सा आसान भी है, बिकॉज पहले इतने CRMs नहीं थे एंड सॉफ्टवेयर नहीं थे, टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं था फॉर कस्टमर एक्विजिशन एंड मार्केटिंग चैनल्स, बट द सेम टाइम टैलेंट एक्विजिशन सबसे ज़्यादा अभी टफ भी है हमारे लिए. एंड मैंने बहुत सारे और भी स्टार्टअप्स को भी देखा है कि टैलेंट एक्विजिशन के लिए लाइक बहुत ज़्यादा हमें स्ट्रगल करना पड़ता है. बट अगर हम मेंटरशिप की बात करें, सो जब भी हम अपने इन्वेस्टर को ऑनबोर्ड करते हैं अपनी बोर्ड में, लाइक ड्यूरिंग दी फंड रेज, तो हम ये देखते हैं कि पहले हमारे सेम बिजनेस फील्ड से होने चाहिए, राइट? एंड सो डेट कि उनका जो कंप्लीट नॉलेज है, एक्सपीरियंस है, वो हमारे बिजनेस को कैसे एक्सपेंड करने में हेल्प करे. एंड स्टार्टअप में मेंटरशिप एक्चुअली बहुत ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है, बिकॉज सी एज अ फाउंडर मैंने भी पहले बीटेक कंप्लीट किया फ्रॉम SRM चेन्नई, एंड मैं बीटेक मैकेनिकल के लिए चेन्नई गया था. मैंने कोई मैनेजमेंट प्रोग्राम कोई अटेंड नहीं किया, बट फिर भी जब हमने प्रॉब्लम को देखा तो हमने सोचा कि अब कंपनी स्टार्ट करके लोगों की प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करते हैं. बट वहाँ पे हमें ये आइडिया नहीं होता कि लाइक हाउ टू बिल्ड अ कंपनी एंड लोगों को हम कैसे लाइक टैलेंट को हम कैसे एक्वायर करें एंड टीम बिल्डिंग कैसे होती है. सो धीरे धीरे प्रोसेस स्टार्ट होता है, बट इसमें मेंटरशिप जो हमारे इन्वेस्टर्स का होता है, जो हमारे लाइक इनिशियल लाइक कुछ और भी कोर टीम मेंबर्स होते हैं, उनकी मेंटरशिप बहुत ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट होती है हमारी, बिकॉज एज अ फाउंडर वी आर कमिटेड फॉर आवर प्रोडक्ट, नॉट फॉर लाइक कंप्लीटली टीम बिल्डिंग. वो हमारे बाकी टीम कोर टीम की भी एक मेन पॉइंट होता है कि लाइक चलो अच्छा टीम बनाते हैं. So mentorship is very important in a startup, right?
Naina, would you like to add something to that?
Yes, very rightly said. I think having the right mentor is the essence of any startup. You need somebody to guide you, to provide you a direction, a perspective, to make better informed decisions. So I feel if you have an investor who can be your mentor as well, I think there's nothing better than that, because he can help you build a strong team. He can guide you, with help you navigate through challenges. So I think, yes, having a mentor is important, and you should definitely have one whenever you're starting out with a business.
I'd like to add an anecdotal sort of a thing here, right? So I started my career in Bombay working for one of the large bulge bracket sort of eye banks, right? But as you would know कि Bombay में अगर आप मतलब South Bombay में तो रह नहीं सकते हो, आप North Bombay में ही रहते हो, right? And you travel by train, right? So and you start forming groups जिनके साथ आप daily travel करते हो, right? So we had groups जिसमें few of Gujarati friends were there, right? And as you know, they are very sort of good at stock market, right? So there was this one sort of anecdote which would come almost daily, which is bhav bhagwan che, right? Price is God, right? For share market, right? Now, I think the analogy of that in our startup world is also, I mean, that mentorship, I'm sure, I mean, helps you to sort of understand and cut the learning curve, right? But ultimately, the ultimate mentor that anyone has is the proof of the pudding is in the eating, right? The customer will give you enough sort of learnings, right? आप उनको अगर ठीक करते चलोगे, I think, I mean, that becomes your biggest mentor is what we've learned in last 18 months.
Just to add, I think in my view, in our country, mentorship is the most under-leveraged asset which you can have in a startup ecosystem, right? Right from the kind of angels you can get, and I have personally met a lot of startups, which would say, "Why do I need angels? Do you actually think they'll be helpful?" I can tell you by my experience, I have had a very thoughtful angel group, and I can tell everyone has helped me. Yeah, I keep telling this that, you need to, as founders, we need to ask the right question to the right people. I have never seen anyone say, I won't help. Even if they've invested, not invested. I have reached out to random folks across the globe, senior VPs in the country, in large MNCs. Everyone has helped. So I think, maybe, we need to come out of that mentality ki mujhe sab aata hai, or I'll figure out my way. End of the day, startup is a multivariate problem. Right? You can die at multiple places. At least let's not die at what people have already figured out. Let's do newer mistakes, right? And which people are very, very willing to help. If you ask very pinpointed questions, they'll give you very pinpointed answers. If you ask a very preachy question, they'll give you a preachy answer. So the ball rests with us that what kind of questions are we asking? And these groups are also at various different levels. Not only, investors have an advisory council, have a very close group of co-founders, right, who can be real mentors. Even, at GoQuick, we have juniors also, at least I would say juniors give us sometimes very good feedback, which seniors are not able to.
Yeah, reverse mentoring.
Yeah, so I would add here, right, that as founders, you go through a lot of stress, you go through a lot of so mentorship, or maybe having a group of people who can relate to your problems, right? Who may not give you the best of answers, right? Because your best of answers actually lies in your own thoughts only, but a mirror, right? Where you can just let it out and then maybe get a answer if it's possible, but at least have that let out is very important. And especially in today's time, we have seen a lot of mental health issues, etc., going on, right? Having all of those things around, the kind of stress being developed, etc., right? So hence mentorship plays its way, right? Whether it is through a guy or somebody who has already been into entrepreneurship, or maybe just some friends, right, where you just let it out.
I would like to add one more point. Basically, mentorship customer से भी मिल सकता है, right? जब हम प्रोडक्ट बिल्ड करते हैं सो इन द फॉर्म फीडबैक्स, वहाँ से स्ट्रॉन्ग प्रोडक्ट बनाने के लिए भी बहुत ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है कि कुछ चीज़ों को हम देखें, लाइक कुछ क्लोज कस्टमर्स भी होते हैं इनिशियली जब हम किसी भी कंपनी को बिल्ड करते हैं, सो कुछ 5 से 10 कस्टमर होते हैं, लाइक वहाँ से भी हम आराम से सीख सकते हैं कि लाइक हाउ वी कैन बिल्ड अ स्ट्रॉन्ग प्रोडक्ट, राइट? क्योंकि आइडिया हमारा होता है तो एक एक प्रोडक्ट हमें बहुत अच्छा लगता है इनिशियली, बट कस्टमर बताता है कि लाइक नो सर दिस इज नॉट राइट, यहाँ पे मैं प्रॉब्लम फेस कर रहा, इसकी ये सोल्यूशन होनी चाहिए। सो बेस्ट मेंटर प्रोडक्ट बिल्डिंग के लिए आई से कि कस्टमर इज द गुड सोर्स।
Yeah, so feedback is very important. So Anubhav, let's talk a little bit about strategic investment flow. And when you're doing the planning, what is it? Let's talk about long term versus short term, and what is the best way? What is the most important aspect of it?
Sure. So I think I can talk about from personal experience here, because I think it's a very vast field in terms of how you approach for investment and how do you plan for it. Investment is an outcome to a goal that you have arrived at. I think we all have seen a lot of capital flowing in the last few years, and it sometimes gets stressful, because when you see other people raising a lot of capital, you try to optimize for something which is not your North Star. So for us, I think when we look at investment flows for the company, and investment for us could be both. It could be equity or debt. I think a lot of people undermine debt. I have always been quite vocal about that. As a company, right? You should consider your equity to be the most precious thing and not give it out so easily, right? Can you get leverage from the market? Why can't you? In fact, it shows how much confidence you have on yourself if you can take debt from the market, and because you trust yourself to pay it back. So when you do planning for both equity and debt, I think one thing that as founders we keep in mind is what is the goal that we are aiming towards, and is this the right goal which would make somebody invest in you? Have you created enough value so that that other person finds that value to be significant enough to give you their money, to give you their time? I think we spoke about mentorship. I think from various aspects, investment is not just money. It's much more as well. We found that there are certain investors who have brought little money but much more value to us over a period of time. We've had 4 institutional investors in the last 1 year, and one of them who's not put in the largest amount of capital has actually helped us the most. In fact, there was a time when we had to choose. We had multiple interests from investors, and we had to choose. So we thought, what should we go after? Should we go after the investor which has the largest fund, so they can continue supporting us with capital, or should we go after an investor which is more India focused, very well networked in the community, can actually open a lot of doors for us? So when we were planning for that investment, I think we also kept in mind that these are the goals. And as you approach somebody for an investment, you also have to think about not just money, but are there other things that they can help? In fact, a lot of times these days, founders do ask investors that, how could you help us other than money? Right? Is there a large portfolio base of your companies that you have invested in who could be partners for us? Are there other strategic initiatives where you could help us? Are there new markets where you can take us? And things like those. So I think we look at a combination of all of that.
So Chirag, how does one balance that out, like taking on from what he's just said?
So let me break the long-term vision and short-term vision. At least in my view, there is no short-term vision in a startup. It's a decade-long journey. You can, of course, have yearly goals to it, but at least, you aim for building out a company which is going to be built out in 10 years, and it'll have its ups and downs. We might have started it in 2021, hence, the macro trend was up. So everything looks good today, right? But we will have our share of, downs as well. And at least, what he said, to add to Anubhav, I think one important thing which at least we look up to from an investor point of view is that how have they behaved with a company, when the chips were down or when it was not actually working, right? And it's not, I'm not looking, we don't look at it an answer that did you support with additional capital. We do realize that you are also an investor, you are fiduciary responsible. But, what was the general behavior of, how did you go about dealing with it? I think that's an important thing for, us to consider. And especially in a world where capital, at least, till day before yesterday was abundant. Today, I don't know, with the Russia attack, what's going to happen. But I think the overall, at least the message which has worked for me is that I would say that, our time as founders or the opportunity in front of us has to be very, very important, because we are going to spend our 10 years, right? An investor is going to put input, that's an input, required input to build out the company. But the problem, the vision statement should be very, very meaningful, should resonate with us so that we can devote, our next 10 years to this. So I would encourage, others to think around that.
Yeah. So I think I would like to add one another dimension as a founder. So we started in COVID bang at the sort of a start of the COVID, right? I mean, so which meant, even though the lot of capital was available, but still there was uncertainty as to how COVID would pan out, right? Now, that is not necessarily a bad thing, right? So that helped us to innovate, right? So what I've seen in my previous sort of an avatar as an investor was when too much capital is available, right? So you start throwing money at problems rather than solving them, right? I mean, so आपको लगता है कि ये चीज करनी है, 4 लोग hire कर लेते हैं, right? And it's not 4 different people that you're hiring, it's 4 different personalities who interact with each other, right? And then they cause chaos, right? In more times often than not, right? So what COVID actually came as a blessing in disguise for us was that we, because of the uncertainty that COVID brought in, right, we innovated. And now that we have ample capital available at Glamio Health, now we can leverage the innovations that we've sort of done. And that has helped us scale much more efficiently than what some of our peers have been able to do.
Yeah, so I would say that a lot of it also depends on at what stage the startup is, right? If you are in an early stage, you are in a growth stage, right? Or you're in a late stage startup, right? And it also depends on like, what are you raising for, right? You are raising because you are building are you raising for your working capital requirement, or you like for your asset requirements, or you are actually building a core team, the core product, right? So I would say that all of these investment decisions, right, has to be prioritized based on what exactly your startup is at, right? The stage and the requirement that it has, right? And adding on to your point, debt is obviously not a bad, based on if you're raising for working, definitely for a working capital, maybe a debt is a better product, right? But if you're building a core product, right, or you are at a seed stage where a lot of things can go downside also and can go north side also, right? So at that point in time, you probably need to get a strong investor on board who can give you, or who can at least walk that mile along with you when you're taking those tough decisions, right? So yeah, all of those things matter, and there is no right answer, because it depends from industry to industry and startup to startup and their stage, right, of their own business, right? The revenue that they are making, is there an MVP ready or not ready, right? A lot of these things, yeah.
So Alok, इसमें क्या should we keep in mind? क्या risk factors हो सकते हैं? क्या हमको अपने mind में रखना चाहिए? Important चीज.
Risk factor, investor point of view से, or maybe as a company, like which one?
From the investor.
So अगर मैं भी किसी कंपनी में इन्वेस्ट कर रहा हूँ, तो सबसे पहले इम्पोर्टेंट है कि जिस टीम के ऊपर हम पैसे इन्वेस्ट करते हैं, वो टीम कंप्लीटली कमिटेड है कि नहीं. पहला पॉइंट ये है, बिकॉज एज अ पार्ट टाइम वी कैन नॉट क्रिएट दैट स्ट्रॉन्ग प्रोडक्ट जो रिक्वायरमेंट है मार्केट की. एंड सबसे बड़ी जो रिस्क होती है स्टार्टअप में एज ए इन्वेस्टर, बिकॉज मैंने बहुत बार सुना है कि 10 में से 9 स्टार्टअप फेल होते हैं, एक ही स्टार्टअप चलता है एंड देन वहाँ से उनका ROI जनरेट होता है, एंजल इन्वेस्टर और मे बी VC के भी। बट सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट है जब हम रिस्क को देखें, बहुत दी कंप्लीट कोर टीम एंड या आइडिया। बिकॉज एक मीटिंग में मैंने किसी से सीखा था, एक बहुत ही रिस्पेक्टेड पर्सन है लाइक दिल्ली एनसीआर में, उन्होंने बताया कि लाइक आलोक, इंडिया में जो बिजनेसेस हैं, जो ट्रेड हैं, वो करंट सिचुएशन के हिसाब से बिजनेस यहाँ पे बनाए जाते हैं। बट इन फॉरेन मार्केट अगर हम देखें, वहाँ पे ह्यूमन जो बिहेवियर है आने वाले 10 साल के बाद, 20 साल के बाद, उसको एनालाइज करते हुए हम प्रोडक्ट को बिल्ड करते हैं। तो इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कि जिस भी कंपनी में हम इन्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं वो फ्यूचरिस्टिक है कि नहीं, एंड मे बी कोई आपके सामने एक आइडिया आ सकता है कि जिसकी रिक्वायरमेंट अभी नहीं है मार्केट में, बट मे बी आफ्टर 2 years और मे बी आफ्टर 5 years इसकी रिक्वायरमेंट बहुत ज़्यादा होगी। जैसे कि हमने हमेशा सुना कि लाइक इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स, राइट? कभी लाइक जब मैं 2010 में अपने स्कूल टाइम में था, मुझे भी नहीं लगता था कि इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल इतना ज़्यादा बूम हो सकता है 2022 में। बट अभी देखें तो इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल की जो अभी रिक्वायरमेंट है वो बहुत ज़्यादा हाई है। तो कहने कि ये एक विजन होना चाहिए लॉन्ग टर्म। सो इन्वेस्टमेंट करते समय मिशन एंड विजन बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, फाउंडर्स का भी एंड कमिटमेंट।
So Naina, I'll get your views on this as well.
Yeah, so as Alok rightly said, of course, the founding team needs to be very strong, and the company needs to be very strong that you're investing in. Otherwise, if the company only fails, you are losing your investment there. But apart from that, I feel the market risk is also to be taken into account. For example, nobody believed, if I talk about my case, nobody thought that D2C would be so big in 2021, 2022. Whereas while before the pandemic, it was only in fintech that people were investing. So now, thanks to the market changing, there is always a risk. There is always a risk change in demand and supply. For example, a company like Book My Show, that was doing so well because of the pandemic. Now it is suffering, right? So the market risk is a very important risk factor that needs to be thought about, right?
So now, all of you are doing so well. And what I want is, tell me your learnings from, say, your journey, each of you, that we can sort of, the viewers can take away. So let's start with you.
Sure. So I think, and some of this may not apply to everybody, but one thing we've learned is you have to move with the pace of the time. Right now, things are moving very fast. We've seen the last few months, especially the last couple of years, even though there was pandemic, but because of inflow of capital, a lot of startups raised a lot of money and then moved very fast, right? So what we've learned is speed actually outweighs some of the mistakes that you make, right? So your speed of execution has to be absolutely rock solid. You can run experiments, you can make mistakes, but if you take a lot of time in solving a particular problem or approaching a certain goal, then there are a lot of other people who are also moving in that direction and you'll be left behind. So I think for us, it's about planning and then rock solid fast execution. So speed for us has really worked. So I think that's the number one thing that we have learned. The second thing that we've learned is that even though speed of execution is important, but at the same time, you can't lose sight of fundamentals. I think we've constantly debated how growth is very important. Unit economics comes later, but you can't lose sight of how you'll bring positive unit economics into the business, right? That's how you create wealth, like you pointed out. That value creation can happen, but without economics, ultimate wealth creation cannot happen. So I think we've constantly focused on economics of the business in terms of how we make money, how do we not lose investor capital into areas which can be optimized better. So those are two things that have really helped us, especially in pandemic, because you never know when the bad times will come, right? Right now there is capital, tomorrow there'll not be. So you have to keep that plan B ready. In fact, for us, it's it's fortunate or unfortunate, both the times when we were raising money, by the time the next round money came in, we hardly had 15 days of cash left in our bank account, right? But I think we had enough support from our investors, from our debt partners to help us sustain. I think from that perspective, it's very important to plan for that rainy day, which right now looks like the world is experiencing on a very regular basis.
So personally, I would say that, if anyone wants to or aspires to become an entrepreneur, I think has to be an eternal optimist. You will see things change very, very rapidly. It can be, and we live in a world where offers are reneged. People don't join, etc., to very, very large things, right? So if you're not an eternal optimist, I think it becomes very hard. And I have seen people struggle, right? So that's on the personal front. I think what I have learned that, always believe that something good is about to happen. Whenever you go for a sleep, that should be the last thought. From a company perspective, I think a few learnings, start with, an hypothesis. Everyone now knows the word MVP, but I like to describe it as, it's a customer promise which needs to be filled. Customer doesn't need the product day one, right? So can you fulfill the promise, in any way, in the most cheap way, right? And then figure out that, what else is needed, and then move to a early stage PMF. And that's how you scale, right? So don't scale prematurely also, but don't delay also. So that's on the product side. On the people side, I think because, we have built the company, we become 100 people strong company in a matter of a year, all remotely. It's been quite challenging and full of learnings for us. When you start a company, you want a lot of generalists, who can wear 10 hats and do various different responsibilities. You don't have finance, you don't have HR. So somebody's doing X, Y, Z. And then as company scales up, you get specialists, right? So how do you, do that? I think I found this very interesting framework wherein, there is, which is known as pioneers, settlers, and town planners, right? All three orgs are very different. Pioneers are someone who's willing to fail, probably will be successful 2 out of 10. But if you put a settler into a pioneer, you are setting yourself for a failure. Settler is someone who's already seen a product work and now will take it to the next level. So it's like somebody's doing 1 to 10, and somebody's doing 0 to 1. And then we've still not reached the town planner phase, but that's someone, who's supposed to run a factory. So at least traveling that journey itself has been very, very challenging, full of learnings. What kind of people do you get in, at what stage? And as founders, it becomes important that when you get someone senior, how do you trust them with something and just make way for them, right? It comes hard. It's not easy that you're used to, as an operator, you are used to being very hands-on. How do you do that? How do you, make way for someone who you have hired and they have taken the plunge to come in? Give them enough freedom to, execute. It is tough, but I think we're trying to maneuver, and there are a lot of learnings.
Yeah. So for me, I think the key learning is that identify a real problem that you're solving for, right? That is very, very important, right? So most of us sort of get drawn into sort of a Me Too kind of an offering, right? So identify a real problem that you're trying to solve, right? Then this narrative, at least in the founder's mind, it cannot be incremental, right? You have to swing for the fences, right? You will fail 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, but the risk of having an incremental narrative, it's not your own time, right? You are actually sort of responsible for, let's say in our case, 180 people, right, who are now sort of dependent on what their founders by and large till now are sort of driving the company towards, right? So you have a huge, it's not your own 3 years that you're wasting, right? So the narrative has to be swing for the fences, right? And one framework that I've found particularly useful is one which was discussed in the earlier group also, is the OKR sort of a framework, right? In that OKR framework, John Doerr, the partner at Kleiner Perkins, right, says take stretched OKRs, right? So you have to sort of aim for Mars, and then you will ultimately land at Moon, right? Which will be an achievement.
Okay, I'll keep it short. I would say that for me, it is that you have to be aspirational from outside and resilient from inside. As a company, as a team, right? Whosoever is your outside stakeholders, right? Your consumers, your clients, etc. For them, when they're seeing you, like your product, yourself, you should be like a very aspirational company, a very aspirational product. But inside, right, if you build that culture of being resilient, right, no matter what time turns into or a rainy day comes in, right, you're gonna sail through.
Okay, so my learning is किसी भी कंपनी को बनाने के लिए सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट है द राइट टीम, राइट टीम बिल्डिंग, बिकॉज जब भी किसी स्टार्टअप को फंड मिलता है, सो जब हम हायरिंग स्टार्ट करते हैं तो सबसे पहले जो चीज़ होती है कि प्रोडक्ट जल्दी बिल्ड करना है हमें, सो हायरिंग जल्दी कंप्लीट करो, जल्दी कंप्लीट करो. सो इसमें होता है कि लाइक राइट टीम हमें कंप्लीटली मिलता नहीं है कभी भी. बट सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट ये है कि किसी भी कंपनी को बनाने के लिए हमें एम्प्लॉयज की जरूरत नहीं होती, वी नीड अ टीम, कंप्लीट टीम. जैसे कि अगर आप हमारे हेडक्वार्टर स्टॉक डैडी में देखो, जो गुड़गांव में ही है, हमारे पास अभी टोटल 115 लोग हैं, एंड कंप्लीटली विल सी देयर कंप्लीट वहाँ पे जो 115 लोग हैं वो आलोक कुमार है वहाँ पे 115, दे आर नॉट एम्प्लॉइज. एंड सब कोई अपने टाइम से आते हैं, बट कोई भी ऐसा नहीं जाता कि सर 6 बजे तो मैं जाऊँ क्या. नो, एक्चुअली दे आर कंप्लीटिंग देयर टारगेट्स जो डिवाइडेड हमने डिसाइड किया था. तो पहला लर्निंग ये है कि लाइक जब भी हम कंपनी को बनाए तो टीम बिल्डिंग, right team building, and then as a founder I'll say open mindset, because जो आइडिया फर्स्ट टाइम हमें क्लिक करते हैं ना, लाइक ये मार्केट को बहुत अच्छा लगेगा, ऐसा नहीं होता. एंड हमारे साथ भी हुआ बेसिकली. रंजीत कुमार मेरा को फाउंडर भी यहाँ पे साथ में है अभी. सो एक्चुअली हमने सोचा था कि स्टॉक डैडी का जो वर्जन 1 होगा विद इन 7 days विल कंप्लीट दैट. उसको हम बना के एंड देन मार्केट में उसको रोल आउट करेंगे, एंड देन विल एक्वायर दैट कस्टमर्स, राइट. एंड पहला हमारा जो आइडिया था कि हम वेबसाइट से कोर्सेज सेल करेंगे एंड देन डन, लाइक बिकॉज विल क्योंकि हम उस टाइम पे प्रॉफिट्स बना रहे थे. बट फाइनली जब हमने ऐप बनाना स्टार्ट किया, देन वी फाउंड लाइक नो, जो स्टॉक डैडी है इस पे कंप्लीटली हमें सिर्फ वो कोर्सेज प्रोवाइड नहीं करना, हमें इंडियन सोसाइटी के लाइफ में ये जो वैल्यू ऐड करना है ना, इसके लिए हमें कुछ करना चाहिए, राइट. एंड आई नो, एंड एज अ कॉर्पोरेट वी नो कि कंप्लीटली हम अपने इंडियन सोसाइटी से चार्ज भी नहीं कर सकते, बिकॉज सी बहुत सारे नई चीजें भी मार्केट में आती हैं, राइट. सो हमने अपने ऐप पे रखा लाइक मोर देन 60% जो फीचर्स है अभी भी लाइक फ्री हैं, ताकि लोग आके ट्राई कर सकें, समझ सके लाइक व्हाट इज स्टॉक मार्केट बेसिकली. बिकॉज हमें पता है कि हम जिस मार्केट में डील कर रहे हैं वहाँ पे पहले निगेटिव माइंडसेट है, देन उसको न्यूट्रल करना है, एंड देन वी हैव टू प्रोवाइड इट सप्लाई, जो भी सर्विसेज हैं, जो यूनिक फीचर्स है, राइट. तो सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट है टीम बिल्डिंग एंड फीडबैक्स. जो हमारे मेंटरशिप की अगर हम जो लास्ट डिस्कशन में हम बात करते हैं मेंटरशिप, सो वहाँ से जो फीडबैक्स आते हैं बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होते हैं नेक्स्ट लेवल पे जाने के लिए कंपनी को. क्या
थैंक यू. नैना.
Right. So for me, personally, I would say you should learn from your failures. You should learn to embrace them. They are your biggest learnings. And secondly, from a company perspective, I think you should focus on your customers, build a strong community of customers who you're very honest and transparent with about your product, and accept your mistakes when needed to. And if your customer is happy with you, I think that's your half job done. You have achieved what you wanted to. They will stick to you, they will be loyal to you, and I think that has been my biggest learning in the last 3 years.
So I can see that we've run out of time. This has been great. I have learned a lot, and I'm certain that people who are watching this have learned a lot, and we must continue this discussion because I did have like a bunch of more questions for you all. So I think we should get together again and continue this. But thank you so much for making the time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to the panel, and of course to everyone for that thunderous round of applause for the panel. That was very nice. You're doing better. Fantastic. All right, without taking any much of your time, let's straight away dive into the next panel discussion. We'll be talking about shifting consumer behavior forces evaluation. Well, this is truly an impressive one. Do not miss out on this if you are joining us live through any of the social media platforms or through our website. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining in BW Disrupt Founders Forum 2022. The next panel is chaired by Mr. Sudhir Mishra, Managing Partner, Trust Legal, and an old friend of BW Businessworld and the whole family here. You want to give your huge round of applause for the gentleman coming in to chair the session. Keep that applause coming for Mr. Mayank Goyal, founder and CEO, MoneyHop, who's joining in the panel. Mr. Dhruv Dhanraj Bahel, COO, BharatPay. Thank you so much for joining in, sir. Mr. Prabhu Rangarajan, co-founder, M2P FinTech, is also joining the panel. And Pallavi Agrawal, founder and CEO, Go Stops Hospitality, is also part of the panel. So that's your panel, ladies and gentlemen. Please be kind and put your hands together once again and give them a warm Delhi welcome. Thank you, 5 people in the back. We truly appreciate you. So Sudhirji, all yours.
Very good afternoon. We are a post-lunch panel, and it's a territory for me which is quite foreign, and I don't understand technology that much. So whatever little interaction we did just now, I hope that will be very handy for me to articulate and bring you these massive disruptors who are sitting here. And this is something I volunteered when Anurag told me that this is a panel, I want you to come. I said, yes, I want to learn what my generation missed actually. And this is happening too fast. I remember just 2.5 months back, and this is very interesting what I'm going to tell you. My partner was getting married in this hotel. She's in fact sitting in the audience. And we all were camping in this hotel, and we were supposed to take the dulha out of the ghoda, bahar jakar. And that ghodiwala was not agreeing to the amount, whatever little cash we had in our pocket. And suddenly we realized that another CEO who is sitting here, Yuvraj Singh Foundation and the Yuvraj Singh group of companies, he was there. He took out an app and paid the money to ghodiwala, and the ghodiwala was happy and the dulha was out of the ghoda. So I can tell you that was my first major thing. Of course, I feel disappointed when I travel to Banaras, Dharamshala, small places. And Dhruv, I'm telling you that they say, if I give them cash, and I travel a lot. So they say, Paytm nahi hai kya? Bharat Pay hai. So I realize, so I say I don't have Paytm, then they will start saying 1, 2, 3, 4 more options like in credit card days. So it's a massive change which has happened in last 3 to 4 years. I would say maximum 5 years. Demonetization was the ADBC movement when the whole country went through complete metamorphosis. So we have a great panel today, and some of the finest brains who have disrupted or who are disrupting or who will disrupt even more, shifting consumer behavior forces evolution. We have Mayank, who is with us, who is a founder, CEO, MoneyHop, also to pronounce it correctly. And Dhruv, who is Dhruv and I met just outside. I was singing at that time in nervousness. And Dhruv is Chief Operating Officer of BharatPay. And we have Prabhu. Prabhu is co-founder of M2P FinTech. And we have Pallavi. And Pallavi is not from a strictly FinTech space. She is with a entirely different co-working, co-sharing space, which is Go Stops Hospitality, which is a very interesting concept. We'll hear something very different at what we have been hearing about hospitality in general. So great panel. I'll start with Dhruv only. Dhruv, you tell us what I don't know. Of course, you know by now. You tell everybody what BharatPay has done to India and how the next levels of disruptions are being projected by you.
Thanks. Thanks, Sudhir, and thank you, Businessworld, for having me here. And thank you for putting me on the spot first. So BharatPay is a 3.5-year-old organization. We are a fintech company. We are a full stack financial services player, trying to digitize everything from payments to lending to insurance to deposits and liabilities. We today operate in about 150 cities with 8 million or 80 lakh or more merchants. One of our strongest arms is lending, and we've facilitated disbursals of over 3,000 crores worth of loans to day across 3 lakh merchants. Now, when you talk about disruption, we are not the first players to arrive on the scene. Right? There were giants before this. I actually I broke my teeth at Paytm, and that's where I used to work. And then life brought me through many decisions to BharatPe. How did BharatPe disrupt is something that we should look at. So BharatPe's disruption happened when we entered the market and we saw 143 different apps for UPI, but everyone saying, ये Paytm का QR, Paytm app से, ये PhonePe का QR, PhonePe की app से. So suddenly you had a shopkeeper having, 6, 7 different stickers and people looking in a shop saying, अच्छा HDFC का कहाँ है, ICICI का कहाँ है, PhonePe का कहाँ है. So we came up with the first interoperable QR in the country, and along with that we came up with zero MDR. Now, what is that? So MDR is when you make a payment. If you make 100 rupee payment to a merchant, and it's through, let's say, any financial services platform, that platform, whether it's a bank or a fintech or will take, let's say, 1% away or 0.5% away, depending on the rate. So when you pay with a credit card machine on a credit card, that merchant discount rate, that MDR word is that, is basically like a charge that gets applied. Now, we came up with 0% MDR in a market where 0% was blasphemy. Like we got accused of killing the market, we got accused of being disruptors, we got accused of wasting investor money. But our founding team was very clear, the vision was very clear.
So I'll just ask you, if I ask you to compare your product when there were already so many things and you try to, which is equivalent to some other industry?
So I think that's a great point, and we did exactly that for ourselves. We said, agar payments company hai, to payments se paisa banana chahiye. If you're not making money from payments, then what are we? And actually, we started treating payments like data science. Oh. So we started using that data of who pays, how much, how frequently, what's your average ticket size, how frequently does a customer come back, to start doing what is called velocity-based underwriting, one of the first in this part of the world, and use that to start giving loans to our merchants. That was something that had never been done. So people who are called thin file, subprime, the wrong set of people to lend to, who would not get loans traditionally, now by using our QR, interacting on our QR, using our POS machines to accept payments, started becoming data rich. That file, at least in our view, started becoming very thick. We could underwrite them and give them loans. So when I talk about these 3,000 crore worth of loans that we facilitated, this is the backbone of that.
Great. Good initial thoughts. I'll come back in more detail because it's an education and we'll slowly understand all these aspects. Pallavi, I just want to change the subject. We'll come back again to fintech. Your company is called Go Stops Hospitality. You have created an area where co-sharing, staying at a place which has a hospitality kind of background, or a hill station, or maybe a religious place, or a tourist destination. Tell us the entire model, what it is, and whom you are competing. And you almost, it sounds like bucket stops here. So Go Stops, where it's going to stop.
Yeah, so essentially, Go Stops is a chain of backpacker hostels. So India didn't have backpacker hostels for a very long time. We borrowed it from Europe, and we have about 30% of our population which are young people who travel on a budget. But nothing has been designed to take care of their requirements as far as the hospitality space is concerned. You have various hotel brands which are catering to people of all age groups, but not the youth of the country, which is a major spender in the tourism and hospitality space. Of the entire number of domestic trips that were taken last year, 66% were done by the youth, but there isn't an offering for them in the country as far as hotels go. So that's why we started Go Stops.
And so what BNB is not doing here? They were not doing, BNB was not the answer.
No, because the budget that we're talking about is 500 rupees a night. And how do you get something which is predictable, safe, social, and fun at 500? The answer lies in the backpacker model because we have dormitories inside our hostels. So they buy one bed every night for 500 rupees. And they can even travel solo because they don't have to wait for their friends to make a plan. So that's how they travel. And this allows them to travel a lot more and on a budget. So imagine.
So what is the, because we have a topic, shifting consumer behavior. What is your data showing you, and since when you started this company?
We started in 2014. And what the data shows me today is that the youth is consuming the same content which every young person around the world is consuming. They all find travel very aspirational. They want to explore more. They want their friends to know that they're exploring and learning more, that they're spending their time exploring and learning about new things rather than at a pub or a bar. So there is huge creds to travel and Instagram, right? And at the same time, they have access to the mobile. So they're completely digitally native. And that's how we got discovered. We didn't do any marketing when we started. We were simply listed on OTAs. They found us there and they came to us.
And what is the age group we are talking about, your consumers?
So as far as our target age group is concerned, it's 20 to 23-year-old people who are earning 20,000 rupees a month. That's the belly of our market. So we get young, excited consumers from tier 2, tier 3 cities, as well as the metros who want to explore their country. And it's very simple. You take a bed for 500 rupees, a bus for 500 rupees, you spend on some food for 500 rupees. You've had a weekend in just about 2,000 rupees and you've made new friends and new memories and explored a new part of the country. So that's essentially what we're trying to do. We're trying to make travel accessible.
Very good. Good initial understanding. Yeah. Prabhu, will come to you. And where are you based? What is so different? So the best would be to compare it with who are your peers, with whom you compete, what is your business, how do we understand your company, M2P FinTech, what is the disruptive idea behind it?
Sure. Thanks, Sudhir. Thanks for having me here. Thanks to Businessworld, and thanks to all the co-panelists. I'm a Chennai-based guy. I have born and brought up in Chennai. M2P is a predominantly Chennai-based company. We also have offices in Bangalore and Mumbai. So we look at consumer in a different manner, in the sense we are a B2B company. We in fact work with MoneyHop, we work with BharatPay in different capacities. We have built the payments infrastructure on top of which they run their consumer story, right? When it comes to behavioral science, like we have read a lot that what companies want and what they want to build and take out to market was not there to be offered by the banks back in 2014. I'm talking about the times when Paytm was a $20 million company. Now they've gone to IPO and become so big. Similarly, BharatPay was not even founded back then. They have become a $3 billion, $4 billion company now. So if you see, if we are able to catch hold of the consumer behavior and give them the right product that they would consume, you can build a $1 billion business in no time, right? So that is an evolution, right? No company had gone from 0 to $1 billion in such a small, short period of time, except in the last 2-3 years. And we wanted to build a business adhering or catering to that market, where we build the payment rails, we build the rails on top of which innovators can start innovating without worrying about the heavy lifting of payments, because banking and anything related to fintech infrastructure is not easy. It's like a slow burn business. So we built the first 5 years, bootstrap, build the basic rails, and then started expanding. We landed there, then we have started expanding to multiple global geographies. We are now there in 10 different markets across Asia Pacific and Middle East and North Africa. So our idea is to work with, so we know, we are very, very clear that we'll not be able to assess every phenomenon that is out there, right? We'll have to work with innovators, we'll have to co-create products. So that's what we do.
Very good. Good initial thoughts. Basically, Mayank, what everybody is saying, that this is the nicest time to be in the business. We have great connectivity. We have data at a price which was uncommon in the rest of the world. Perhaps we are the consumers of the cheapest data in the world. All analysis says everybody wants from all the OTT companies to everybody wants complete control over our mobile phones. How much change you have witnessed in the consumer behavior? What is your company like? How it is different from BharatPe, and where it is heading?
Sure. Thanks for having me here. Thanks to Businessworld, Sudhir, and the fellow panelists. So I'm the founder of MoneyHop. At MoneyHop, we are trying to build a cross-border neo-banking application, which enables Indians to send and spend money in any currency across the globe. And we do that via a multi-currency bank account and an app supported by a card. Now, the reason we kind of started this company is because I myself was a student who traveled abroad and lived in London for several years, and I had taken a loan from a rather public sector bank who were charging me 12% on a secured.
You should have taken a car first.
On a secured education loan, but later I realized that they were also charging me 5% for remitting the money abroad, and I didn't even have a passport at that point in time. The manager was my father's friend, so we got a loan after putting a house on mortgage. So it was really painful for me to kind of, when I was paying the money back, I said, you should have told this upfront. So you felt a bit cheated. And over the course of the last 10 years, I've been living in London. Every time you see friends and family visit, no matter what mechanism they use to exchange currency, be it cash, card, debit card, there's always it's very paper-based. It's very kind of in-person brick and mortar system, largely controlled by larger banks. Because India is a capital control economy, everything has to go under LRS, everything has to be reported. So these banks never felt the need to innovate. So while disruption was happening massively due to a demonetization and the introduction of UPI domestically, cross-border payments and remittances was still stuck in a rut, which I would still say they are. So, an MSME, which is a Jaipur-based handicraft manufacturer, doesn't want to just sell to you and me. He wants to sell to a European buyer. And he knows what he does well, which is, I don't know, block print. But he doesn't know how to collect that payment from abroad and ends up using a PayPal or a Payoneer where he has to pay 5%. So what we are trying to do is that we're trying to kind of really rather cater to either the affluent class. So in extension to what Pallavi was saying, we're catering to people who travel abroad for education, affluent class who travels abroad for vacationing, or for that matter, an MSME consumer who exports goods and services and wants to bring them
I'll just
back.
ask you and chew your brain on this aspect, that I use normally a travel card when I go abroad. And I'll also take you back because I'm 50 plus. So I'll tell you how in 2001, I was going to South Africa. So I had a packet of traveler's check from Amex. Then the credit cards were not working at that time internationally. Mostly, very few people would be in that position. I was a newcomer. So we had that. And the passport will have the entry of the money which you're carrying. Normally, it was supposed to be, I used to get it entered at that time. So these are the two things I was knowing. Now, when a private bank gives me a Forex card, what I'm losing there, which you will give me?
Sure. So think about it this way, right? When you travel, well, you probably are an exception because you don't use Paytm or BharatPe, but most of the people who travel from...
आज कर लूँगा download, आप तो करना पड़ेगा.
Clarification, we are on the merchant side, not on the consumer side. So people pay on BharatPe, not use BharatPe to make payments.
On a lighter side, though we had an agreement, अभी तो सब कुछ आपसे learn करने की जरूरत है country.
No, so kind of coming back to that, most of the times when you end up kind of traveling from Delhi to Bombay, you don't think about what application or what card to use. Why should it be any different if you're traveling from Bangalore to New York or New York to Berlin or Berlin to San Francisco? So the idea we are trying to impose is the fact that, you don't have to have a credit card and a debit card and a Forex card and then pick up yet another card. You go to a high street branch, haggle for 5-10 paisa, predetermine how much money you want to carry, and don't have any mechanism of tracking. I mean, I remember when I was using a Axis Bank Forex card when I was a student, I'm standing in a grocery store, tap my card, it's out of money, and I call my father, please load 50,000 rupees immediately, I need to buy groceries, right? So our idea is that we kind of giving you an all-in-one card wherein it's a multi-currency bank account, and you can essentially have dollars and pounds and euros and INR on the same card. And if you're traveling abroad, you stand at Heathrow and say, boss, I want to change 2,000 pound worth of money, click a few buttons and the money reflects.
Access and easy. So that's a good thought.
Yeah.
Okay, so Dhruv, I'm coming to you only. Tell me one thing, even if you are not directly interfacing the consumer. Ease of business, do you think that this whole payment gateway system has done two things? One, for the government, for the exchequer, it has given you the backward integration, and that's why your direct taxes are showing lesser number, and your indirect taxes for the, historically it was never the case, but since the GST and all the tracking is happening better because everybody is paying through the Paytm and all these apps. So your indirect taxes collection actually saved the economy last year. In the pandemic, you had 11, it was almost 9 to 11% higher than the direct taxes. Now you tell me that where is this journey? Is still some difference since demonetization? Is still some difference that there are areas to be, which are still to be gapped, where disruptions is going to happen? Because people have talked about leapfrogging, no landlines straight away. So where this mobile has not gone and where is the new business for you?
Great. I think 2 points to be made here. I think to what Mayank was saying, right? What the consumer sees front end is convenience. What the consumer sees front end is need, sometimes desire. So there's a need, sometimes there's a want, desire, and then there's convenience, and then there is, of course, transparency, ease of use, all of that stuff. But the evolution that is happening is actually happening in the back end. So when Mayank talks about saying someone was charging me 5%, it's because money would get remitted from a national scheduled bank to a central bank, who would then send it to a central switch in Europe, because that country is authorized to deal with India, who would then deal with London, where London would accept it and give it into a local bank. And if that local bank was powered by like our friend Prabhu's card program, they would add a few bips of their own income on it. And that's that entire charge that is getting levied, the inconvenience, the lack of transparency. Now suddenly you have technologies like Ripple, which says either 100 rupiya rakho, exactly batayenge it's 1 rupee and so many cents, or $1 and so many cents in the US, and our charge is 50 basis points, because we're not asking you to amortize legacy tech over a period of time. It's exactly how the pharma industry today continues to do a drug for $2 billion and then continues to charge a premium of development even after they have taken that money. Or toll roads, great example. Toll ban gaya, money aa gaya wapis, aap collect karte raho, you keep making money till the Supreme Court comes and says, boss, once you've recovered your money plus profit, the road becomes free. It's part of the government, it's part of the public's infrastructure. So I think what we need to understand is the demand of that transparency, convenience upfront is forcing technologies to change in the back end. And that is where people who are well versed with these technologies, well versed with these platforms, or building these platforms from scratch, are actually transforming the industry, right? That's one part. The second part, what you were talking about, the informal to formal economy. I think, demonetization was a beautiful sort of inflection point. People come around and say, India has, this politics and that regulator. I have done business across multiple economies across the world. I have run a startup which dealt with regulators across the world. And I can tell you that we have maybe one of the most progressive regulators, one of the most progressive government organizations. And I'm not saying that because I'm on a public forum. I'm genuinely saying that because I firmly believe that that is what is going to differentiate India for the next 10, 15 years, that our government is thinking ahead. Now, in that point, demonetization, execution on what it led to and how thorough it was an inflection point. Yes. But I do believe COVID was actually the boom for digital payments. So demonetization to COVID, the first lockdown, pre-first lockdown, the industry went from just shy of $1 billion UPI payments to about 3 billion of UPI processed every month. Today, we're doing upwards of 11 billion every month and growing at a phenomenal clip rate, right? Where we can't even keep up with credit and debit cards because the form factor ki phone mein paisa hai aur de do. And I think it's time very soon the government will say, "Abhi to debit hai, kal credit bhi aa jayega UPI pe," and the form factor will disappear. So it's your phone and everything on your phone. So with that, even the merchants will start saying, "Okay, it's ease of doing business. I'll come into the formal economy." And with the formal economy, accountability will start improving. You'll have another genesis of point of sale softwares to improve tax filing. You know, companies like Clear and so many other companies in that, Zoho and Freshdesk, doing all of this. This innovation will help India move into that part where you pay your dues to the government and the government gives that back to you in the form of conveniences and facilities.
Yeah, very
One point
sure,
to add
sure,
there,
sure.
right? We have to understand that consumer by inherently is a stubborn species. We're talking about ourselves and merchants, right? And how much, I think people who are trying to build a product, who are trying to change consumer behavior are on an uphill battle path, right? So we need these external factors which result into a systemic consumer behavior change. We saw that with UPI, demonetization and UPI kind of going upwards. And as Dhruv was saying, kind of, I think COVID has further enhanced that, right? And you know, I'll give you one personal example, quite contrary to what you're saying. So my father is exactly like you in some respect. He's never had a debit card, and during this COVID times, he was forced to download UPI and start doing those payments. Last weekend, I had taken him to Rishikesh and we were buying some flowers outside the temple. And my father pulls out his phone on the contrary and says, "Ki UPI se payment kar sakta hu kya?" Right? So and now I was delighted. I'm like, okay, when this guy never had an email or a debit card and now he wants to buy a 10 rupee worth of flowers with a UPI, right? So I think being able to kind of, you know, Churchill very famously said, never waste a crisis.
Never waste a crisis.
Never waste a crisis. And I think that's what digital payments are really trying to do, wherein I think being able to understand this consumer behavior, being able to kind of granularly observe this and positively reinforce this through innovative products is, I think, the path we need to take.
I'll tell you something very interesting. So two things are being talked about when we go to international seminars. For 2 years, we have not been traveling. But the last seminar, which I attended of International Bar Association, is one of the seminars I'll remember because that was a 4-day visit to South Korea. And it's not on normal antenna. Normally you go to Hong Kong, Singapore. And after that pandemic came. So I remember two things being talked about. One, that just has been told, just before the Mayank has been talking about the pandemic became the accelerator, which is a very true fact. But even before that, one observation which came, and I just want it to be articulated, that your technological superiority in Asia, your TCS and your HCLs, was always a story for the world. But it never touched the grassroots. It was primarily for the export purposes. Now, for the first time, and this was some lawyer who was mentioning that now after what Indonesia did and some other economies who had the guts to do everything digital, no cash payment. So now the impact which is coming and your taxes are swelling because of this, that's one major change. The second major change is that people's trust, which you both talked about, and Pallavi, I'll come to you on this issue, that we run a corridor as a law firm. We run a corridor called India-Uzbekistan Investment Corridor. And this was something which was done because, like Observer Research Foundation, we do it, and I invest a lot of my time into Uzbekistan. And sometimes even the government says that you do a parallel thing, so we do off track. And it's a very developed country otherwise. Bullet trains they have. Their total export of IT is 150 million only. So how much opportunities you are talking about? And we are just traveling there next month. So you are actually gone ahead from our own standard when you say your dad is changing, or even I had to do even the app for COVID. Usko bhi download karna was a struggle for me. So Pallavi, in pandemic, this kind of business of hospitality of any kind, even if it is 500 rupees or 700 rupees or 1,000 rupees, people had problems of paying their installment, even for a scooter or I'm sure the scooters, they would be having the installments of the bikes. how they managed to travel, how your business thrived even in this period.
I think it's because we are catering to the young people. So even after the pandemic, after the lockdowns were lifted, they were the first people to hit the road. And the price point was so lucrative. And I'm talking about a segment which is not saving for the future. And they'd have no responsibilities at home. So they were quick to bounce back. And 500 rupees is a very easy sum. In fact, a lot of families also came and started staying with us later because we were ultra budget, but state of the art. So people who were not used to staying in dormitories said, we can travel 6 of us, take one dormitory and spend only 3,000 rupees for all of us for one night. It became even more affordable. And one thing that we noticed was BNPL. So kids jump onto every bandwagon which will allow them to consume more. BNPL is very powerful. They will use Zest money, and even 500 they'll break up into 3 months or 6 months.
So that is what the West was doing in India. A lot of people used to come.
I want to
do it in
shamelessly
Paharganj.
plug BNPL here, given that a little known fact is actually the term BNPL is trademarked by BharatPe. But we run a business called PostPay.
What is the meaning of it?
Buy now, pay later.
Oh, and that's your
and
trademark.
so we actually when we did about 2 years of these digital lending where you underwrote people and gave them loans on data, right? Bureau ka data, SMS ka data, whatever data people volunteered willingly, improved their chances of getting some sort of credit. We saw that it worked very well on the merchant. See, in our psyche, we are not a B2B business, we're a B2C. We're the first guys who put a ad focused on shopkeepers. 3 crore shopkeepers हैं, लोग ad बनाते हैं 130 crore भारतीयों के लिए. हमने 3 crore लोगों के लिए बनाई और प्राइम टाइम में ad लगा दी सलमान खान के साथ.
Yes.
Right? And the because we treated.
पर सर अब तो मीडिया में आप इन्वेस्ट नहीं करोगे.
हाँ?
अब तो मीडिया में नहीं इन्वेस्ट करोगे आप.
No, I think
यूक्रेन के बराबर ही न्यूज़ आती है आपकी.
but I think that that aside, I think what we experienced was that we started seeing people come out and say what Mayank's point was, and to what Pallavi was alluding to, saying transform an opportunity, saying why do I only get a buy now pay later option on a fridge or a bike or a TV or a high value purchase? Why can't I just get it on anything? भाई मैं हर दिन गोलगप्पे खाता हूँ, 100 रुपए गोलगप्पे खाता हूँ और 3,000 रुपए मैं महीने में गोलगप्पे खर्चता हूँ, but मेरी income, मेरी residue, I can only afford 2,000 rupees of it, right? Can I break down something which is a lifestyle choice for me? Why are you forcing me only to do anything that is 5,000 rupees or more? And I think that's where people like Zest, Slice, Bullet, and now PostPay have come in and just said, look, spend at your convenience.
And what is the payment return system there? How robust is that?
It's pretty robust, right? The problem, and this is another point that goes towards the word evolution. Problem has been historically, credit in India has been 95% of credit goes to the B2B and the commercial space. Consumer may come. Why? All processes of underwriting, collections, as well as any form of ascertaining whether you are credit worthy or not, are designed for the 2% bad apples. Are designed for the 2. So 98 people go through that entire process, right? If you go to a doctor will tell you, look, there's a 1 in 1,000 chance you could get this bimari. But should I give 999 people that medicine excessively to save that one person? And that's
like airport security checks, right?
Exactly.
You check everybody.
You check everybody, but because that's a binary event, right? You miss one person and something goes wrong, it's gone. So in this event, right? So what you're effectively saying is, as you slim that down, as you transform that, make it simpler.
Yeah.
That's going to come out.
Prabhu, before I bring you, and I know you have to say a lot, just consider what Dhruv has said, that all the best banks which have come out of Bangladesh, micro banks, and they got a Nobel Prize, they all were actually micro banks. Even in India, Bandhan got a license because they did micro lending, and there was no problem there. You had a higher recovery rate. The problem is because of the 2% of the bad apple you talked about, which is commercial lending by and large, and where we come in picture and we defend them in court and do all kind of stuff. So what is the ecosystem? Is there a north-south divide also in the consumer behavior? Behavior of a person in Chennai is different from somebody coming from Uttar Pradesh? You would like to talk about that?
Yeah, very good point. So India is like Europe in the sense you cross 100 kilometers, you speak a different language, eat a different cuisine. So absolutely the consumer, I mean, like whatever research that you do, one size fits all model never works at all, right? The second part is like, I would like to cover this in two different aspects. Like, let me take a very, very different approach to this question. Let's go out of fintech. Let's take an urban company kind of model where home grooming was not so popular. Because of COVID, every home became a private salon for a very, very short period of time, right? The reason is that people initially were not comfortable in making their home dirty, full of hair and all these things. Why do you groom at home and go out, spend the money and get it done in a salon, right? But with COVID, when there was a force and change that was there because of regulations, because of various reasons, the company also started evolving to bring out products where customers can feel safe. So trust, almost every Dhruv and Mayank touched upon trust, and Pallavi also touched upon the trust factor that her customers have. So trust is a major factor which will actually start driving evolution, right? Unless the trust is there, the product is of no use. Even though you do a lot of research, the user experience or the kind of, they should actually know what they are getting into. That is one major factor. Second is that, let's take a fintech example. Now he mentioned about postpay and all the BNPL models that are evolving. Large banks think at it as an opportunity. I had conversed with several large bankers. What they think of is this BNPL is a very, very good opportunity for them to capture the youth or capture the market that they are not able to do with a branch-based network. They are able to capture a guy by giving him a 5,000 rupee loan for a purchase of a mobile phone or a headset and see his payment behavior, take that as a data point, build on top of it and make better underwriting decisions. Can that guy become a good salary account holder in future or a good credit card holder in future is what the banks are going behind. So it's not just the fintechs that are evolving.
So that data is also now going to the credit rating agencies.
Absolutely,
also, right?
Absolutely.
They will be the future consumers of the Mercedes and the BMWs. Yes,
absolutely. Yes. So it's not just the fintechs that are thinking like fintechs,
so
even the bank.
I want you to elaborate on this. What Pallavi said, that some of these 22-year-old would become disruptors. They will run companies later.
Right.
So they will stay in the Leela Palace also.
Right.
But the fact is, you have a data and connectivity with them, and you know what is their behavior and where it is shaping up. Yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely. So when there is an enough amount of technology, enough amount of research deployed in a certain fashion and trust is established, I think the consumers will automatically start adopting it. And it's not just the fintechs or the companies that adopt it or use that opportunity. Even the traditional players can use the opportunity. Let me take a very different example, right? Like there is so you asked a question about the north-south divide. Yes. There is a company in South India which is so well established, all of us know about them, TVS, right? TVS as a company has been doing underwriting for ages. They've been a lender for all of their two-wheelers. I think 50% of the loans are underwritten by them. So they already have a collateral of the two-wheeler being part of their offering. So it is like from left hand to right hand, they help the other company make better sales. And now that they know this guy is repaying his loan properly, can we spin off another product on top of it, like a icing on the cake? Will we be able to do it? So that's where we went and kind of enable that, right? So now a very, very 100-year-old company is ready to evolve, knowing that if there is a customer who is trustworthy and we are able to offer a low ticket loan or lending opportunity at a very, very low cost without any friction. So friction is another thing that I wanted to touch upon. Maybe I'll let you.
No, you go ahead.
Yeah. So in all these things, what is so common, what BharatPay has done very well, what MoneyHop is doing currently for the remittance play is the concept of friction, right? Consumers today, the way they have evolved is that they do not like friction. We do not want to enter 10 OTPs in a journey. We do not want to fill forms after forms, right? That's why we don't go to bank. Like, what is the major use case of having a neobank? The neobanks have been born because a traditional bank asks hundreds of forms to be filled, which the consumers do not want to do, right? Can we make it a digital experience? Wow. Can we make it friction-free? That's where the evolution comes in, right? Wow. So adding to that, similarly in a transaction lifecycle, RBI, as he mentioned, it's a very, very good initiative. The fraud rates have dipped so well. We are one of the markets where the transaction to fraud or the disputes that are raised, the ratio, when you see it, it is very, very good, right? It's a very healthy, transaction market. But can products catch up to it? Can we have the friction because of entering OTP, because of doing, a transaction over a 2-3 minute period? Can we bring it down to 2 seconds? Can we satisfy the customer at the moment of truth? When they want to check out, can we give a one-click experience? That's where companies are actually investing dollars behind.
Mayank, before you say, I have one question right from the beginning when you started talking about your own travel and your own understanding that how difficult it is and the 5% part which you so rightly explained. As a consumer, if I want to use your services, your company services, and first, how different it is from Western Union. That is something which rings in my mind. That's the only thing which I've been hearing since long, 20 decades, 2 decades. Now, first is that. The second is, if I'm going to Tashkent, if I'm going to London, how do I get into that and leave the Forex card behind?
See, every product, Forex is nothing new. Rothschild made his $1 trillion doing FX exchanges, right? So every product goes through several life cycles of changes, right? We've seen Finacle software being introduced, introducing core banking system, and now Zeta comes along trying to do pretty much the same thing. We're seeing the third wave of cross-border payments and remittance companies. The first wave happens to be this MoneyGrams of the world, Western Unions of the world. And they were largely focused on enabling immigrants to send money abroad. And that time they didn't have digital channels. So they would collaborate with a lot of grocery shops where you could go and pick up the money, right? Then we had Remitly, which is a 10-year-old story, TransferWise, which is a 7-8-year-old story. What these people did is that they built rails of moving the money across countries. But over time, we've understood is that for us to really be able to be a lifestyle company, be able to hold consumer from end to end and provide that digital experience, you can't say that I'm just solving that part of the bit, which is just efficient money movement. You have to handhold the consumer through that journey. And in order to do that, what's happening in India, and we did a 1-month-long research talking to over 500 to 1,000 people. Every Indian, we're a 29-year-old average Indian country. People want to travel the world, live in different parts across the globe, be global, don't want to buy a house on mortgage, want more stamps on their passport. They believe in transparency, convenience over everything else, instant gratification. And the banks haven't really helped them in the cross-border banking needs. A lot of companies are doing that domestically. We feel one of the few companies which is doing that for cross-border payments and remittances. So I think that's how we are different, to answer your first question. Secondly, how you would be able to utilize products like ourselves is, we think of ourselves as a global expenditure account, which is, let's assume that you still have your HDFC or SBI as your primary account. You have a bunch of money flowing into this account on a regular basis, and all your domestic spends and international spends can be done on this card, because we call it one global account, one global card.
It's
an app and a card.
It's a card. Okay.
Yeah.
And how do you apply this?
You download an app.
Again, also I have to go back to that part.
Next
That
step,
is my original problem.
Next step is going to do buy now, pay later on cross-border. Natural evolution.
Maybe travel loans.
I'm thinking this app downloading is the biggest struggle, because unless somebody helps, I can't download. I will ask you a very interesting thing. All our talk is happening around that how India's demography, how India's population, we were the youngest nation in last 10 years back. Every year you will be hearing from Harvard Business Review to everybody talking about India is one of the youngest nation. Now, I heard Ruchi Sharma in his annual show with Pranay Roy, which happens in December last week every year. He said India's demographic dividend, this is the last decade. Then we'll be an older country, and there'll be countries which will be younger than us. So how much you are prepared for that? That's my point number one. Secondly, when you see technology doing this kind of, I would say, tsunami of opportunities like India is providing you, which are the other jurisdictions which are your competition or you look up to them? Dhruv.
So I think I want to make 3 points here, right? One, I think what you experience identifies what you don't like. And that inspires you to solve that problem, right? So he was a student or traveler, didn't like it. She backpacked, didn't like it. I was forced to use archaic banking, didn't like it. You know, he's also in the same banking board, understood that banks can't build technology as fast as a tech company. So you're either a company with an IT department or you're a tech company. There's differences, right? And each of us went through those personal experiences and evolved the solution we built there. Now a 23-year-old in Pallavi's hostel in the dorm is going to experience something else and find some sort of a solution to leapfrog that. So point number one is that I think the younger demographic is experiencing something which we have not experienced and will continue to now feed that. That's going to catalyze the thought process. हम अपनी प्रॉब्लम तो सॉल्व कर ही रहे हैं, वो अलग प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करना शुरू कर देंगे. Second point, I fundamentally believe that it takes, while there are some great, like I'm a big fan of Zepto because it's a 19 and a 21-year-old, but you hear them speak, they can put your own thinking to shame. The way they are building their company, right? Big fans of what they're doing, both the founders.
What do they do?
They're 10-minute deliveries to your doorstep, grocery and other.
But just curiosity, say, why do we need a 10-minute delivery?
So I think it's convenience. You don't need 10 minutes delivery. 12 bhi ho sakta hai. 10 is a gimmick. The concept is convenience. Do you get doorstep convenience? आपको आज ड्राइवर हायर करने में बहुत मुश्किल होगी, अच्छा ड्राइवर नहीं मिलेगा, या आपको गाड़ी ही नहीं चाहिए क्योंकि आप उबर करते हैं, तो कहाँ उबर में बैठ के थोड़ा जाऊंगा शॉपिंग करने के लिए. So someone for 50 rupees, someone will deliver it to my doorstep.
पर सोचो ना, आप चाय बना रहे हो और जिंजर खत्म होगी तो
अब सामने वाले से तो मांग नहीं सकते.
हाँ, exactly.
वो कहेगा 10 मिनट में वहां से मंगा लेते, ऊपर मेरे से मांग रहे हो, सारी मूवी का प्लॉट चेंज हो जाएगा.
Exactly. So I feel that, but I still feel that if you look at the research done in the world, some of the smartest, best companies have been founded by people between the ages of 35 and 40, right? And I was joking to my wife yesterday. I said 40 under 40 sounds really cool, but let's try for it next decade, because there'll be 50 under 50. It'll be 10, at least 25% easier to get into. But the interesting part is that this is the prime where great founders come out. So if you have a younger population, it still has 20 more years to get here. So I disagree that this is the last decade. I think we've got another 30 years of great innovation left in India, and it's going to continue to go. I think that the last part is technology cycle transformation has changed. Pehle 5 saal mein change hoti thi. Just look, one of the sponsors of this event is Slack. How did Slack come to be? चिट्ठी लिखते थे, फिर Telegram भेजा, Telegram फिर fax बना, fax email बना, email में attachment लगी, suddenly WhatsApp आया, WhatsApp it has its own challenges, so you move to an omni-channel platform like Slack. All of that has happened while for 100 years, the entire 1900s, you were just doing that. Email to Slack is maybe what, the last 20 years? So yeah, the last 20 years for widespread use. I mean, that's the beauty of what I call leapfrogging speed.
And which are the countries you are looking at which are far ahead than us in widespreading technology like this?
So I think if you think about technology, there are 3 countries across the world that I feel set the standard. It's the West, and when I say the West means I take Western Europe and America into it, and I will put it there. Then there is what I call the BRIC, and then I call the emerging part of the world. Now it's not countries, it's blocks, but if I had to pick countries, it would be US, India, China. And why? Please understand. India, you build a product, you will get 100,000 users, but 100,000 users used to deep discounting, who you have to really convince with the excellence of a product. The same product launched in China gets 1 million users on day 0, and aate dal ka bhav clear ho jata hai, and it's very clear what is the product. Right. But the same product will earn 7 times more revenue in China and 70 times more revenue compared to India and the US. The same exact product. The same exact product. So these 3 countries, so China is pure digital, America is pure revenue, and India is hybrid. India is a hybridization of that. Yeah. These 3 countries are sort of the paradigm you should look to when building any sort of digital evolution and transformation in the world. Great.
See, one more thing to understand there is that, back in the day, for me to build a company like myself, I would have taken 3 years, 4 years, bloody bought a server, put it in, a room, get those wiring connections going. It would have costed $200,000, $300,000 just to get any working prototype out. Now, what is happening is the products are becoming more innovative because they are becoming more modular. And I say this, which is, you buy a watch from a watchmaker. So what Prabhu's company is doing is not what I do. And I don't want to reinvent the wheel. I mean, he already has the channels. He helps me make those payments easier, and I would rather use that. Rather than buying that server, I buy an AWS server. So I can roll out a product in $2,000 now in 1/10 of the time, as opposed to what it used to take me several months and years earlier, right? So I think with the advent of technology, the modularization also is helping us kind of go more innovative.
Pallavi, tell us some interesting aspects that I have not still understood. These dormitories, who owns? You own them, or we aggregate them? That is one question. And the second is that what are the hotspots? Which are the cities? I have still not understood which are the cities where these youngsters actually go. I want to know. That's a very interesting thing. The 20 to 23-year-old, where they go, Goa or other places. So tell us some stories.
I've seen one go stop in Dehradun.
You
have?
Pallavi,
oh, lovely.
I want you to share with us some interesting data about this generation. And what do you call this generation, this 20 to 23? Millennials, so ab aap log ho gaye.
Gen Z.
Gen Z.
They're the Gen Zs. So essentially...
Wow.
I think just to pick up from what Dhruv was saying, I feel that why Zepto is doing well is because the young people want to live the maximum life. So it's instant gratification. They're actually enjoying the idea of ordering it in 10 minutes. It's not that they need it. It's just I can and I must. Their life is in their mobile phone, and anything that it will give access to them, they'll use. PUBG, for example. It was such a rage. Everybody across tier 1, tier 2, metro, tier 3, everybody was playing PUBG. They're already used to the metaverse. Our young people are already used to the metaverse. They were already in PUBG. They're going to be early adopters of this also. So this phone, this smartphone that is there in the hand of the young people, gives them access to so much, fuels so much desire to learn more, to have more, that even Zepto becomes so important in their life. Even though they can plan that mere ghar mein adrak nahi hai, मैं पहले से ले आऊं, लेकिन he's like, मैं क्यों करूं plan? Coming back to my consumer, they're essentially very comfortable with shared economy. They don't think it's a compromise to be in one bed in a dormitory where there are people who then don't know. They're anyways using the bus. They're using the train, which is already shared economy. They love co-working spaces because you have a pool table, foosball table, you have meetups, and you have a seat in that office. Same as with us. State-of-the-art common areas. People love it. What are they paying for it? 500 rupees. So that is who the consumer is. And that allows them to do a lot more with that money. It goes a long way. What are the hotspots? At the present moment, we're all in leisure destinations. But eventually, we want to be everywhere that the young person has any reason to go.
Which are those hotspots?
So it's all the big leisure destinations like Goa, Rishikesh, Mussoorie, Nainital, Bhimtal.
And you own the properties there?
We operate them. So we are not aggregators. So we lease the properties.
And what kind of properties you lease?
So we lease what is called the long tail hotel supply. So anything which is sub 40 rooms. There aren't any operators for sub 40 rooms in India. So it's a white space for us. Hotel owners do not have any operators for this category. We want to operate. We convert them into hostel and host young people. It differentiates the market vertically. It cuts it with a demographic suited to the psychographic needs of the consumer.
Wow.
Is there higher operating cost to that?
Very low operating cost. In
And
fact.
why
It runs
should,
as a QSR.
and Pallavi, why it won't go to Zomato or somebody else? All these new, why they will not, those hotel people will not go to Zomato, and why they will come to you?
Oyo, yeah. They will not go to.
Sorry.
Yeah, no problem.
Oyo.
Yeah. See, Oyo is designed for a vast age group. They have not designed the space for a young person. We have designed this.
No, I'm asking from the landlord's perspective. Why he should go to you, not to Oyo?
Oyo doesn't operate. Mostly it is an aggregator.
So that's the disruption here.
Yeah. So we are operating and at the same time providing exactly what the young person needs. So our heart of our hostel is the common area.
So you are basically, then you are Taj and Radisson and Marriott's, because they also operate a property. That's
Yeah, so the way we like to refer to ourselves is we are the old monk of traveling. We want generations to start traveling with us and then graduate to other things.
Brilliant. This is brilliant. Yeah, Prabhu, some of your thoughts. South and North divide is now blurring actually. Pushpa has done a great thing. Like I just saw a Bhojpuri version of Pushpa song yesterday, 3-minute song, and a very serious attempt, not like a caricature. So what do you think? You are in Tamil Nadu. How much of your business happens in North India, or you want to come to North India more vigorously? How much language is the barrier in, even despite this technology? How your business is projected for future?
Yeah, it's a very interesting topic, right? So for us, the majority of our customers are pan-India. There is absolutely no one concentration like the TVS Credit example that I took. That's a Chennai-based company. Their operations are in and around Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Andhra, Karnataka. But 90% plus of our India customer base have companies spread across India. In fact, even Northeastern India are also covered. So when it comes to this divide, right? So what I think is that one generation, if it lets go of all these inhibitions that was already set, right? I think the next generation won't do it. Let's take the earlier example, the debit card example. If my father had not used debit card and I started using debit card, I started using mobile-based payments. Of course, my son is not going to go back to the checkbook, right? So I think even this divide or all the other distractions that we see, I think it will go off in a matter of time because the everybody is coming online. I think communities are getting built. I see a lot of communities for very, very specific reasons. Like NFTs, there are a community of developers who are very focused on building NFTs, very focused on building for the Web3. So back then, there was not even one proper Java community. I'm talking about 10, 15 years ago. But if you see online, there is Stack Overflow. There are several online forums where people across different demographics come and contribute. Right. So I think when it comes to technology or building companies, this country divide is certainly not there. However, demographic divide will be there for some time because that's what kind of makes us special, right? We still thrive because of that.
I mean, to your point on north versus south, right? I think the way one of the other ways to look at it actually is age and cities. So what you see is you see a Bangalore and a Pune being very, very tech savvy, or actually a Bangalore being purely just pure tech, right? Because it's just the influx of it. Everyone teaching their parents, everyone working in tech companies, parents being proud of their kids getting ESOPs and working in tech companies and wealth creation and all that. So purely tech. Then suddenly there's a Hyderabad and a Pune where it's skewed towards a younger population. So the city is far more digital. And I think what you've now seen is as COVID hit and people went back home and spent time out of those cities, the digital index of the next 200, 250 cities in the country has now suddenly come up. So their parents, their sabji wala, their kirana store owner has now become digital. So while Bharat Pay says we have a sales force presence in 150 cities because they're critical mass for us. We have merchants in 2,500 towns, cities, villages across the country. And we see the, that sort of hockey stick of UPI and digital payments continuing to rise. Even after life is becoming normal in the urban cities, people are returning back. It's not like digital payments are dropping in those cities. Life is continuing there, albeit lesser consumption,
because their
but
behavior
still
has
there.
changed. True, very true.
Give the last word to you. And Mayank, this I have witnessed because going to sometimes these smaller cities and seeing from the pan shop to all the chaat shops in Banaras, actually seriously indulging in these payment gateways. Sabji walas, most of the good sabji walas have these payment gateways. So what are your thoughts? Where we are heading? We'll have more and more inclusion?
Absolutely. I mean, I come from Dehradun and I've spent a considerable amount of time living there and go back there quite often. And it's fascinating to see, we used to have this chaat pala on the radio who used to come around our house when we were younger. And we're seeing these guys selling, coming around still in those same carts, but having a digital UPI payment acceptance there. So certainly, I think a lot of growth is going to come from tier 2, tier 3 cities from the perspective of digitization. What we have to understand is that we are 1.3 billion people, and these people got to eat, they got to entertain themselves, they got to travel, and a majority of this lives in tier 2, tier 3 cities, right? So the kind of penetration and the percolation of the technology into these cities is going to be tremendous, and we're going to see a lot of growth from that. And I was just going to say, think about a Tamilian developer going to I think a Go Stop hostel in Dharamshala using a Money Hub debit card, paying into funded by postpay, right? That's how it all comes together.
Yeah, it's a dream. It's a dream. So thank you. It was a great panel, and I'll just have 1 or 2 questions. If you have any question with any panelist, you can ask now. Jatin, you have any question? Jatin is CEO of Yuvraj Singh Foundation, Yuvraj Singh Funds, the cricketer, and he's also 40 under 40 in healthcare because he got 1,000 beds done in COVID for Yuvraj Singh funded most of them. You want to ask something?
I think
they did answer, but yeah, one person, Prabhu, will conclude it. Yeah.
So I think the whole concept of BNPL started with the Kata book that is there in every rural, dukan that's there. Right? In fact, it started over there. People trust each other. So that is exactly what we are mimicking using technology today. Right? I think 80% of the population, let's say they are linked to farming or farming related stuff. You see so many cloud farming technologies that have come up. Farmers are getting tech savvy. There are vernacular apps that are being built. I think rural India is very much there. In fact, the hidden vision of M2P is to have, how can we include every single person on earth. In fact, we should also include Mars in the near future and the metaverse that's going to come up. But so that's the overarching goal, right? So inclusion is everything, and I think rural India is not far behind at all. Like he mentioned about the leapfrogging. If you see cities where installed with landlines, the homes in cities were installed with landlines, but rural India just leapfrogged and adopted mobile. So when they see the convenience, when they see the trust, when they see the actual usage, they'll just be game for it.
So to your point, right? You should look at one of the government's initiatives called DBT, Direct Benefits Transfer. I think it is one of the most successful implementations of putting money directly into the hands of the citizen rather than going through a series of middlemen and diluting. So to the point of saying, first get the ability to do commerce into their hands, then that commerce will automatically flow back upwards.
Yeah.
So if you look at payment banking, banking correspondence, you look at microfinancing, you look at community lending, you look at small, trust, like Tata Trust is a beautiful program where they fund, an entire community of women to set up an enterprise in a village and create employment. I feel that, till the ability to do commerce or be at the heart of the commerce and become a consumer rather than just a seeker of benefits.
Yeah.
Till that doesn't happen, and I think that's beginning to happen now.
Thank you. So we are completely out of time, and what a pleasure it was to moderate this panel, and we had a very fruitful discussion, and I hope you all enjoyed. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am and gentlemen. Thank you so much for being here with us. And that was our last panel discussion for the day. So we hope you thoroughly enjoyed that one. In a couple of minutes from now, we'll come back with the BW Disrupt 40 Under 40 Achievers Awards of 2022. Stick around for that. In the meantime, we've got some AVs for you to have a look at. I want to thank all our partners for making this day possible, and you'll see them on the screen now. Thank you.
What is Slack? We ask ourselves that every day. And wouldn't you know, we have an answer. Slack is a messaging app for business, yet it's also so much more. It's your company's home for everyone and everything. Your digital HQ. Slack is made up of organized spaces for anything you're working on, so you can move a project forward way faster, share ideas, set deadlines, and make decisions together in a dedicated space. It's productivity on your own terms, giving you flexibility to work the way you work best, so you can collaborate live. Oh, hi. Find information from across your company. Aha. Or create some focus time. And it's a place to connect with everyone you work with, inside and outside your company, so you can bring together the right people with the right context, and everyone can stay up to date. People do their best work when they have a place to work together. That place is Slack. Get started today and transform the way you work.
We've been in this mode of the industrial age for the last 200 years. You went to a place because that's where the energy was, that's where the power was, power from water wheels or electricity or steam. It was in the plant, so you went there. We've kind of mentally followed that path for 200 years without thinking. When people talk about the nature of work, well, the nature of work may not change, but the nature of how we do work and where we do work, I believe, is fundamentally going to change.
When the pandemic hit and the world was looking at shutdowns, much of what was happening within IBM remained steady. And I do believe a lot of that has to do with Salesforce Customer 360.
We, in a 3-day time period, pivoted 350,000 IBMers from our offices around the world to a work from home environment.
And boom, do we have the VPN capacity? Do we have the cybersecurity? Do we have the collaboration tools? Any company who thinks they can do it all by themselves is plain wrong. Salesforce is a really important pillar of IBM's own transformation.
We are moving our entire structure toward what's happening at the client conversation, because this is about understanding our customer. Combining Salesforce Customer 360 and Slack gives my entire workforce, from Arvind all the way through someone stepping into a sales role for the first day, an ability to work together, collaborate, and do it real time.
Allowing teams to serve our clients and all be on the same page every day would not have happened if we did not have Slack.
Slack is such an integral part of how all our people communicate.
And the merger of these two platforms gives us that 360 approach across our entire constituency. And Salesforce is the perfect partner for us to be able to put that structure together.
IBM and Salesforce have a special relationship based on trust. This is not even about being productive. This is about delight.
place it, soak it, squeeze it, leave it overnight and have it. Take it, smell it, sip it, feel it, taste and savor while you have it. Not instant coffee, coffee instantly.
What is Slack? We ask ourselves that every day. And wouldn't you know, we have an answer. Slack is a messaging app for business, yet it's also so much more. It's your company's home for everyone and everything. Your digital HQ. Slack is made up of organized spaces for anything you're working on, so you can move a project forward way faster, share ideas, set deadlines, and make decisions together in a dedicated space. It's productivity on your own terms, giving you flexibility to work the way you work best, so you can collaborate live. Oh, hi. Find information from across your company. Aha. Or create some focus time. And it's a place to connect with everyone you work with, inside and outside your company, so you can bring together the right people with the right context, and everyone can stay up to date. People do their best work when they have a place to work together. That place is Slack. Get started today and transform the way you work.
We've been in this mode of the industrial age for the last 200 years. You went to a place because that's where the energy was, that's where the power from water wheels or electricity or steam, it was in the plant, so you went there. We've kind of mentally followed that path for 200 years without thinking. When people talk about the nature of work, well, the nature of work may not change, but the nature of how we do work and where we do work, I believe is fundamentally going to change.
When the pandemic hit and the world was looking at shutdowns, much of what was happening within IBM remained steady. And I do believe a lot of that has to do with Salesforce Customer 360.
We, in a 3-day time period, pivoted 350,000 IBMers from our offices around the world to a work from home environment.
And boom, do we have the VPN capacity? Do we have the cybersecurity? Do we have the collaboration tools? Any company who thinks they can do it all by themselves is plain wrong. Salesforce is a really important pillar of IBM's own transformation.
We are moving our entire structure toward what's happening at the client conversation, because this is about understanding our customer. Combining Salesforce Customer 360 and Slack gives my entire workforce, from Arvind all the way through someone stepping into a sales role for the first day, an ability to work together, collaborate, and do it real time.
Allowing teams to serve our clients and all be on the same page every day would not have happened if we did not have Slack.
Slack is such an integral part of how all our people communicate.
And the merger of these two platforms gives us that 360 approach across our entire constituency. And Salesforce is the perfect partner for us to be able to put that structure together.
IBM and Salesforce have a special relationship based on trust. This is not even about being productive. This is about delight.
Tear it, place it, soak it, squeeze it, leave it overnight and have it. Take it, smell it, sip it, feel it, taste and savor while you have it. Not instant coffee, coffee instantly.
What is Slack? We ask ourselves that every day. And wouldn't you know, we have an answer. Slack is a messaging app for business, yet it's also so much more. It's your company's home for everyone and everything. Your digital HQ. Slack is made up of organized spaces for anything you're working on, so you can move a project forward way faster, share ideas, set deadlines, and make decisions together in a dedicated space. It's It's productivity on your own terms, giving you flexibility to work the way you work best. So you can collaborate live. Oh, hi. Find information from across your company. Aha. Or create some focus time. And it's a place to connect with everyone you work with, inside and outside your company. So you can bring together the right people with the right context, and everyone can stay up to date. People do their best work when they have a place to work together. That place is Slack. Get started today and transform the way you work.
We've been in this mode of the industrial age for the last 200 years. You went to a place because that's where the energy was, that's where the power was, power from water wheels or electricity or steam. It was in the plant, so you went there. We've kind of mentally followed that path for 200 years without thinking. When people talk about the nature of work, well, the nature of work may not change, but the nature of how we do work is where we do work, I believe is fundamentally going to change.
When the pandemic hit and the world was looking at shutdowns, much of what was happening within IBM remained steady. And I do believe a lot of that has to do with Salesforce Customer 360.
We, in a 3-day time period, pivoted 350,000 IBMers from our offices around the world to a work from home environment.
And boom, we have do we have the cybersecurity? Do we have the collaboration tools? Any company who thinks they can do it all by themselves is plain wrong. Salesforce is a really important pillar of IBM's own transformation.
We are moving our entire structure toward what's happening at the client conversation, because this is about understanding our customer. Combining Salesforce Customer 360 and Slack gives my entire workforce, from Arvind all the way through someone stepping into a sales role for the first day, an ability to work together, collaborate, and do it real time.
Allowing teams to serve our clients and all be on the same page every day would not have happened if we did not have Slack.
Slack is such an integral part of how all our people communicate.
And the merger of these two platforms gives us that 360 approach across our entire constituency. And Salesforce is the perfect partner for us to be able to put that structure together.
IBM and Salesforce have a special relationship based on trust. This is not even about being productive. This is about delight.
What is Slack? We ask ourselves that every day. And when you know, we have an answer. Slack is a message. It's your company's home for everyone and everything. Slack is made up of organized spaces for anything you're working on, so you can move a project forward way faster, share ideas, set deadlines, and make decisions. Yeah, in a dedicated space. It's productivity on your own terms, giving you flexibility to work the way you work best, so you can collaborate live. Oh, hi. Find information from across your company. Aha. Or create some focus time. And it's a place to connect with everyone inside and outside your company, so you can bring together the right thoughts, and everyone can stay present. People do their best work when they have a place to work. That place is Slack. Get started today.
We meet in this mode of the industrial age in the last 200 years. We went to a place that happened, and it was power from water wheels or electricity or steam. It was in the plant. We've kind of mentally followed that path for 200 years without thinking. When people talk about the nature of work is, and the nature of how we work, where people work, I believe is fundamentally going to change.
When the pandemic hit and
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be beginning in the next 2 minutes. I'll request you all to kindly grab onto a seat. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining in, for turning up. I'll request you all to kindly take a seat, settle down, so that we can begin with the evening that we have for you. Thank you so much for joining in on behalf of BW Businessworld, BW Disrupt, and everybody involved. We're truly excited to bring you what we have in store for the evening. That is 40 under 40. The recognition, of course, is there along with the boosting rights, and I'm absolutely sure every single nomination out here truly deserves it. And moreover, if you're winning it, that's icing on the cake, because just getting nominated in 40 under 40 in the category like disruptive, where you're going against the tide, I think that's commendable to even begin with. So kudos to everyone who is on the list. If you win tonight, congratulations. If you don't, there is always a next year. I've been saying that for the last 7 years. Haven't come my way, but what do I know, right? Yeah, if I can request you all to kindly settle down. And contrary to the popular belief in the room, this is not a stand-up show. I'm not going to roast the people in the front row. So if you see a seat empty, please go ahead and take that chair. That'll be very nice. Perfect. I still see one here. Lovely. Okay. So we've had a fantastic day where you can see on the screen right here, The Forum of India's top founders spoke 2022 talks here. We've had some interesting insights on how the future is going to unfold, and some of you were here, so amazing. If you were not here, you can actually go and check out all the content on our website. That's bwdisrupt.com. We do have our social media pages as well. All right, the room looks lively now. So thank you once again for turning up. My name is Ravi. I'll be your host for the evening. Before I actually begin, I would be very happy if I can get to know how many of you know each other. If you know somebody around you, you want to raise your hand. If you know somebody around you, anybody around you, if you have a familiar face right to your left, perfect. You can put your hands down. If you do not know anybody, you can put your hands down, sir. The train has passed. Lovely. If you do not know anybody, you want to raise your hand. If you do not know a single face in this room, I saw 2 hands go up and then they went down. That's exactly what I mean. That's all right. But after the evening is done, I'm absolutely sure that you will be familiar with all the faces here. Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for turning up. This is BW Disrupt 40 Under 40 Awards ceremony. I'm sure you know BW Disrupt is a 6-plus-year-old exclusive entrepreneurial community of BW Businessworld that marks its first event of 2022 with Founders Forum 2022, the most distinguished forum of India's top founders. BW Disrupt is a 360-degree platform to keep you updated on business startups and covers all aspects of entrepreneurship and startup ecosystem in the country at the moment. This also includes Founders Journey. We had some amazing journeys being spoken on the stage today, investment news, and of course, other growth hacking content. Launched 4 decades ago, BW Businessworld is a fortnightly magazine that has come to be renowned as India's largest and most respected business magazines, led by, of course, our beloved Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Businessworld, and founder at Exchange for Media Group. This is the fastest growing business media house in the country, without a doubt. With a network spanning across 23 niche business communities and 8 magazines, BW Businessworld is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystem. Well, of course, with changing times, the readership has changed from the physical to the digital space as well, with 23 niche B2B communities in the portfolio that organize conferences and forums to facilitate interaction between sectoral business leaders and create a conducive environment for collaboration. BW Businessworld is absolutely ecstatic to be on the digital space. So if you want to know more about that, you can actually connect our live stream today as well at www.bwdisrupt.com. As we flag off our first big digital BW Disrupt Award ceremony of the year, I encourage you all to join in the conversation using the hashtag that is BW40under40. All right, before I move on with the proceedings of the day, it's imperative that I thank all our partners who made this possible for us, our associate partners, Slack and MediaTek. Thank you so much. Our gifting partners, Beanly, for their amazing support throughout this journey. Thank you so much once again to them as well. I would be very happy if we can show the videos of the sponsors now. Can we have the AV, please?
What is Slack? We ask ourselves that every day. And when you know, Slack is messaging app for business. That's also, it's your company's home for everyone. Slack is made up of organized spaces for anything you're working on. So you can move public meetings, share ideas, set deadlines, and make decisions. Yeah, in a dedicated space. It's productivity on the long term, giving you less effort. Find information from or create some focus. And it's a place to connect with everyone inside and outside your company, so you can bring together the right people and everyone can say people do their best work when they have a place to work. That place is Slack. Get started today. Next time we work.
We've been in this mode of the industrial age for the last 200 years. Went to places that where energy was, that power from the molecules or electricity or steam, it was in the past. We found that mentally follow that path for 200 years without thinking. When people talk about the nature of work, the nature of work did not change. The nature of how you work, I believe, is fundamentally going to change.
When the pandemic hit and the world was looking at shutdowns, much of what was happening in time remained steady. And I do believe a lot of that has to do with Salesforce Customer 360.
We had a 3-day time period in which over 350,000 actors from our offices around the world to work from home.
We have the EA capacity, we have the cybersecurity, we have the collaboration. Any company who thinks they can do it all by themselves is plain wrong. Salesforce is a really important pivot of IBM's own transformation.
We are moving our entire structure toward what's happening in the client conversation, because this is about understanding our customer. Combining Salesforce Customer 360 that gives our entire workforce from marketing all the way through someone stepping into a sales role for the first day, the ability to work together, collaborate, and do it real time.
Allowing teams to serve our clients and all be on the same page every day would not have happened. Did not have Slack.
Slack is something integral of all people communicating.
And the merger of these two platforms gives us that 360 approach across our entire constituency. And Salesforce is the perfect partner for us to be able to put that structure together.
I need to Salesforce, special relationship based on trust. It's not about how it's about right.
Thank you to all the partners that you just saw on the audiovisual screen right behind me. And yeah, so coming back to what we're doing tonight, recognizing and appreciating disruptors for top 40 under 40. And there's going to be a lot of clapping involved tonight, right? We'll be very, very happy if you can join in, spread the love to everyone winning the award. Secretly, you can say this year it's yours, next year is going to be mine, but on the outset, let's all applaud for the winners, right? And I'm going to try and help you out with this. So can I request you all to kindly leave whatever you're doing in the room and just give your attention to me for the next 30 seconds? Wonderful. It's basically imagining me as your girl on the Valentine's Day. All attention here on the stage for the next 30 seconds. Lovely. The joke landed somewhere. Great. Okay, what you want to do is you want to raise one of your palms like that openly, right? And you want to tap with one finger here. That's all. Absolutely. People in the back, I can see at the back too. Yeah, great. With 2 fingers now, you want to tap with 2 fingers, right? With 3 fingers, if you tap, it's a little bit nicer, right? There's some nice tune to it. If you tap with 4, that's where you feel that you're getting warmed up. If you tap palm to palm, try and do that. Now, this is the applause that I want you to keep going. And I'll request the chief guest for the evening, ladies and gentlemen, keep that applause going for Mr. Sethurathnam, Ravi, Managing Partner, Ravi Ranjan and Company, Chairman, TFCI and former Chairman, Bombay Stock Exchange. Let that applause be a little bit more louder than that. Mr. Sethurathnam, Ravi. Can I request you to kindly come and say a few words, sir? That'll be amazing.
Good evening, everybody. It's a privilege to be here, and thank you, Anurag, for inviting me. Can you keep them? Sure. So I always admire entrepreneurs, promoters, founders, because
First of all, the passion, the idea, and the vision, coupled with hard work, toil, and continuous challenges, and then finally the success. So it's a journey by itself. No entrepreneur or a founder, there is no easy path for them. There is one thing that I would like to state. When we are climbing a mountain, there are small mountains on the way. So first you climb the first one, look back that you have climbed this much, and then look forward what you have to achieve. You go to the next mountain or hill, and then you look back that you have climbed so many steps, so many distance, so much height, and then you look what you have to achieve. So all entrepreneurs, all promoters have to look behind and look forward what they have to achieve, and also to pat themselves for what they have achieved so far. But let me tell you, as we go up, you will find that there is very little oxygen and the wind speed is high and you're alone because you have lost many on the way. That's all I can say, because the success of entrepreneurs is 1 out of 1,000. Being a part of an incubator, I realized the success was 1 out of 800 nearly. True success. So that is the challenge which every entrepreneur has to go through, every founder has to go through. And I applaud all those who are winning today, because they have made it happen for them. It's through hard work, dedication, building a team, and yet moving forward with all the challenges that the environment poses. We are multiply regulated in this country. We have multiple regulators, multiple challenges, and moreover, there are multiple reforms in the way. So these challenges are overcome by the entrepreneurs. So I applaud each one of you who has made it here. Please applaud for those who will be here on the stage. For those who did not make it, keep trying, because as I said, it's going to be challenging, but we never have to lose hope. One thing about entrepreneurship is, what is the final footprint that we leave is very important. And that is one thing that I always value. Today, you look at Dhirubhai Ambani and you see his photo whenever you go to any office in Reliance. He's the creator. He has created this company. And you look up and say, oh, this person has created the company. So after 100 years, 50 years, 75 years, if people remember you, then you have made a success of it. Another thing that I want to tell you about the under 40 entrepreneurs, and that is a very challenging aspect, because from the Graham Bell's telephone, which was 100 years ago, till today, cell phone, the journey was slow. That 100 years, the journey and invention was slow. But let us take the last 20 years of journey. It has been rapid, fast, and at a pace that we all have to we are challenged with the pace of invention. So the under 40 people have to go through a change which is far, far faster than the previous generation of entrepreneurs. That is why I feel today's entrepreneurs, especially under 40, they are very valuable to the society, and we must applaud them because they have achieved something in a very changing environment, not only from regulators, but technology, people, concept of everything has changed today, and yet they are able to survive and move to the next level. That is what is true entrepreneurship, and that's the spirit also of entrepreneurship. So with this, I wish you all the best. I thank BW for inviting me. The only thing that I would say, please be passionate about whatever you do. Be happy about whatever you do. And last but not the least, don't worry about a failure. I'll give 4 issues just as I leave, 4 small things. When is an entrepreneur tested? When there is too much money, when there is a failure, when there is a disaster, and when there are unknown, unforeseen circumstances like COVID. This is the time when an entrepreneur is tested. And if the entrepreneur goes through these 4 challenges, one is bound to make it happen. Thank you so much.
I would request Mr. Deep Kalra. I'll request Mr. Roshan Suhail from Speak India to kindly come and help us felicitate our chief guest for the evening. Please. Thank you so much, Mr. Sohail, and of course, our chief guest, Mr. Sethurathnam Ravi. Thank you so much, sir, for being here. We truly are indebted for your valuable time. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, our chief guest for the evening, you can put your hands together and show our gratitude. Thank you. And now I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Deep Kalra, founder and group executive chairman for Make My Trip, to come and give his co-jury chair address of BW Disruptive 40 Under 40.
Good evening, everyone. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me as part of the jury. Anurag. Anurag, for those who don't know, is also an ex-colleague. So we go back a really long way, I think to 1992 or 93. No, 95. 1995. So it's been a long association. Speaking after Dr. Ravi is not easy. And he's Dr. Ravi. Mr. Kundu, he's Dr. Ravi. Speaking after him is not easy. I literally was thinking, sir, that you covered every point I wanted to make. So like a good entrepreneur, I have to think on the fly of something else that I have to say. So I want to leave, folks here with 2 thoughts. Obviously, it's huge to be part of the 40 under 40. I can tell you as part of the jury that we really spent a lot of time, a lot of effort, many cycles. I think Mr. Singla knows about it. Obviously, Anurag, few other jury members here, I think some on the way. It wasn't easy. And the toughest part always is the folks who just don't make it. And like you rightfully said, Dr. Ravi, don't lose heart. If you're here or if this message gets to you, it was very hard to cut off at 40. Mostly entrepreneurs, as the name says, founders, a few entrepreneurs, which was also lovely to see. And I think entrepreneurship is as challenging sometimes and probably as difficult as being an entrepreneur. Because if you're an entrepreneur, what it means is that in a job, you're really playing an entrepreneur role, which for anyone who's founded a company will testify that it is probably the most gratifying thing if you can build a team of entrepreneurs. There's nothing more satisfying than that. And I've yet to see an entrepreneurial success go to certain levels without having a lot of entrepreneurs. So while 1 person or 2 people or 3 or 4 might set up a company as co-founders, people who take it forward very often are the loyal soldiers who started with you early days, who are shoulder to shoulder with you, and who treat the company just like their own. I feel really good that there's a culture today, and it started way back. I started Make My Trip in 2000, And one of the first few things we wanted to do was put in place a really aggressive ESOP plan. And the word ESOP was not known much in 2000. And I got inspired by Infosys. I can tell you, I'd spoken to Mohandas Pai and to Nandan. I'd understood their plan. And I said, what a great company Infosys is, because not only have the founders done really well as the company did really well, and the shareholders, the big investors have done really well, but there were at least, I think, a few hundred and later on a few thousand employees, I don't like that term, but co-workers and entrepreneurs who did really well. So one of my requests to each one of you founders who's part of this list is that as you go ahead, please don't forget the team. As you go ahead and win many more laurels and many more awards, as you will, I'm sure, and you'll make BW proud as well, because we would have spotted you early. Please don't forget the team, and please make sure that they get not only their due, but more than their fair share. It is the most gratifying thing. Our jury chair this time was Raman Roy. I don't know if he's here or not. Is Raman going to come? So I have to tell you a story about Raman. Raman and I worked together in GE Capital, and he was a very senior guy. He was there many, many years, and we actually quit on the same day. We quit on March 31st, 2000. I started Make My Trip on 1st of April to keep financial accounting and your ITR very clean. And Raman told me after a few years, he did Spectramind, which did really well. And he told me after a few years, you know, the sweetest treat I've ever got is the mithai ka dabba, wo jo laddu milta hai greh pravesh pe, of people who have made money and bought their first house from ESOPs that you gave them. There's no better feeling. And he was so right. He had seen that very early, and it gives me a spine, chill up my spine. So if you can keep that in mind, guys, you will really build a great company. So first thing that you keep in mind, take care of your people well. If there was a choice, if a gun was put to your head and you were asked, is it employee first or customer first? It's a very tough choice. I can tell you, I'd say employee first. Because if your employees aren't happy, your customers ain't going to be happy eventually. But there are many companies who build great, you know, large corporations, great products. Employees not that happy. That's the kind of culture. Personally, don't subscribe. And I don't think they're not mutually exclusive. The second thing, like I said and alluded to, is your customer. As you go ahead, awards are lovely, and they are the pat on the back, they are the reinforcement, they are the base camp. You get your oxygen there, to use your metaphor, sir, and you keep going to greater heights till you finally scale your peak. But don't focus on awards. The awards will come. Don't even focus on rewards. Don't ever be driven by the money mantra. The money mantra will come as a byproduct. Please focus on only one thing after your employees, which is your customer, their pain point. It could be enterprises, it could be individuals, whatever whether you're B2B or B2C. It could be an internal customer. Focus on your customer, their pain points, and how to alleviate those in a systemized, hopefully scalable manner. Could be a small company, but a very satisfying company. The ultimate goal, and that is what drives me still, is to make every customer a brand ambassador. Not easy, but think about it. There are few companies who've achieved that, and that would be the pinnacle of a really great company. So employees and customers would be the two most important things. The rewards will come, the awards will come, the money will come as a byproduct. I can give you n number of examples of people who focused only on wealth creation and value creation, etc., etc., etc. And they got deluded because it's a mirage. If you're chasing a number, let me tell you, it's a huge anticlimax. Pardon me, you reach that number, whether it's the valuation for your company or your personal number, and you'll suddenly realize that nothing has changed really. But if you're chasing something far more real, however intangible it might sound, which is about building a lasting product, a lasting service, and something you're very proud of. When people take the name of your company or your product or your service, they say, yeah, that's, obviously had a great experience and more, and always expect more. That is something which will be, I think, really lasting. So if you guys can keep that in mind, I think you're good for many, many more rewards and awards to come. So big, huge congratulations. I love the way you taught us how to clap. So hopefully we'll clap with both palms and have a wonderful evening.
Just for a second. Thank you, sir. I'll request Mr. Roshan Sohail once again to kindly join us on the stage and help us felicitate the gentleman that you see. Mr. Sohail is the founder for Speak India and Akshar Kala. Thank you so much for joining in. A brilliant artist. And of course, you see the man out here on the stage. Apart from the amazing business, Anil Kapoor is envious of the fantastic skin this guy carries. So let's have a round of applause for the gentleman for being so kind and joining us. Thank you, Mr. Kalra. Thank you, Mr. Sohail. Let's quickly have a look at the jury AV since we have the co-chair here. I would be very happy for you to get to know the whole jury as well. Let's have a look.
Congratulations to the winners of the 2022 Businessworld Disrupt 40 Under 40. It was a privilege to be on the jury. We saw nominations span across startups, SMEs, and large corporates, and it was invigorating to pick the top 40 out of such a diverse pool. The deliberation process comprised objective parameters with deep discussions amongst the jury members and was completely independent. I once again congratulate all the winners.
Disruption is pretty much the name of the game today in India, and entrepreneurship today has the best shot at it. I've always been a big believer of the fact that there's always a lot of leadership baggage or leadership curse, so to speak, which becomes a disincentive for leaders to disrupt themselves. I think entrepreneurship today, entrepreneurs today, as also professionals, really have a crack at doing it and becoming the next wave of leaders. I'm quite honored to be part of the jury to decide the best 40 under 40, and do believe that the contest was extremely well contested, and hopefully you've done a good job. And if you are part of the 40, then possibly you've really made it. Having said that, frankly, if you've not been part of the 40, give it a shot next year. I think this is a great initiative by Businessworld to create a platform like this.
Thank you. I would be very happy to invite now on the stage Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, Dr. Anurag Batra at BW Businessworld and of course Exchange for Media. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together.
I'm filling in for Mr. J.C. Chaudhary, who's just walked in. Please give Mr. J.C. Chaudhary also a big round of applause. He's been a very successful entrepreneur. He's worked for 5 decades and built Akash and then has done his partnership with Byju's. He's coming directly from Vrindavan and where he has a passion project to building temples. So thank you, Mr. J.C. Chaudhary, for being here, and we request him to speak. But I just want to say that the journey of an entrepreneur starts by someone believing in you. So I have many people in this room who believed in me, and I would like to embarrass them. And I am very good at embarrassing people in that way. So let me start. Mr. Kalra was good enough, kind enough to say that, we were colleagues. He used to be my client in a job, and I don't think he's made any mistakes, but once he made a mistake of offering me a job, and then he made the mistake again. And then I was lucky enough to work with him for almost a year. And And I learned a lot from him. I'm not blaming my negative things on you, would not like to put it on you, but I did. So he was an early believer as somebody, and I did learn a lot of things. I want to tell you, I tell my sales team, Shruti is walking in, sales people are notorious for not sending sales reports on time. So I remember in those days, Mr. Kalra put, I think, 500 rupees or 1,000 rupees. In 96, 97, that used to be a lot of money. And, you know, if you didn't send your sales report on Saturday in time, 1,000 rupees cut gaye. So 90% of the time you would still, but some people like me would still not send it in time. So anyway, so thank you, Deep, for being here and being encouraging and saying the right things. And you're truly a pioneer and a founder. Mr. SRavi, whom I met much late in life, but he, you know, I can stand here and be relaxed and happy because of the mentorship I've got from him in the last few years. He is very, very kind. So I want to thank him. Thank you, Shri SRavi. Apart from being both Mr. Kalra, who's really founded a very big company, an internet consumer tech company, much ahead of everyone. And it's in a very tough space, which saw challenges in the last 2 years. He continues to invent and reinvent. And I know some of the colleagues, senior colleagues that work with him. They're some of the brightest young people that I know in my life. I also want to thank Mr. J.C. Chaudhary, who again is so humble, so jovial, and you know, of course, he worked very hard. He had very humble beginnings. And my wife was telling me the other day that about 25 years back, where he used to be possibly in Rani Bagh, right? Or somewhere there, he started his, you know, his only passion, as Deep said, was to just make sure. He said, my only goal was to make sure that my topper is in the medical entrance. That was the goal. My students should do well. I should get respect from them. Look at how far he's come. So thank you, Mr. Chaudhary, for being a constant source of inspiration. And, you know, he's a big believer in numerology. And now his passion project is temples in numerology. While he has a very active family office, which his sons run, and he's on an investing spree. I met, when I passed out of MDI 26 years back, I met Mr. Harshvardhan. You know, he's sitting here, and he's been my friend and support, an early believer, is always there in anything that I request him to be. My friend Sunil Kumar, who is the president at Exchange for Media, but is more my collaborator. He is literally an entrepreneur, intrapreneur in the company, and you know, I value his advice. He knows, and you know, I am sometimes sure of what I want to do, but the only time that happens is when Sunil tells me that, no, Anurag, I don't think this is the right way to go. This is the right, and I really value. He knows that I do go on that way. There are decisions I made this week that were totally, I was thinking very differently, and I asked him, and he said, no, that's not the right way. So I thank you, Sunil, for being here. I have lots of friends. Ashish, I met 10, 11 years back. He's part of the jury. And lots of entrepreneurs, my friends from Beanley, Samesh and Rahul, they're building a coffee company. And I must declare, in the interest of, I'm involved with them. So, you know, I'm first a consumer of their coffee, and then I'm involved with them. My colleagues, you know, my senior most colleague, Mr. Hoshi Gaswala, is there. I don't know where he's sitting. He's a backbencher. He's the CEO of Businessworld Engage. My senior editorial colleague, Ms. Jyotsna Sharma, who's again a very senior editorial colleague, Mr. Ruhail Amin. My young colleagues, Soumya Saigal, Resham, because really my colleagues will really build the company to the level. My friend Harbinder, who now collaborates with me, he was sitting somewhere. He's now the partner in our healthcare and well-being business and building that as a community. So I just wanted to say these thank yous. I won't stay between you and Mr. Chaudhary's very brief speech. And Chaudhary साहब आप हिंदी में भी बोलेंगे तो बहुत अच्छा होगा. मैं चाहूँगा आप स्टेज पर आके थोड़ा सा, you know, he can motivate in a way that I cannot. So please give Dr. Sethurathnam Ravi, Mr. Deep Kalra, and Mr. J.C. Chaudhary, and Mr. Ashish Singla, because he's part of our jury. A big round of applause. Mr. Chaudhary, for you. Mr. Chaudhary, all yours. Uske baad hum award kar paएं. So I'll go and sit there.
All participants. First of all, if I say something which you don't like it, पहले ही उसके लिए मैं माफी मांगना चाहता हूँ. तो मेरे सभी लोग ज़्यादा इंटेलिजेंट और IQ वाले बैठे हैं.
तो इसलिए मेरी बातों का कितना इफेक्ट पड़ेगा मैं जान नहीं सकता। लेकिन एंटरप्रेन्योर की बात हो रही है तो ये दो तरह के एंटरप्रेन्योर होते हैं। एक तो होता है जो अकेला आदमी चलता है, एक होता है 2 या 3 मिलकर काम करते हैं। मैंने अपनी जिंदगी में अकेलेपन में ज्यादा सक्सेस पाई है। तो मुझे पता होता था मैंने ही जीना है, मैंने ही मरना है, मैंने ही सब कुछ करना है, किसी पे डिपेंड नहीं हूँ। मेरी पूरी एनर्जी अकेले की लगी रहती थी, कोई एक्सपेक्टेशन नहीं होती थी, लगे रहो लगे रहो लगे रहो। अगर 2 होते हैं तो फिर बहुत ज्यादा क्वालिटीज आनी चाहिए, पेशेंस, टॉलरेंस, ईगो, इन सब चीज़ों को एक तरफ रखना पड़ता है, तब जाकर सफलता हो सकती है। तो मैंने ये देखा है कि 2 चीज़ें सक्सेस होने के लिए ज़रूरी हैं। पहली चीज़ तो आपकी बैली में हंगर कितनी है, दैट विल डिसाइड व्हाट काइंड ऑफ एंटरप्रेन्योर यू आर। अगर आपकी बैली के अंदर हंगर बहुत ज़्यादा है तो डेफिनेटली आप उस चीज़ को अचीव कर सकते हैं। जैसे एक स्टूडेंट पढ़ता है, एक किताब पढ़ता है, सोचता है काफ़ी हो गया, अब तो मैं बहुत सियाना बन गया हूँ, मैं पेपर बड़ा बढ़िया कराऊंगा। दूसरा स्टूडेंट कहता है एक किताब से क्या होता है, और किताब पढ़ लेता हूँ शायद और कुछ मिल जाए, तीसरी पढ़ लेता हूँ, चौथी पढ़ता हूँ, तो उसकी हंगर ही खत्म नहीं होती और उसकी नॉलेज बढ़ती चली जाती है। तो ऑलवेज it depends upon how much hunger you are having in your belly, that will decide how long, how far you will go in the life. Secondly, फायर जो होती है वो इंसान के शरीर में कभी नहीं होती है, वो उसके दिमाग और उसके विचारों में होती है। अगर थॉट्स के अंदर फायर है तो सब कुछ पॉसिबल है। थॉट्स में नहीं है और सिर्फ सोचते हैं कि हम हेल्थ बना लें, वेट लिफ्टिंग कर लें, दौड़ लगा लें तो फायर बन जाएगी बॉडी के अंदर, नहीं। बॉडी तो डेड है, इसको चलाने वाला हमारा दिमाग है, विचार है। तो विचार हमारे बहुत पॉजिटिव होने चाहिए, जिसमें एनर्जी भरी हो पूरी तरह से, तब हम सक्सेस ले सकते हैं। हमें किसी भी स्टेज के ऊपर लाइफ के अंदर ये नहीं कहना कि आई कैन नॉट। और मैंने आज तक 72 मेरी उम्र है, लेकिन मेरे दिमाग में आज तक कोई नेगेटिव विचार नहीं आया, आने ही नहीं दिया, क्योंकि उस वायरस को मैं घुसने नहीं देता हूँ। मुझे पता है वो मेरा बहुत कुछ लेके चला जाएगा। तो हमेशा पॉजिटिव एनर्जी के साथ लोडेड रहे दिमाग, तो आदमी कुछ भी अचीव कर सकता है। हमारे लाइफ के अंदर बहुत ऐसे मकाम आते हैं जब आदमी सोचता है मैंने ये भी ट्राई कर लिया, ये भी ट्राई कर लिया, इसको भी ट्राई कर लिया, फिर भी यार अब तो मैं इसको छोड़ देता हूँ, अब मेरे बस का नहीं है। ऐसी स्टेज हर एक की लाइफ में एक ना एक टाइम आती है। मेरे टाइम में जब भी ऐसी लाइफ स्टेज आई तो मैं सीधा माता वैष्णो देवी के चरणों में चला गया। मैं अपनी ताकत लगा चुका हूँ, अब मेरे बस का नहीं है, अब मैं सरेंडर तुझे करता हूँ, तू ही संभाल ले जो संभालना है। और उसके इतने पॉजिटिव रिजल्ट्स आए मैं आपको बता नहीं सकता। उसने संभाल लिया, वास्तव में संभाला। तो हमारी जो एक विश्वास ऑलमाइटी के अंदर होता है, विदाउट डाउट ऑफ सिंगल परसेंट, इट शुड बी 100%, तभी जाके हमें सफलता मिलती है। बिना गॉड की ब्लेसिंग के अगर कोई सोचे कि मैं एक्सेप्शनल सक्सेस पा सकता हूँ, असंभव है। गॉड की ब्लेसिंग के बिना आप कुछ भी असंभव नहीं कर सकते, कुछ भी एक्सेप्शनल नहीं कर सकते। पास कर सकते हैं, अच्छा जीवन बिता सकते हैं, कुछ अचीव कर सकते हैं। अगर आप चाहते हैं कि मैं डिस्टिंग्विश हूँ, एक्सेप्शनल हूँ, तो उसके लिए आपके पास गॉड की ब्लेसिंग्स, गॉड का लव, गॉड का अफेक्शन बहुत ज़रूरी है। और गॉड का अफेक्शन पाना इतना सिंपल काम है जिससे सिंपल हो नहीं सकता। करना क्या है, सिर्फ जाके सरेंडर ही तो करना है, और सरेंडर करते ही आपको सब कुछ मिल जाता है। कई बार हम खड़े रहते हैं, सोचते हैं बहुत कुछ कर रहे हैं, कई बार झुक के भी बहुत कुछ पाया जा सकता है। तो लाइफ में कई बार सरेंडर करने की हैबिट्स होनी चाहिए, जिससे कि आप और ज़्यादा पा सकते हैं। ये ना सोचें कि मैं खड़ा होकर हर चीज़ अचीव कर सकता हूँ। घर में भी कभी कभी झगड़ा होता है, वाइफ के साथ भी होता है, वहाँ भी सरेंडर का फार्मूला हमेशा काम करता है। तो इसलिए सरेंडर ही बहुत अच्छा एक ईजी वे है सक्सेस पाने के लिए। तो आप लोग इतना मेहनत करके निकल रहे हैं, लेकिन एक चीज दिमाग रखिए कि जो पा लिया है वो आज तक की डेट है, इसके बाद व्हाट इज नेक्स्ट। समथिंग मोर, समथिंग मोर, समथिंग मोर, ये फार्मूला भूलना नहीं है, सेटिस्फाइड नहीं होना है। इसका ये मतलब नहीं आप कंटेंटेड नहीं रहे, कंटेंटेड तो हैं, कंटेंटेड पूरे हैं, लेकिन फिर भी हम सोचते हैं कुछ और भी किया जा सकता है, कुछ और पाना चाहिए, खाली बैठ के क्या करेंगे। तो जब तक आपके दिमाग में कुछ और पाने की इच्छा है तो आप अलाइव हैं, जीवित हैं, लिविंग हैं और चल रहे हैं। जिस दिन आपने सोच लिया कि अब कुछ नहीं करना तो यू आर नो मोर लिविंग, फिर तो ग्रोथ ही नहीं है, बिना ग्रोथ के लाइफ भी कुछ नहीं है। तो देयर इज नो एंड ऑफ द ग्रोथ, सो लॉन्ग एज वी आर अलाइव वी हैव एक्सपेक्टेशंस, वी हैव हार्ड वर्क। और एंड पे पहुंचने के बाद भी टॉप पे बैठ के, कई बार मैं भी जब पिरामिड के टॉप पे बैठ जाता हूँ अकेला तो मैं सोचता रहता मैंने क्या खोया क्या पाया, कोई बात ही नहीं करने वाला, कोई बात किसी से नहीं कर सकता, यार दोस्त नहीं है, किससे जो शेयर करूँगा स्प्रेड हो जाएगा कोई चीज़। तो ये अकेलापन भी कई बार बहुत परेशान करता है, लेकिन हर चीज़ के दोनों पहलू हैं, अच्छे भी हैं बुरे भी हैं। तो आई विश ऑल द बेस्ट टू ऑल द एंटरप्रेन्योर। और देखिए जी, ईश्वर के बिना कुछ भी नहीं है, मैं तो इस चीज़ को पहुंचता हूँ, सोचता हूँ मेरे को लाइफ में मैं इस कैपेबल नहीं बिल्कुल था, बिल्कुल काबिल नहीं था, लेकिन मेरा अटूट विश्वास माता रानी के अंदर और मेरा अपना सेल्फ कॉन्फिडेंस जो कि रॉक की तरह रहता था, ये दो चीज़ें ही मुझे लाइफ में आगे ले गई। सेल्फ कॉन्फिडेंस मैंने कभी शैटर नहीं होने दिया और विश्वास भी शैटर नहीं होने दिया। दीज टू थिंग्स आर वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टू गो एंड इन द लाइफ। थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर मित्र, थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Sir, can you stay back for a second? Just stay back for a second. I'll request Mr. Roshan Sohail to kindly join us on the stage and help us felicitate Mr. J.C. Chaudhary for being here with us.
I'm so delighted. बहुत आदर, बहुत सम्मान महसूस कर रहा हूँ मैं।
Ladies and gentlemen, our guest of honor for the evening, Mr. J.C. Chaudhary, Chairman, Akash Educational Services Limited. Thank you, gentlemen. It's time we invite our chief guest of honor, Dr. Batra, and of course, along with the co-jury chair for this event, Deep Kalra and Ashish Singla, to kindly step up on the stage. We'd be very happy to unveil the BW Disrupt 40 under 40 AV to all of you with the help of the gentlemen stepping up. Thank you so much for that loud and thunderous applause. It was very nice to hear you guys appreciate. Thank you. No, I'm kidding. Thank you so much.
That we bring out a special issue which showcases our 40 under 40 winners journey, and it's a 40 under 40. As Mr. Kalra said, it has some entrepreneurs, more entrepreneurs than last year. It has women, though I would have liked to see more women entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs in it. I also want to thank my friend Harsha Benur, who's here from Bangalore. I don't know where is Harsha. Where, second last table, Harsha. I don't know, wherever you are, thank you for being part of our initiatives, believing in whatever we are doing. And, you know, there are lots of my colleagues here. I don't want to stand between the award winners. Chetan has put this together. You know, Devika, everyone who's involved. Mir Salika, Nitesh, Soumyaji, Tanvi and Karthik, of course. So just want to say that it is customary to thank your team at the end, but give my team, one of the happiest moment I get is when somebody like Deep says your team is amazing. When he was walking me in, and he can keep quiet, but he won't say something like that if he didn't believe in it. So really, please give my team at BW Businessworld a big round of applause. I mean, really, they do what they do. I have a certain vision. And I want to say that this is the most honest process. There are people who haven't won and they are almost killing some of my colleagues. I'm buying insurance for some of them. But we do it absolutely honestly. It's an honest process. It's run through a jury which is very, very involved. And there are people I wanted to be in the list. I believe in them. And I'll take one name just to Rituraj Sinha of SIS. I mean, he's so good. But he presented, but possibly didn't present well. And it's what you do on that day. I mean, Sachin Tendulkar is Sachin Tendulkar, but some days he also doesn't score centuries. He gets out on a duck. So really, it is the most honest process and a very involved process. It's not, we look at editorially every company, we discover new companies. So it's an editorial product for us. It's not just a listing. And some people say, oh, you charge money for entries. Oh, some people even say, oh, we will win an award by participating, and we tell them that 500 people apply, only 40 selected. So please don't be presumptuous. That also in last 2 years, there was a jury member, I told Ashish the name also, but I won't. A jury member runs a private equity fund, and he was on our 30 under 30 jury, and he said, oh, you charge guys money? And he used the word, and I got a legal notice done to send to him. And this is a private equity guy saying, you charge. I mean, if you don't like having coffee at the Oberoi, don't go to the Oberoi or Beanley coffee or whatever, drink it. Nobody's forcing you to participate in it. So I just want to say that some of them, their team members have won in the past. They haven't won. Some have pulled away advertising. We really don't care about all that. We do it. We respect our jury and our process ourselves. There are colleagues of mine, 2-3 years back, they would bring some recommendations to me. Now they don't even bring it to us, because they know nothing will happen. So I just want to say it's an honest process. If you won, it is through these very, very esteemed jury members who have put time, my editorial colleagues who have put time. And this special issue will showcase that. So thank you. And Ravin, let's get into the awards. Please give everyone a big round of applause.
Thank you. Gentlemen, for the awards felicitation, I need all of you to stay back on this stage. Mr. Singh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please join in the conversation using the hashtag BW40under40. Okay, it's time. BW Disrupt 40 under 40 award ceremony starts. So without taking any much of your time, ladies and gentlemen, 2 things. All the winners, a humble request, once you take your gift from here, of course, it's a gift in a way that all the hard work has been recognized now. Please step down from the left-hand side for a picture, and all the winners to stay back for a group photograph at the end. So with that, we'll start in the alphabetical order of the winners. Ladies and gentlemen, the power list is here. Let's have a quick look at who is the first winner. Can we have the AV, please? Mr. Alok Patil, co-founder and chief technology officer, Talk.ai. He did not even reach the stage before the last clap died on the way. You want to do better than that, Delhi. Come on, put your hands together. Thank you. So you're receiving it on behalf, right? Okay, I think we can still have the award come up.
Thank you, jury. Thank you.
Thank you. Alok is on the screen, the winner. The gentleman is helping us, and of course, Alok as well. Alok, congratulations. The screen is yours.
Thank you, all the jury members who selected me for the award.
Alok, you can actually try to unmute and see if it works.
I'm already unmute. Can you hear me?
Yes, Alok, please go ahead.
Okay. So thanks to everyone and the jury members who selected me for this award. And I really congratulate to all the members who basically selected in this award as well. And thank you so much. And the vision of the Touch is, you know very well, because Touch is doing the awesome things. And into the coming future, you will see the many features and the many things into the Touch, which will be awesome. I mean, it will be adventure you. Okay. Thank you.
You know, when you get here, you need the applause. So get your karmic bank of applause going. Plus, if you don't get the drinks. There are cameras that capture, and only the people who clap, they get drinks. Okay.
Check. You know you're in Delhi when somebody asks you to clap for a drink and somebody whistles. Fantastic. Really appreciate that. Let's have a look at the next winner in the power list. BW Disrupt 40 under 40. The next winner is please put your hands together for Akash Anand, founder and CEO of Bella Vita Organic.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this award, and thank you so much, jury, everyone, and all my fellow winners and participants. I'll just leave everyone with a small note, especially my entrepreneur friends and entrepreneurs here. There's a lesson I got taught very early in my journey as an entrepreneur. I'll just leave you with that line. The gentleman said, perfection is a myth. Perfection is a myth, but progress is key. So what that means is I never wasted time in trying to perfect everything. Just kept learning from mistakes and kept trying new things, which led me here. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
You know, I just want to say that as it's an editorial process, so I try and look at all the entries, all 100% that come in, Jyotna, Roel, Resham, Nitish, Chetan. But you know, when he presented, he said, oh, I have Bella Vita Organics, and by the way, I've raised so much capital, and so much is primary and so much is secondary, substantial secondary. And the point he came across authentic. He was trying to make the point that, you know, I'm now investing in other companies. I'm become an angel investor, and I'm on a road to an IPO. Someone approached me, and this is the road. And again, while it started as a D2C brand, it will become omni-channel. And again, you know, all the 40 winners are equal. We are doing it alphabetically, but in the jury process, some winners were unanimous or close to unanimous. I would say Mr. Anand was one of them, and it's the first time I met. I think I met him once before when he was in the outdoor industry, which was almost 6-7 years back. But really, this is the second time I've met, and once on the screen. So please give Akash a bigger round of applause. He's also an angel investor in companies. So if you're looking at funds, please go to him.
Congratulations, sir. Let's have a quick look at who the next winner is in the list of BW Disrupt 40 under 40. Mr. Anubhav Jain, co-founder and CEO, Rupify Technology Solutions Private Limited.
Thank you, everyone. And I just want to thank my team. As Deep said, it's all hard work of the team behind the curtains. So thank you so much to people in Bangalore and all across India. We are working remotely. It's difficult to work from Himachal Pradesh, where we have team members, to far northeast and South India. So thank you for putting up together with us. And this is to everybody's hard work. Thanks.
Cheers, sir. Congratulations. Let me give you a quick reminder. We are taking picture for the magazine there. Please get yourself clicked while you're leaving the stage. With that, let's have a look at the next winner in this year's list. Mr. Archit Gar, co-founder Glamyo Health, is the next winner of BW Disrupt 40 under 40 this year. I'll request you to kindly say a few words, sir.
Thank you, BW. Thanks, jury, for the honor. We've grown tremendously in the last 2 years, reached 15 cities. We have already touched 1 lakh patients' life. Hopefully, this is an inspiration to grow 10x from here and touch 10 lakh patients' life in the next 2 years. Really thankful to our team who keep working for the patients. They pick their calls 6 in the morning, 10 in the night. Whatever problems, they solve them in real time. And thankful to my co-founder, Preet, who is here also. He's been burning the midnight oil with me. And my wife, Swati, for being the support system when I'm not around. So dedicated to them. This award is dedicated to them.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations. What he's saying is this award is surrendered to the wife and the partner over there. Well done on that. Let's quickly have a look at the next winner on this year's list. Mr. Aziz Gupta, co-founder, Rocket Learning, is the next entrepreneur to disrupt the industry. Let's have a huge round of applause. Sir, if I can request you to say a quick word. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much to everyone here, especially to the jury, for recognizing an edtech non-profit, which is helping the bottom of the pyramid. We are not a unicorn, nor are we likely to be, but we're hoping we're on the way to be a social unicorn and create a lot of impact. At this point, we're working with 1 million children from government schools across India. And the hope is, I think the biggest thing about this award is that hopefully it gives us the platform to reach the 50 million who need our product and need our work. So grateful for that, grateful to our team. We have 5 co-founders. We have a team of 50, which is doing fantastic work, and this award is really theirs. Again, finally, thankful to my parents who've been role models forever, and to my grandparents who have raised me and my sister to a large extent. And this is the first time they've moved out of their hometown in 5 years so that they could attend this event. And this is one of the happiest parts of receiving this award for me. Thank you.
Sir, if I can request you to get a picture. Thank you. With that, let's quickly have a look at the screen for the next winner this year. Mr. Bhavin Patel, co-founder and CEO, London Club, is the next winner on the
Thank you very much, BW Disrupt, and we are seeing some of the faces of Indian startup entrepreneurship who are really disrupting. But I want to share one small story again in Hindi, because शायद मेरे customers, मेरे team members और जो लोगों ने मुझे यहाँ पे पहुँचने में help की है, वो सारे हिंदी अच्छे से समझते हैं. So लेन-देन क्लब की जर्नी स्टार्ट हुई थी 2015 में, एंड मैंने इतना ट्राई किया था दीप सर से एंजल इन्वेस्टमेंट रेज करने का, कम से कम 10 ईमेल ये आईडी से वो आईडी से. No, it's interesting story because he has been role model, and while I was in engineering during 2002 to 6, I have been following him up. मेरे मम्मी और पापा टीचर्स थे और मुझे बचपन से रीडिंग की बहुत हैबिट थी, तो गुजराती न्यूज़पेपर एक एक वर्ड जब तक खत्म नहीं हो जाता तब तक मैं पढ़ता था. एंड मेक माई ट्रिप की बहुत स्टोरीज मैंने तब पढ़ी थी, तो यू वेर सम ऑफ दोज वेरी फ्यू पीपल जिसके तरफ तब लोग देखते थे. तो इसलिए मेरी इच्छा थी कि कुछ मिल जाए, भले 1 लाख तो 1 लाख, बट कुछ आएगा, मुझे कुछ डायरेक्शन मिलेगा. एंड ईमेल पे जब 10 ईमेल पे रिस्पॉन्स नहीं आया तो मैंने मेरा जो फर्स्ट एंजल राउंड हुआ था वेंचर कैटलिस्ट से, मैं उनके पीछे पड़ गया कि अपूर्वा जी प्लीज कुछ कराइए, आप कहीं से तो अरेंज कराइए. बट ऑल ड्यू रिस्पेक्ट सर, आई एम श्योर कि आपके पास हजारों एप्लीकेशंस आती होगी तो पॉसिबल नहीं है. बट थिंक इज जब कुछ चीज़ों की चाहत हम रखते हैं तो आज एटलीस्ट आई कुड मीट यू, I could take blessings from you, and that really big thing for me. और आज का ये जो अवार्ड है, definitely it's something really big, not only for me, but 257 लेनदेनाइट्स जिन्होंने लेनदेन क्लब को यहाँ तक पहुँचाने में कंट्रीब्यूट किया है, जिनमें से 105 अभी काम कर रहे हैं, बाकी के आए, कंट्रीब्यूट किया और आगे निकल गए. But all of them contributed something that I am standing here. And 3 people जिन्होंने मुझे बनाने में हेल्प किया है, रितल who is my wife and मेरे मम्मी पापा. हालांकि वो टीचर थे, वो कभी भी नहीं चाहते थे कि मैं बिजनेस करूं, फिर भी मैंने पहली बार किया 2008 में, 2011 में शटडाउन किया, तब इतना सुनना पड़ा मुझे, फिर भी मैंने 2015 में वापस किया, एंड टुडे हियर आई एम. सो थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर स्कोल्डिंग मी सो दैट मैं यहाँ तक पहुँच पाया, एंड थैंक्स एवरीवन for listening to this. Thank you very much.
I just want to say that, and I want to say that, you know, I also have my first business exchange for media, and sometimes people ask me, how do we make money on that? I say we send lots of emails and then people pay us to get off the list. Deep is smiling because he gets a lot of mails, and I have to tell you, about 3 months back, I was at my friend Visham Sikand, who's my MDI junior and an entrepreneur. My wife and kids were with me, and two of your colleagues, one tall colleague, I'm forgetting his name, and I have to tell you this story. I have never told you this story. I think I texted you. There was a story on Make My Trip in Businessworld. Yeah, I think I told you. And no, I realized that this is going through the wire, and these are, ANI. We had an ANI plugin. And after and this guy telling me, I got them removed. And I remember he called me saying, "Abhi bhi boss mail aa raha hai, bahut mail aata hai." So I said, "Okay, मैं हटा देता हूँ, पैसे बाद में ले लूँगा, कोई बात नहीं."
Reason I missed your email was the spam from Anurag, the exchange for media mail. That was the reason. But clearly my loss. I wish I'd seen your email. But honestly, even today, I find it really hard to cope. I do get between 500 to 700 mails a day. And I find it really hard to cope. So I'm waiting for a solution. I've tried Slack. If Slack is here, it's brilliant. It's brilliant for projects. We use Slack in the company, but I still need a way to manage my email better. I miss so many opportunities. Yeah.
I also want to say one day, about 25 years back, Deep asked me, "Teरे को driving आती है?" मैंने कहा, "मेरे को नहीं आती है driving." So then he said some things to me, which I will not talk on stage, but नहीं से तेरी गर्लफ्रेंड होगी तो तू ड्राइवर को साथ लेके जाएगा क्या? मैंने कहा है ही नहीं सर, कोई मतलब चांस भी नहीं है, तो छोड़ देते हैं. But now I know how to drive. Not that I have a girlfriend still, but I have a wife. But my wife and kids are very worried when I drive, so I don't drive very often. I just want to say that at BW Disrupt, we have an accelerator called BW Accelerate, and we had stopped it during COVID. We'll start. And I'm saying this openly, if you need an access, you can email me. I do respond to emails. Or text me. I'm not that much WhatsApp person, but if you call me or if you email me, there's a good chance you'll get response. And I'm very meticulous on answering mails, mostly. So if you need a connect, we're happy. Why did we do this? We could have done this physically, saved the expense. Our sponsors would have been still happy. Is that you meet each other, you collaborate with each other, winners meet each other. You got to know a little bit about his company, his journey. You meet Deep, you meet Ashish, you meet Ravi sir, you meet JC Chaudhary sir, and many other people who are in the room. So the idea is to be able to bring you together. So if you ever need, there are colleagues, Hoshi is there, Chetan is there, lots of my colleagues are here. If you need a connect, and if you have something really valuable, we will connect you, okay? So it is for new, young entrepreneurs who are in the room. Most of you are established, so you don't need it, okay? Bhavin, congratulations. Please give Bhavin a big round of applause. Bigger round, bigger.
In a true Gujarati fashion, after he was done, he asked me for everything that was given to me. And apparently it was not in my hands. So well done. Congratulations, sir. Once again, let's quickly move on to the next winner. And the next winner is coming up on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. That's the way to go. Fantastic. Let's have a huge round of applause for Bimal Reba. He's not here, but Amrita Singh is coming on behalf of the gentleman to collect this award. Thank you, Amrita, for collecting this on behalf of Bimal. All right, let's quickly have a look at the next winner on this year's list. Mr. Chirag Taneja, CEO and co-founder at Go Quick, is your next winner. Let's have a huge round of applause for the gentleman.
Thank you so much, Jury, first of all, for this. I'm a 3 times entrepreneur, so, as Deep said, nobody starts a company dreaming of, getting awards. So this is a great milestone and, I would say a good milestone in the journey. And in terms of, dedicating this is dedicated to my entire team and my family, my team for believing in the vision. And, I'm running this 13, 14-month-old company. So it's not a, a longish company. It's a pandemic-born company, 100-odd people who have believed in the vision. And my family, I have a wife and a kid who have believed and probably tolerated me. So this is to them. Thank you.
Ashish, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a huge round of applause for Ashish, sir, for being here with us. Thank you so much, sir. And keep that applause going as I invite the gentleman, Mr. J.C. Chaudhary, on the dais with a huge round of applause to help felicitate all the winners that are coming up on this stage. Ladies and gentlemen, our guest of honor coming up on the stage. I'll be very happy if you can put your hands together with some gusto behind it. Fantastic. All right, with that, let's have a quick look at the next winner on the list this year. And your winner is Mr. Dheeraj Agrawal, CEO and co-founder at Campus Sutra, is the next winner at BW Disrupt 40 under 40 this.
Sir, your paperback team. Almost ready. Hi, so I'm collecting this award on behalf of the 350 members that we have at Campus Sutra. I come from a very small village, right? The village where I was born, the total population of that village was about 2,000 when I was born there. So one of the satisfying part of this whole journey has been that 50 people who work at Campus Sutra are from that village. And we have been able to get a lot of people from there and provide them employment. Some of them have really grown up, joined the warehouse, but now are managers running big time operations. We have one of the biggest D2C setups. So there are people who come from this very, very small part of the country, running a 50-member team, 75-member team. So that's very satisfying. We are in a way running against the tide in a D2C world, which is totally led by funding. We have created the biggest bootstrap fashion brand in the country. We are also the only brand to be present in 14 countries. So I think the time has come when a lot of brands will be created from India. I strongly believe in that. And hopefully you'll be able to kind of, show some path and, be a pioneer in that. Thank you, sir. I've heard a lot about Mr. Anurag and would like to learn a lot from you. Thank you so much.
Clearly, I've met him for the first time, but he and me have a common friend. He must have applied, and I'm an angel investor in his company. He's from Hyderabad, and my friend, I'll take his name, Yashwant Mark of Thick Shake Factory, an early investor and a partner in his company. So Yashwant one day called me and I said, I cannot do anything. It is a jury process. He wins, he wins. I mean, I can tell you, Mr. Kalra is not here. Deep got so many texts from fathers of mothers. And then there are people who I know personally and I believe in them. They haven't won, but we have to respect our process. So I'm happy. I met Dheeraj for the first time, but I know about him because Yashwant called me and told me about his revenues. And I said, wow, that's a lot of revenue. Okay. For a bootstrap company, I can tell you it's a very healthy 3-digit number, like super 3-digit number. So I'll not give that away because it's part of the information in the sheet, but please give Dheeraj a big round of applause. One of the joy of being on the jury, Ashish, he called me after the jury. I did the jury process from Bombay. I was in Bombay that day from my room, and he called, said, we changed the process because Deep said, otherwise we run it even in a different way. But when I asked him to be on the jury, Ashish politely asked me, so uska ROI kya hai? He didn't ask it like that. So I said, the ROI is you meet great people, you meet new people. And a lot of jury members want email, mobile, introduction to some of the winners, I can say. And for us, it is discovering new entrepreneurs. We are an editorial product. It's our job as a media company to bring new leaders to the fore. So I think that's what we do awards for. And in a world that needs encouragement, I think that's what we try and do. So congratulations, Dheeraj. All the best. Big round. Just because he's from Hyderabad, you're not applauding for him. Or he's from a village. By the way, I am also from a village called Gurgaon. Yeah. Yes, that's not a joke, okay? It was a village when I was growing up. Not that I've grown up, but yeah.
Thank you, sir. Let's quickly have a look at the next winner then. On your screens, and I hope this time we can put our hands together for Dhruv Bahal, CTO, who's coming up on the stage representing Bharat Pay.
Thank you, BW, thank you, Businessworld, Disrupt, Dr. Batra, the jury. I think I'm the first intrapreneur here. So I think it's a testament to the fact that, great companies give people opportunities to become owner-operators. And I think this award is a testament to the culture that we've built at Bharat Pay as a company. And I think there's three people or three sets of people that I'd like to thank. Those who came before me, those who stand with me, and those who sort of carry me every day on their shoulders. Those who came before me are my parents and grandparents for building a great sense of work ethic, culture, professionalism in me. So thank you, Mom, Dad. Stand with me, my wife. She's a rock, and she's the best thing that's ever happened to me. And those who carry me are my tribe, my team of people. I have actually one of my closest sort of co-workers with me, Karthik, here today, but the rest of the larger team at Bharat Pay, and especially those who I've had the privilege of learning from in my career today. Thank you to everyone, and hopefully we have a bunch of more entrepreneurs disrupting the industry as we go on. Thank you.
Congratulations, Mr. Bahal.
Bharat Pay has been in the news, and I'm sure it'll get better. I was on a show with Aditya Raj Kal, and he was interviewing me on Bharat Pay. I happen to know all the major players there, let's put it this way. The current chairman of the board is the chairman of my alumni, and I'm on the board of MDI. So Mr. Rajneesh Kumar is on the board. Not that I've ever discussed this with him, or I've not been in touch with him last 2.5 months. But I do know Ashneer well, and I also know Mr. Suhail well. And I can tell you Bharat Pay will have a happy ending. I will leave it at that. Don't think of Bangkok, but happy ending for all stakeholders.
Let's have a look at the screen on that note for your next winner. Ladies and gentlemen, your next winner is Gaurav Kumar, founder and CEO, Cred Avenue. Subhashni is coming in to collect the award on behalf of Gaurav. Looking good, Gaurav. Congratulations on the award. Let's move on to the next winner. I'm kidding. Let's move on to the next winner that's coming up on your screens. Mr. Gautam Chopra, CEO and founder, Beat-O app is your next winner. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and invite the winner on the dais.
First of all, a big thank you to Businessworld and the jury. First, what the award will do really well for me is just remind me for the next couple of years how close I am to 40, and ensure that I can keep upping the game to get to many more milestones that I've so far been. Of course, when I wake up every day in the morning, just the thought that I have this huge opportunity to make a positive impact in millions of lives is what really gets me going. That's what we've been at. And I would really love to be able to dedicate this award to my co-founder and the entire team who've been working tirelessly to help people become better in terms of their health and really be able to control their diabetes. Of course, our 1 million strong community of customers who trust us with their health, our investors and partners who stood by us through thick and thin, and of course, my family, without whom none of this would have been possible. So thank you, everyone, and it's a pleasure to receive this award.
Congratulations, sir, once again. We'll quickly move on to unveil the next winner on this year's list. Let's have a look at the screen, please. Mr. Gautam Kshatriya, founder and CEO of Scalio, is your next winner.
So first of all, the Gautam that preceded me, he totally stole my joke about this making me realize that I'm close to 40, but I guess great minds with great names. Incredibly humble. Thank you, jury. Thank you, Businessworld. This award belongs to my co-founders, Nitin and Saim. Nitin is here with me today. It belongs to the 120 plus colleagues that joined us on this journey in the midst of a pandemic. It belongs to my family, my wife who stood by me like a rock, my parents. But most importantly, I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Upscalio business model, but what we do is we're looking to build a house of brands. And the way we do that is by investing in and acquiring well-established direct-to-consumer businesses. So really, this award mostly belongs to those founders that we have partnered with that have helped us scale Upscalio to the 300 crore plus company that it is today in a matter of 9 months. Thank you, everyone.
This is a space that is very hot. I have a friend from MDI, he's my junior. I had to junior, senior. I'm younger than all of them. Rishi, Vasudev, I think there are 5, 6 players now in your segment, more coming in. Every week I meet someone who is doing exactly this model, acquiring D2C businesses, acquiring companies, at least once. And I think I met 5. And our young entrepreneur of the year, Sudhir Sethi of Walden, was the jury chair. And he's an investor in one, I think. Then I met 10 Club, and then Rishi's company is GOAT. And then I met 1 or 2 other players, which I can't remember. So it's an exciting space. All the best. And I was telling Gautam, when I grow up, I want to be like him. This is my favorite color. I wish I can wear it to our next event. I'll try. I'll try to be as cool as you. Is your wife around? She's not. That's why you can be so cool, okay? No, I'm kidding.
Actually, what happened was I wanted to wear a suit to this event, but the suits that I bought about a year ago no longer fit. So part of the entrepreneurial journey.
Entrepreneurs always have an explanation, okay? Yeah. But jokes apart, give Gautam a big round of applause. My colleague Nitish is also here. He's also worked as, I took your name once before also, Nitish. Be nice to me, huh?
So looking at how in 9 months the business has grown to 300 crores, I think the suits are also going to grow that way. So yeah, get some new ones. That's what it is about. Let's quickly have a look at the next winner coming up on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. And your winner is Harini Sivakumar, founder and CEO, Earth Rhythm Private Limited. Rahul Jain is going to come up and accept the award on behalf of Harini. Right. Rahul is playing Mr. India right now, so he should be here any moment. But till the time that happens, I think we can move on to our next winner. Let's have a look at the next winner, please. Ipsita Das, Managing Director, India, Moet Hennessy, India, is your next winner at BW Disrupt 40 under 40.
Good evening and thank you. I'm incredibly honored to be on the list of Businessworld 40 under 40 this year. Moet Hennessy LVMH have several brands that are centuries old, but in India we function as a startup that is redefining the luxury wines and spirits industry. And our Chandon winery in Nashik is a testimony to that. I am extremely thankful to Businessworld and the jury for recognizing the change we are making and believing in the disruptor in me. Last but not the least, I'm grateful for my very supportive family and my incredible team at Moet Hennessy, without whom I won't be here today. Thank you.
To help us felicitate the rest of the winners coming up on the screen, I'll be very happy to invite Mr. Harshvardhan, CEO, CSC India, to kindly join us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Harshvardhan. The better you applaud, the faster I go. The faster I go, the faster the bar opens. Ravi sir, can I request you to come back on the stage as well to help us felicitate? Thank you so much. You know what to do, ladies and gentlemen. I'll leave this at your better judgment. All right. Let's have a look at the next winner on the list this year. Mr. Jaya Kishore Reddy, Chief Technology Officer and co-founder at Yellow.ai, is your next winner on the list. Please put your hands together while the gentleman steps up on the dais.
Good evening, everyone. It's so good to be here after 2 years of COVID. This is the first event I'm attending after almost like 2 years. I thank Business World for this recognition. And also I thank my entire team at Yellow AI for their continued efforts, for making the, making the largest conversational AI platform in the world. And yeah, it's every year over $1 trillion is spent in customer support by companies, and only 3% of the customers are happy with the support that they get. So we at LOAI, we are solving the problem by automating most of the conversations that customers and enterprises have on new age channels like WhatsApp, Facebook Messenger, Instagram, and also voice calls as well, for faster support. Also, we are redefining the way customers engage with enterprises fundamentally. And I congratulate everybody else who is on the list. Also, it's heartening to see a lot of companies are building world-class tech products out of India for the world. That's it from me. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That's yours. All right. I think we're ready to move on to the next winner of this evening. Let's have a look on the screen, please. Mr. Manish Taneja, co-founder and CEO of Purple.com, is the winner, connected with us virtually. Mr. Taneja, a few words.
Good evening, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Business World. Thank you, jury. I think a very, very big thank you. I accept this award on behalf of my co-founders, my team, our esteemed investors who've, placed their faith in us. And I think last but not the least, I would say my family, my parents, my wife. Thank you very much. This means a lot to us. I hope this inspires all the 2,400 people who work at Purple.com every day to deliver better tomorrow. One of the most heartening things that we've done in COVID is we've started employing speech and hearing impaired people in our fulfillment centers. These are people who never thought they could be employed in meaningful jobs and get paid the wages that any human being should get paid. So I'm really thankful to our supply chain teams for having enabled that. And congratulations to all the entrepreneurs and intrapreneurs who have won today. Thank you very much, Business World, once again. Thank you.
I just want to say in the morning, Vikram Gupta of Ivy Cap spoke, and we did discuss the early investment he made in you and the huge exit you've been able to give to him. So congratulations on your success.
No, thanks to Vikram as well, for believing in us.
God bless you.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations, Mr. Taneja, once again. And with that, we'll move on to the screen for your next winner. Let's have a look. Mr. Manoj Agrawal, co-founder, XOXOD, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Congratulations, sir. Well, congratulations, sir. Everyone, I hope we can do better than that if we can cut the bass a little bit. माता रानी पाप लगाएगी आपको अगर आपने इससे बढ़िया तालियां नहीं बजाई तो. That sounded better. Thank you so much. Sir, one word, how are you feeling? If you can, please.
Yeah, thank you, Business World, and thank you, Jury, for this great recognition. It's good to be on the receiving side of the rewards while we are enabling rewards for millions of our users. And then this BW 40 definitely reminds one very special thing about our company. So we have not raised funds till we raised it yesterday. And we have been growing very well for the last many years. And what kept us growing are the 40+ entrepreneurs which have been part of our company. So we are a team of a lot of entrepreneurs, ex-entrepreneurs, intrapreneurs, which have been helping us grow. And this reward belongs to that entire team. Thanks.
Okay, I'll be very happy if all of you can stay back for a group photograph after you've received your award. And of course, we've got some drinks being served later on. So a humble request, kindly stay back. And with that, let's move on to unveil our next winner on this year's list. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner is Neha Motwani, co-founder and CEO of Paternity Health E-Solution Private Limited. Ma'am, if I can request you to kindly say one word.
Thank you so much. It's an absolute honor to receive this award. I think it is dedicated to my co-founder, Jayam, who couldn't be here, and my team. I think without the team, we wouldn't have navigated COVID. It has been very tough for the fitness industry, but I think, together we have built India's first and largest marketplace, innovated a product in the fitness space, and actually catered to 10 million Indians who've used Paternity. And last year, we actually did an acquisition, one of the largest transactions in the fitness space, when we were acquired by CureFit. We actually delivered great returns to our investors, and we're really humble. And this award really gives a testament to what we've done. Thank you.
Take that. That's yours. Please get a picture with us. Thank you. I would like to thank Harshvardhan sir for being so kind and of course joining us. Sir, I'll request you to kindly take back your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, you can be kind and put your hands together for Mr. Harshvardhan. And to help us felicitate the rest of the winners this evening, I'll request Mr. Harsha Benur, Head India Marketing at Slack.com. A lot of gratitude because they are our associate partners for this event as well. So if I can request you all to kindly put your hands together and invite Mr. Benur up on the stage with a round of applause that's louder than what's going on right now. Fantastic. All right, moving on to the next winner coming up on your screens any seconds now. Let's have a look. Mr. Nitin Agrawal, co-founder, Upscaleo. Can I request you to kindly say a word, sir?
Thanks, BW. Thanks, jury. Feeling very humbled to be part of this fabulous group of founders. Especially proud about the fact that this award comes from Businessworld. which is my favorite business publication and used to be a regular subscriber for many years. I would like to thank all the teams which I've worked with. Our teams make us look good. While often we get the accolades, but it's a lot of hard work down in the trenches, which is done by the team. So deeply appreciative of how they've contributed to the roles which I have played out in contributing to success of those. Also at Upskill You, one very humbling thing is being able to give shape and fruition to the entrepreneurs which we partner with. And I think events like these just remind me of the opportunity and the responsibility which we have in taking their vision to its actual fruition. So thanks Businessworld for the awesome event.
Everyone, thanks BW. I have to tell you, I call it Businessworld. I grew up reading Businessworld. So one day at an event 6 years back, I met someone and she exchanged cards. Oh, you are from BW. I said, yeah. I go to BW every day, but I said, I also go to BW every day. I don't see you. Next day, I figured out she was talking of a nightclub in the Surya, and this is a real story. Clearly, I don't go there, right? Rahul and Ramesh. So it's BW Businessworld and this is bwdisrupt.com. So, but anyway, I'm trying to do Ravin's job, huh?
Sir, we have a lot of love for you, irrespective of what he just said now. The trophy is yours. Please get a picture together.
Excitement.
No kidding. Sir, let's get a picture. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Agrawal for winning this year's coveted 40 under 40 trophy. And with that, we'll move on to our next winner. Let's have a look. Mr. Nitin Vijay, Managing Director, Motion Education, is your next winner. Please put your hands together and welcome this gentleman on the stage.
सर्वप्रथम जूरी मेंबर्स और बीडब्ल्यू का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद तहे दिल से। मैं शिक्षा की काशी कहलाने वाले कोटा की जगह से आता हूं और एक शिक्षक के रूप में ही पहचाना जाता हूं। कभी सोचा नहीं था कि एंटरप्रेन्योर अवार्ड मिलेगा, तो इसके लिए तहे दिल से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और इस मंच के माध्यम से ये कहना चाहता हूं कि मोशन एजुकेशन जो काम कर रही है वो ये कर रही है कि हम कस्टमाइजेशन ऑफ एजुकेशन की तरफ जा रहे हैं। हम इसको हेल्थ केयर की तरह कंपेयर कर रहे हैं कि जब भी कोई पेशेंट आता है तो डॉक्टर को ये कहता है कि सर मुझे बीमारी है और उसे बताना पड़ता है कि मुझे क्या बीमारी है। हम शिक्षा को शायद ऐसे देखते हैं कि सारे बच्चों को एक ही तरह की शिक्षा हम दे रहे हैं, सबकी समस्याएं अलग हैं, उस हर समस्या का समाधान अलग अलग होना चाहिए। सो वी बिलीव इनटू कस्टमाइजेशन ऑफ एजुकेशन। सेकंड, वी बिलीव कि हम एजुकेशन की क्वालिटी को बढ़ाकर उसकी प्राइस पॉइंट को घटा सकते हैं और उसको स्केलेबल बना सकते हैं। तो ये दो मिशन हमारे हैं। रही बात मेरी कि अवार्ड किसको जाना चाहिए, जाहिर सी बात है माता पिता के आशीर्वाद के बिना कुछ नहीं हो सकता था। और मेरी वाइफ भी यहाँ पर हैं जिन्होंने आज तक मेरा बहुत साथ दिया है और आप बहुत सारे लोग यहाँ पे शादीशुदा बैठे हुए हैं, तो मैं उनका योगदान इसी बात से बता सकता हूँ कि हमारी शादी को 13 वर्ष हो गए हैं और उन्होंने आज तक मुझसे एक भी साड़ी की डिमांड नहीं करी है। तो आप समझ सकते हैं कि कितना बड़ा योगदान उनका मेरे इस काम में रहा होगा, प्रोफेशनली और पर्सनली। मेरे करीब 1000 टीम मेंबर्स हैं। मैं ये अवार्ड उनको डेडिकेट करता हूं और वो सारे बच्चे जिन्होंने इतना प्रेम हमारे लिए बनाए रखा। मेरा अस्तित्व और मोशन का अस्तित्व बिना बच्चों के नहीं है। मैं पूरा अवार्ड भी उनको डेडिकेट करता हूं और जो हमेशा बच्चों को कहता हूं, वो जितने भी मेरे साथी सहयोगी उनको भी कहना चाहता हूं कि कुछ कर गुजरने के लिए मौसम नहीं मन चाहिए, कि कुछ कर गुजरने के लिए मौसम नहीं मन चाहिए और साधन सभी जुट जाएंगे, और साधन सभी जुट जाएंगे, मन में संकल्प का धन चाहिए, मन में संकल्प का धन चाहिए। इसी के साथ साथ मैं अपने शब्दों को विराम देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद इसके लिए। थैंक यू।
बहुत बहुत मुबारक हो सर आपको। प्लीज हमारे साथ एक पिक्चर जरूर खींचें और ग्रुप फोटो के लिए I'll be very happy if you all can stay back after. Let's quickly move on to our next winner on this year's list, and the winner is Pallavi Utagi, founder and CEO, Super Bottoms, joining us virtually. Congratulations, ma'am. I'll let you
Thank
say
you.
a word or two.
Thank you, Business World, for this honor, and congratulations to the other 39. I wish I was right there in the beautiful ceremony, but then technology to the rescue, as always. So, when as a mother, I embarked on this journey to disrupt with a simple thought of changing the world one diaper at a time, I knew it could not be done without a trustworthy support system. So, till now, we have saved about 45 crore plastic diapers from going into landfills, and so proud of it. So here's to the brilliant set of men, women, parents-in-law, our team, all mothers at Super Bottoms who are the backbone of the company, and also super lovely nannies who stood by me through thick and thin. Thank you. You have all been awesome. Thank you.
Congratulations, ma'am. So happy to see you. Hopefully next year physically as well on the list too. Let's have a look at the next winner on your screen, please. Mr. Prabhu Rangarajan, co-founder M2P FinTech, is your next winner on this year's BW Disrupt 40 Under 40.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you to BW Disrupt. Thank you to the jury. And many congratulations to all the award winners today and for all of you to have spent your evening here. I think I took a lot of inspiration from what Mr. Kalra had said. In fact, we have been building M2P into a people-first organization. We are a 600 strong company. We have got less than 50 people leaving us in the last 7-8 years, which itself is a testament that we are doing the right thing. The second point that I think is that most important is to focus on the customer, which I really am able to relate to, because our customers are our first marketing agency, actually. So I'm humbled to receive this award, and many congratulations once again to all the winners. Thank you so much. And I forgot to mention, I thank my family, my personal team, and my professional team. I've come here as a courier guy to receive the award on their behalf. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, sir. I just asked him just now on the stage, how are you feeling winning the award? He said, "Mere naam hi God hai, mujhe award to milna hi tha." So that's that. Love the spirit. Let's move on to our next winner coming up on your screen. Here we go. Mr. Preet Pal Thakur, co-founder, Gram Yo Health, is your next winner. Let's invite him with a huge round of applause on the stage.
So, first of all, thank you to my parents and my wife, right? Just taking cue from the last sort of winner, I'm actually a courier guy taking this award on behalf of the team. Few of my sort of team members are here. I'd like to name them: Adnan, Varun, Kuvarjit, and my co-founder Archit. And a lot of people mentioned team. I just want to take this stage to mention 3-4 people who never get the mention. These are our runners: Virat, Kamal, Rakesh. I mean, they are the guys who at 6 in the morning, they are carrying the laser. At 12 in the night, they are carrying our machinery so that our surgeries happen all the time, on time, right? So thank you.
Congratulations. Please get a picture with us. And stay right there. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got down to the last couple of awards.
Ravi, I'm doing your job. I'd like to call three of one. I don't see Sunil here, but Mr. Hoshi Ghaswala and Mr. Harvinder Narula, both are very, very senior colleagues of mine, and they're very nattily dressed and they're very natty people. When I grow up, I also want to be like them. Especially, I want to be a Parsi in my next life. The looks and the crazy things that Parsi do. I mean, not you, but other Parsis. Of course, you're very sane. Okay.
Since we have all these good-looking gentlemen on the stage now, I think it's time we announce the next winner as well on the list. Let's have a look. Mr. Pulkit Agrawal, CEO and co-founder, Trell Experiences Private Limited, is the next winner. Amrita is going to come and collect this on behalf of Pulkit as well. Thank you. Can we get to see the next winner on this year's BW Disrupt 40 Under 40? Mr. Rahul Gupta, SVP and Head Financial Sponsors Coverage, Axis Bank, is your next winner in this year's BW Disrupt 40 Under 40. Ladies and gentlemen, if I can request you to kindly put your hands together and make the loudest noise possible for the gentleman stepping up on the stage right now. Thank you so much, ma'am. Come on, people, let's have a huge round of applause.
Thank you, Business World and the esteemed jury for this recognition. This award belongs to everybody who has been a part of this journey, starting from my grandparents, my parents, teachers, mentors, friends, the photocopier at college who helped me with the large prints probably, to the peon at office who ensures that we get our coffee in time. Chaudhary sir spoke about Vaishno Devi. There are three pindis there. Kali, Lakshmi and Durga, Kali, Lakshmi and Saraswati. So the three ladies in my life, and I can't miss thanking them. My grandmother, my mother, and my lovely wife. And I'm sure my bundle of joy, my little son, will not let me be home if I just miss him here. It's being an entrepreneur is a testimony to the culture of meritocracy and true inclusiveness that we live at Axis Bank. It's an organization that gave me an opportunity to build and scale up several businesses and lead several strategic projects, both in India and the UK. So, and being a banker, and given I see various buzzing entrepreneurs, let me actually invite each one of you, give us a chance. We would love to partner with you in your growth journeys. I must say something in Hindi. जिंदगी की उड़ान अभी बाकी है, हमारे हौसलों का इम्तिहान अभी बाकी है, नापी है मुट्ठी भर जमीन, अभी तो पूरा आसमान बाकी है. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kaptan. Congratulations once again. Please join us for the group photograph at the end as well. Let's quickly move on and show you the next winner in this year's list. Mr. Shivam Sahi. Mr. Shivam Shahi, co-founder and CEO of Blue Turquoise Coffee Roasters, is the next winner at BW Disrupt 40 under 40.
Hi everyone, good evening. I'm feeling extremely humbled and motivated from this recognition from Businessworld. I would like to thank all my team members who all have put in all their hard effort in creating a brand where we are today in a segment which especially did not exist in India, which is specialty coffee. I'm thankful to my parents who has given me an education, I would say after a lot of sacrifice at their end. And lastly, but not the least, my wife. She has been the strongest pillar in my life and has supported me a lot to reach where I am today. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
No, that's right there, sir, with Hoshi. Let's get a picture. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir, for being so kind and joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can be kind enough to put your hands together to thank the gentleman for felicitating all the winners here in this year's edition. Let's quickly have a look at the next winner in this list of BW 40 under 40. Please put your hands together for Shweta Aprameya, founder and CEO, Earth Impact Digital Loans Private Limited.
Very humbling. Thank you very much, jury. If you could just hold it for me for a minute. Sure. I just wanted to clap for my parents, my co-workers, my teams. 10 years I've been trying entrepreneurship and I've succeeded, I've failed. But I think that's the spirit and that's the journey. And I think most important, I'm like an entrepreneur, and the problem that we are trying to solve is for the millions of nano businesses that exist in India. So they're very much like me, struggling and sort of trying to make ends meet. So I just like to take this honor on behalf of all the nano businesses in India. So thank you very much, and I hope you all have a good evening.
Congratulations. Please get a picture with us.
Very good. Clapping is very good for heart muscles. That's what I was saying. So if you haven't gone for your walk, clapping may substitute for it.
Thank you, sir. We're down to a couple of last winners, I think, in the list this year. So let's quickly unveil the next winner on your screens. Right in the center. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner is Siddharth Mehra, founder, Vivid Renewables. Hello. Joining us virtually, Siddharth, over to you.
Hi, thank you. Thank you to the Business World team and the jury for nominating me and getting me here. I would like to thank everyone who's been a part of the journey. Everything starts with the first step, and we've been successfully built up our renewable energy developer platform. And today we are one of the largest developers in the country, and look forward to building more and more renewable energy projects across India towards the independence of energy to India. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, sir. Once again, really happy you're winning this award tonight. Let's quickly look at the next winner on this year's BW Disrupt 40 Under 40 list. Sujata Biswas, co-founder. Suja is your next winner, and she's joining us virtually. Sujata, congratulations. I'll hand over the screen to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Business World, for this honor. I would like to thank my sister, my little sister, who is the co-founder of Suta, and a family of 16,000 plus weavers and craftsmen. It's for each one of them that we are here. We both quit our corporate job because we wanted to create an impact in the society and also in the climate at large. So I would just like to leave one thought in everybody's mind that doing good is contagious. So keep doing good and it will spread and come back to you. Thank you so much and congratulations, everybody.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining in virtually with us, and congratulations once again. The next person winning this year's BW 40 Under 40 disruptive category. Let's have a look. Swagata Sarangi, co-founder Smitten, is your next winner on the list. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and invite him on the dais.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. Very honored to be here. I see this awards more as not as a recognition, but more as a reminder that you need to keep going, no matter what happens. And I'm going to share a bit of anecdotal story why I'm saying this. 2 years into our journey, this is our 6th year running in Smitten's journey. 2 years into our journey, one of our very early angel investors wrote a mail to us. It was a very long mail saying how you're wasting your time. You are a very senior professional at Google. You had a roaring career, and look at your opportunity cost. What are you doing? And 2 years you haven't raised your first fund event. And that was a point in time. I think it was like for a few hours, it was very dark for me. But then I said, okay, I need to prove this guy wrong. And that was probably my biggest motivation of continuing, right? And I still continue with that, okay, I'm going to prove many people wrong. And then I'm going to quote this, and this award is honestly to all the people here who continue despite what others say and who continue to believe in themselves. And I'm sure India would need many more such people who need to disrupt things. Today, 4 years down the lane after I got that mail, we host 10 million users on the platform, one of the very few B2C platforms crossing the 10 million mark. We are the largest product discovery and product trial platform in the country. If I had listened to that mail 4 years back, we wouldn't have been here. So thanks to all the team members, all the people who believed in the idea, and it's this on behalf of them. This is for all of you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Congratulations, sir, once again. Let's quickly look at the next winner on this year's list. Mr. Taran Chabra, founder and CEO, Niemans, is your next winner. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and invite the gentleman on the dais.
Thank you so much, Business World, right? And the entire jury. This recognition means a lot to our entire team. We just started about 2.5 years, right? And to a professional who had moved back from the US, for a decade, worked there. Let me share a very interesting story, right? Back in, say, about 2.5 years ago, while we were about to launch, I was in one of the startup events, and I'd met about 5 angel investors. And everybody told me that India doesn't buy at anything in footwear above $10. You're wasting your time launching this in India, right? You have the access, you have the resources, go to UK, spend your time in the US. And I said, this is new age India, right? People here value product way more than the price, and the consumer today is changing. So what we've done is we've made extremely comfortable footwear with materials that were not sought out. We are the first in India to introduce an all-season shoe with merino wool. We launched a flip-flop made with recycled tires and saved millions of tires from polluting the environment. We've saved over 10 million plastic bottles from polluting the environment, and also use completely recycled packaging, right? Apart from using all these fabulous materials, we've sold over 5 million pairs in just 2.5 years. So this is true testament to passion, right? And believing in your journey. And this award goes to my co-founder, who's my elder brother. And he's tolerated me for years. My wife, who stood with me, she was away from me for about 24 months, and I had a newborn. And she was right in the US, and I told them to wait until Neiman's kicks off and then come back to India. And of course, all the amazing investors who believe in me. And our parents, Neiman's is named after my mother, Neelam, and Manjeet. So the name was combined and the brand was named Neiman's. Thank you so much, everybody.
And he said that I should tell you, for all the winners, 1 pair of Neiman shoes free. So just send your sizes to Chetan and Nitesh. Please do. You can choose.
Of course.
Okay, he's being sporty. He didn't say that. It was spontaneous. But if you want to send your products to the winners, talk to the Business World team, the BW team, because one of the real reasons of doing it physically is that you meet each other. I'm saying that because who knows what you will be able to collaborate on. I mean, there is someone in the room which may be valuable as a customer, as a partner, as an investor, collaborator, whatever word you want to use. So congratulations, inspiring to know your journey. I'll definitely go and buy a pair. It's been a while, I haven't bought a shoe. I'm wearing the same old shoe, so I'll buy one. Take care. Bye. Give him a big round of applause.
Congratulations, sir. Let's unveil the next winner on this year's list on your screens coming up right now. Mr. Tejas Kadakia, co-founder and director of sales, Easy Rewards Software Services, joining us virtually.
Hi. Apologies for not being there. Suddenly fell sick and the flight did not take me, the airport did not take me in. It's been a great, the last 1 hour has been a super session. I've been hearing all of the other winners, and I think I really missed the session. I would love to be there at that moment. But truly humbled to take this award. Firstly, thanks to the jury. I think you guys have done a tremendous job to get to 40 people, and I see how difficult it would have been for you. Thank you to the BW team. I think you've done a fabulous job to get this event up in these tough times, and congratulations to all the remaining winners here. Love this award. It has come at the 10th year of our business. Again, it's been a great journey for us. Starting from 4 people to now about 300 people, starting from 0 clients to about serving 180 brands, helping them meet their journeys. Of course, this award goes to the Easy Reward family, who's helped us build the vision of the company. my co-founders, everyone calls us the Fab Four, and all our partners, investors, and clients who've always backed us have worked hard to bring this day up. Lastly, thanking my family, friends, especially my wife and my son, who keep on pushing me to take it to the next level. Thank you for the award.
Congratulations, sir. Thank you so much for joining us virtually. Looking forward to seeing you again.
Definitely.
With that, let's quickly have a look at our next winner in this year's list. Mr. Utsav Kedia, co-founder, Rocket Learning, is your next winner in this year's list.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Business World. Thank you, jury. I think it's a pleasure being here. And congratulations to all the winners and also to those who did not win today. I think that's equally important. Thanks for everything that you're doing. Everyone here is solving a real problem. At Rocket Learning, we're working on a mission of ensuring that every single child in the country is receiving good quality education. We're currently working with about 1 million children with the aim of educating about 50 million children in the next 5 years. The problem is large, and I'm glad to be working with some amazing co-founders on this. And thanks to all my co-founders, thanks to my wife for being here. And again, thanks for this. And Business World, I especially want to thank you for recognizing social entrepreneurs. I don't think social entrepreneurs get enough recognition, and I hope this works as an inspiration for people doing a lot of good. Thank you.
Please do take that and get a picture. Congratulations, sir. Let's move on to the next winner in this year's list. The next winner is Utsav Malhotra, COO Noise. Second Utsav in a row. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I'd like to take this opportunity on behalf of the 272 that I represent standing here. Thank you, Business World. Thank you, jury, and the audience that has patiently decided to wait. I know the journey to a U is quite a winding one, but as a part of a bootstrapped startup, I think patience is a virtue we all learn. This truly is a shot in the arm, a validation that we're on the right path, and we've just gotten started. It's been one of those rare months, I'd say, where we've been hitting our highs. 7th time in a row, we've been stamped the #1 smartwatch brand in the country. We've also come as the #2 TWS brand in the country. 2 days ago, we got certified a great place to work. So I think this is all in the vein. The planets are aligned in our favor, and I hope they continue this way. Thank you so much.
What a fantastic answer. Make some noise for that. Thank you so much. Congratulations, Utsav.
There are winners who come from Abu Dhabi, Hyderabad. There are jury members who come from Bombay. Ashish has a flight to catch and he still doesn't own a plane, but I'm still friends with him. But maybe next time, Ashish, you should come in your own plane. I have some friends who can loan you a plane, but next time, you shouldn't run away from an award in halfway. But jokes apart, give Ashish a big round of applause. He's a very involved jury member. He runs a $100 million debt fund and is about to launch a $100 million equity fund. So he clearly understands what startups. Thank you, Ashish.
Thank you, Ashish, sir. Thank you, Dr. Batra. We have a few more awardees tonight. Let's quickly move on to that. The next winner coming up on your screens any seconds now. Let's have a look. Ladies and gentlemen, your next winner is Divay Kumar, co-founder and CEO OFARS, who's coming up on the stage right now to come and collect this award. Congratulations.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks, Businessworld, and thanks, jury, for the award. Really appreciate. I thought, I mean, this award has my name, but there's a lot of people who are behind this. Can spend the entire time naming all of them. And it is so exciting and so amazing to see how like a group of enthusiasts can come together and create something out of nothing. I mean, this is such an amazing journey to become an entrepreneur and do something, create 0 to 1, and then feels very bad to kind of win an award where this entire team has been backing you for that particular part. Thanks to Tanvi, who has been such an inspiration for me. And she always keeps saying that what Amelia Earhart said about like dream knows of no boundary, which is such an amazing quote by her. And all the best, everyone. Take care. Thank you.
Congratulations, sir. Please get a picture with us. And with that, we'll move on to show you the next winner of this year's list. Let's have a look. Harini Sivakumar, founder and CEO, Earth Rhythm Private Limited. Rahul Jain is coming to collect this on behalf of Harini. Thank you, sir. Congratulations. And with that, it's time we announce the last winner of this year's BW Disrupt 40 Under 40. Let's have a look. Come on, people, you can do better than that. This is the last winner of this year's list, Sandeep Guribanda, CEO, HealthPlix Technologies Private Limited.
Thanks, man. Thanks, Business World. Thanks, jury. And congratulations to all the other 39 winners, right? So I've been an entrepreneur for 18 years. That's half my life. I've done 5 startups. It's so amazing to do startups because you see your dreams coming alive, right? So if I need to thank people, so I need to go back 18 years, thanking all the co-founders, all the employees who trusted us, investors who trusted us, more importantly, the family who's been solid support. Thanks, Divya, my wife, kids, right, all the mentors. This is amazing getting the award. Thank you.
Congratulations. All right. Congratulations to the serial entrepreneur for another one. All the winners, I'll request you to kindly come on the stage for a group photograph. This is going to be in the BW Disrupt magazine, and we want to make sure that all of you who have been able to make it here on the venue today be a part of this picture. So all the winners, humble request for you to kindly join us on the stage to take a picture together. And this is going to be if you're wondering, does this kind of one-to-one works in real life when we bring you all away from your home and get you seated for a couple of hours on the table? Let me tell you how it works. I have two gentlemen out here. They are schoolmates. They are meeting after 20 years on this platform, this very platform. So that's amazing, right? Absolutely, sir. That's my job. I overhear things and then I invest in things that I shouldn't. Sorry, I'm just kidding. All right, let me quickly invite all of you to come and take a picture. All the winners of this year's BW Disrupt 40 under 40, please come and make this moment a memorable one with a group photograph. Also, everyone on the virtual screens right there, thank you so much. I'll let you know when you have to give that cheese smile to us so that all of us together can be in that single frame. Wonderful. So this is it from the presentation of all the winners on this dais. Of course, I would request Dr. Batra to kindly give closing remarks after we're done with this picture. In the meantime, I want to thank all of you for being here with us on behalf of the team, BW Disrupt 40 under 40, organized by BW Businessworld. And of course, this was not possible without the help of our partners, our associate partners, Slack. Thank you so very much for your continued support. MediaTek, thank you so very much for your continued support. And of course, our gifting partner, Beanly, thank you so much for being a part of this bandwagon this year. Do we have all the winners in the room on the stage? Am I missing anyone? Perfect. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, the power list of this year, I want you all to put your hands together for the most disruptive 40 under 40 in India right now, right here at BW Disrupt. Let's have a round of applause for all the winners together. They truly deserve this one. So taking a cue from the school friends, you can actually stand height-wise as well in the ascending order. That'll be amazing. Perfect. All right, for all of you, with the trophy, a social media picture using hashtag BW40 is customary if you want to avail those drinks afterwards. Yeah, a single picture on your social networks using the hashtag 40 under 40, BW 40 under 40. That'll be amazing. Everyone on the screen, the virtual screen, I'll give you a heads up when we're doing the smile, right? When we're capturing you all. Wonderful. We've got some on the virtual screen here, so this is it, I think. So look into the camera, all the virtual friends over there as well. Yeah, this is when you try to plaster that big smile on your face. We'll try and keep covering you all. Let's go. Wow. I know it has been a long day for all of you, but I'm absolutely sure we can do better on the stage with some energy. I'll give you a heads up. Make some noise and give me energy in 3, 2, 1. People, let's go. All right. Okay. The BW team as well, Business World team, please come join in. Nitish, I can see. Resham, I can see. Devjit, please come, sir. If you're from Business World and you are missing in the frame, it's time you come and get a picture together. Okay, last call for Team Business World to join in the frame. Devika? Damn. Okay, let me help you out. Let me help you out, guys. One second. One last second. Thank you so much. The bar is open. Enjoy the evening. That's what I wanted to say. Have a fantastic evening. Everyone, this is BW Disrupt 40 under 40 closing. We want to thank you all for coming here. I want to thank, of course, associate partners for making this possible. Slack, MediaTek, thank you. Gifting partner, Beanly, thank you. Very indebted for, and of course, really happy to have you on board this year. Okay, of course, makes sense. Absolutely. Now, yes. So this is it from the presentation. BW Disrupt 40 under 40. On behalf of the team involved, thank you so much for coming in. We want to thank all the partners. We want to thank all the people who made this possible, and above all, who came here to cheer the winners this year. My name is Ravi Kundu. I was your host, and it was truly an honor and a privilege to be here. Thank you so much. Keep disrupting, keep creating amazing opportunities for the people to be proud of. And you guys are absolutely amazing. Let's have a drink to that. Enjoy some good music and enjoy the evening. Thank you.
What is Slack? We ask ourselves that every day. And when you know, we have an answer. Slack is a messaging app for business, yet it's also so much more. It's your company's home for everyone and everything. Your digital HQ. Slack is made up of organized spaces for anything you're working on, so you can move a project forward way faster, share ideas, set deadlines, and make decisions together in a dedicated space. It's productivity on your own terms, giving you flexibility to work the way you work best, so you can collaborate live. Oh, hi. Find information from across your company. Aha. Or create some focus time. And it's a place to connect with everyone you work with, inside and outside your company, so you can bring together the right people with the right contacts, and everyone can stay up to date. People do their best work when they have a place to work together. That place is Slack. Get started today and transform the way you work.
We've been in this mode of the industrial age for the last 200 years. You went to a place because that's where the energy was, that's where the power was, power from water wheels or electricity or steam. It was in the plant, so you went there. We've kind of mentally followed that path for 200 years without thinking. When people talk about the nature of work, well, the nature of work may not change, but the nature of how we do work and where we do work, I believe is fundamentally going to change.
When the pandemic hit and the world was looking at shutdowns, much of what was happening within IBM remained steady. And I do believe a lot of that has to do with Salesforce Customer 360.
We, in a 3-day time period, pivoted 350,000 IBMers from our offices around the world to a work from home environment.
And boom, do we have the VPN capacity? Do we have the cybersecurity? Do we have the collaboration tools? Any company who thinks they can do it all by themselves is plain wrong. Salesforce is a really important pillar of IBM's own transformation.
We are moving our entire structure toward what's happening at the client conversation, because this is about understanding our customer. Combining Salesforce Customer 360 and Slack gives my entire workforce, from Arvind all the way through someone stepping into a sales role for the first day, an ability to work together, collaborate, and do it real time.
Allowing teams to serve our clients and all be on the same page every day would not have happened if we did not have Slack.
Slack is such an integral part of how all our people communicate.
And the merger of these two platforms gives us that 360 approach across our entire constituency. And Salesforce is the perfect partner for us to be able to put that structure together.
IBM and Salesforce have a special relationship based on trust. This is not even about being productive. This is about